Chapter 1587. The silver giant was tall and mighty. It opened its arms and swept towards the 4 central continent Gu immortals, creating a huge shockwave. Chun Yi's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly. "Let me do it." Compared to the silver giant, his body was small and weak, but his aura surged out, instantly contending against the silver giant. Immortal killer move, immortal binding vine. Chun Yi pointed with his finger, and countless jade-green rays of light quickly attached themselves to the silver giant. The silver giant's fist was powerful, but due to the obstruction of the jade-green lights, its speed fell and its direction changed. It crashed into the cloud soil, creating a huge pit as soil splattered. In contrast, Chun Yi watched coldly. He did not move. He floated in the air and pointed at the silver giant with one finger. The jade-green lights on the silver giant became more and more numerous, wrapping around it. Next, the light became denser and turned into thick vines that coiled around the silver giant. Within Heavenly Giant Solar's battle formation, Land Spirit of Langia roared in anger. After being hit by this immortal binding vine, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. Even though he had strength, he could not use it. He felt very sullen. Sixth Hair. Land Spirit of Langia shouted. Sixth Hair immediately attacked, using an immortal killer move. Heavenly Giant Solar's body shined with golden light. It cut the immortal binding vines inch by inch, and started to recover. Chun Yi smiled coldly, using a new killer move. Countless vines were cut off and fell into the cloud soil. Under Chun Yi's reinforcement, they grew rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they turned into giant trees. The towering trees stood to the left and right of the silver giant, forming a large circle that trapped the silver giant in the center. Land Spirit of Langia sensed something amiss, but the silver giant was still bound by the immortal binding vines. It could not move for a while. At this time, between the giant trees, the branches and leaves started to intertwine. The roots under the cloud soil also formed into a ball, spreading out of the ground. With the tree trunk as the center, the branches, leaves, and roots intertwined, forming a giant cage. Immortal killer move. Ancient tree prison cage. The silver giant finally tore apart the divine binding vine that was binding it, but it was once again trapped in the ancient wood prison cage. Land Spirit of Langia roared in anger. He gave orders as the hairy Mangu immortals attacked, unleashing killer moves one after another. But this ancient tree prison cage was actually able to endure it. It could even use the immortal killer move as nourishment to strengthen itself. The Land Spirit of Langia realized that something was wrong and quickly stopped. He tried again, and found that tearing with his bare hands was the best way to break through. The hairy Mangu immortals were helpless. They could only use Heavenly Giant Solar to attack the ancient tree prison cage. Damn it! The Land Spirit of Langia cursed fiercely. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. Since he was trapped here, he could not help Feng Yuan. He could only watch as Feng Jioga and Fairy Myrtle attacked the super immortal formation. Without a choice, Land Spirit of Langia could only communicate with the Rockman Gu immortal. Quick, release that old dragon! Roar! With a dragon's roar, a huge figure flew out, appearing in front of the immortals. Immemorial rock dragon. Its entire body was made of rocks. It was filled with dense earth path Dao marks. Its body was thick and its dragon teeth were like a forest of rocks. It was majestic and powerful. The rock dragon seemed to be moving slowly, but was actually very fast. It flew into the sky and cast a huge shadow on the ground. The 4 immortals of the celestial court were also shrouded in the shadow. They raised their heads and showed expressions of shock. To think that there's a primordial stone dragon hidden in Langia blessed land. Feng Jioga sighed. Fairy Myrtle smiled. This does not belong to Langia blessed land. It is likely to belong to those variant human Gu immortals. As a wisdom path great expert, she instantly deduced the truth. Let me tear this rock dragon apart. Thunder Ghost True Monarch licked her lips. Her fighting spirit surged. No need. Chun Yi shouted as he pointed with his finger, using the same move. Immortal killer move, immortal binding vine. The immortal vine spread and bound the immemorial rock dragon. Its movement was obstructed, but it still charged towards the 4 central continent immortals. The 4 immortals dodged, The immemorial rock dragon fell to the ground as Chun-Yi used ancient tree prison cage again, restraining it. How can this be? The variant human Gu immortals saw this and felt deep shock and disappointment. They could not express it in words. Even land spirit of Langia took in a deep breath. His body felt cold. The immemorial rock dragon that they had placed their hopes on was actually restrained like this. In contrast, over at the celestial court's side, Chun-Yi was displaying his might. Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jiuge had been suppressing the super immortal formation. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had not made a move yet. Feng Yuan's expression was ugly, but he was not too surprised. The strength of the immemorial rock dragon lies in its strong defense and fearlessness. Once it gets injured, it can quickly recover from the sacrifice of the rockmen. This healing method is extremely powerful. It was very troublesome for Gu immortals to get injured. It was very difficult to get rid of the injury. The higher their cultivation level, the more trouble they would face if they got injured. If it were a rank 8 Gu immortal, after getting injured, they would need to spend some time to heal themselves. But the immemorial rock dragon's healing method could be healed in an instant in battle. Thus, it was a huge headache for its opponents. The immemorial rock dragon also gained a great reputation because of this. But now was different. It was facing Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortal, Chun-Yi. Firstly, Celestial Court suppressed and slaughtered variant human Gu immortals. It was established on the corpses of variant humans. It knew about the Rockman tribe's rock dragon very well. Secondly, the immemorial rock dragon did not have any rank 8 wild immortal Gu to use. While Chun-Yi used rank 8 killer moves with the most accurate battle tactic, he surrounded it but did not attack. He suppressed it but did not injure it. The immemorial rock dragon's greatest advantage could not be used. Finally, Chun-Yi's killer moves were truly exquisite, especially ancient tree prison cage. It did not fear immortal killer moves. It was very troublesome to destroy. It was not strange that the immemorial rock dragon lost to Chun-Yi so easily. Even though the rock dragon resisted and struggled, it was getting more and more restrained by the immortal binding vines. Without external help, it had no hope of breaking out of the immortal binding vines, not to mention the outer layer of ancient tree prison cage. Brothers, we need to rely on ourselves. Langya land spirit shouted loudly. The silver giant finally smashed a hole in the ancient tree prison, breaking through the heavy encirclement. Heavenly Giant Solar is indeed the number 2 ancient battle formation. Chun-Yi commented plainly. He suddenly smiled as he muttered. But do you think my ancient tree prison cage is so easy to break out of? The silver giant's movement stopped. Land spirit of Langya was slightly stunned. It turned around and saw that a wooden hand was grabbing onto the silver giant's right leg. What is this? The silver giant turned around and raised its hands. Its arms turned into 2 axes as it slashed down. The wooden hand was hit by the axes, but only half of it was cut. It did not break completely. The silver giant wanted to attack again, but at this time, a wooden giant came out of the soil. The wooden giant let go of its hand and lowered its head, using its shoulder to ram into the silver giant's chest, causing the silver giant to fall to the ground. Langya Sek's Gu immortals were caught off guard. They wanted to get the silver giant up, but the wooden giant's attacks were relentless. It suddenly jumped into the air, and with a loud sound, it pressed down on the silver giant. Under the immense pressure, one of the hairy man Gu immortals made a mistake. He used an immortal killer move on the wooden giant. The wooden giant was immediately nourished. The injuries on its arm healed. At the same time, its body collided. It was slightly shorter than the silver giant earlier, but now it was on par with it. Chun-Yi snorted smugly. This was his immortal killer move giant wood divine statue. It inherited the characteristics of ancient tree prison cage. It was not afraid of any killer moves, only physical attacks were effective against it. This is the power of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's eyes shined with bright light. At this moment, Chun-Yi displayed his invincible might, suppressing both the silver giant and the ancient stone dragon by himself. This was his true strength. As the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect, he had inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. He had immense battle strength. It was extraordinary. Earlier in Green Ghost Desert he had a hard time. Most of the time, he fought in Divine Bean Palace. He was afraid of destroying Divine Bean Palace, so he kept his hands and feet tied. On the other hand, his main opponent, Fong Clan's first Supreme Elder, had a huge advantage. He restrained his strength and fought with his body, causing Chen Yi to be furious but helpless. Chapter 1588. Chen Yi displayed his true strength. Celestial Court's side was in an advantageous position. What made Feng Yuan even more worried was that none of them had used their full strength. Even Chen Yi, who put in the most effort, had not used Karma Divine Tree. Even if Chen Yi is not at the level of Zishan Makoto or Duke Long, he is still a top expert among rank 8s. Fairy Myrtle and Thunder Ghost True Monarch are the same. Feng Jioga cannot be underestimated either. I have to go. The immemorial Rock Dragon and Silver Giant were suppressed by Chen Yi alone. The Super Immortal Formation was also resisting Feng Jioga and Fairy Myrtle. Lang Ye's side only had Feng Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength. If he did not go, who could save the situation? In fact, Land Spirit of Langya had already urged Feng Yuan many times earlier. Golden light flashed. Feng Yuan's figure appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle had expected this. She waved her hand, and a red sandalwood divine wind appeared. The wind blew over and brushed against Feng Yuan's body, causing ripples in reverse flow protection seal. This killer move. Feng Yuan's heart sank. This red sandalwood divine wind was strong against strong opponents and weak against weak opponents. It was similar to reverse flow protection seal. It was a defensive and counterattacking move. Reverse flow protection seal did not have any offensive power. It countered the purple charm divine wind. Neither side could do anything to the other, but Feng Yuan was pushed away by this wind. Feng Yuan, you are finally willing to come down. A flash of lightning flickered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan appeared behind Feng Yuan, as if she had teleported with a sinister smile and surging killing intent. Trident electrolysis. Jing Lan shouted as she joined her hands together. 3 bolts of lightning shot out from her fingers. With a crackling sound, the lightning merged in midair and formed a trident made of blue lightning. The trident electrolysis hit Feng Yuan's back, but it was blocked by the countercurrent protection seal and reflected back. Jing Lan laughed heartily. She opened her mouth and swallowed the trident into her stomach. Then, her eyes emitted traces of electricity as she quickly retreated. Feng Yuan's heart sank again. Not good. This triple-pronged electrolysis killer move is clearly probing my reverse flow protection seal. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, with the Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Myrtle here, she can break my reverse flow protection seal on the spot. Ever since they were set up by Feng Yuan, Thunder Ghost True Monarch was beaten up, and Fairy Myrtle was defeated. However, the trap that Feng Yuan had painstakingly set up had been exposed, and was no longer useful. During this period of time, Feng Yuan had planned meticulously, cultivated hard, and made preparations. The Celestial Court was also doing the same. Not only did they use their strength to replenish Thunder Ghost True Monarch's Immortal Gu lineup, Fairy Myrtle also used Star Constellation Chessboard to design the killer move Trident Electrolysis for Thunder Ghost True Monarch. It was to deal with Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Feng Yuan's heart was heavy, but he did not panic. In fact, this was within his expectations. He actively fought against Fairy Myrtle and Thunder Ghost True Monarch to share some of the pressure in other areas. Both sides fought back and forth. The sky changed color. Cloud Cover Continent was completely destroyed. The sounds of battle resounded in the sky. Countless hairy man mortals and Gu masters were fearful. The Silver Giant dealt with the Giant Tree Divine statue, but Chen Yi created another one in the blink of an eye. The immemorial Rock Dragon was bound by the immortal binding vines. Its chances of escaping were getting slimmer. Even Feng Yuan could not do anything about it. It was not that he did not try, but the outer layer of the ancient tree prison cage was too thick, and it did not fear immortal killer moves. It was a huge headache. This killer move is not invincible against all immortal killer moves. It is just that we did not use it properly. If I had enough time, with my wisdom path methods, I could deduce this move and break it. Feng Yuan sighed internally. This was a killer move from Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. It was very exquisite. It was like Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Celestial Court, and the other Gu immortals could not do anything about it. They had to rack their brains. Feng Yuan faced the same treatment now. He encountered the ancient tree prison cage. He felt the same way as Fairy Myrtle when facing Reverse Flow Protection Seal. After fighting for some time, Celestial Court still had the upper hand. Their advantage was growing. Feng Yuan did not deduce Luo Pasil. He did not have a rank 8 offensive method. With just Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he could defend but not attack. He could not pose any threat to the four immortals. The ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar was the same. The Hairy Man Gu immortals had many methods. They had great teamwork, but this time, they were not facing Feng Jioga. They were facing the rank 8 expert Chen Yi. Chen Yi also had many methods. They were all rank 8 killer moves. No matter how the land spirit of Langya resisted, it was suppressed by Chen Yi. After fighting for a while, Fairy Myrtle suddenly frowned. She ordered secretly, "Senior Jinglan, please go around and search for Wisdom Gu." "Scoundrel, I will let you off for now." Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch hated Feng Yuan to the core, she still looked at the big picture. She smiled at Feng Yuan as she moved like lightning, leaving the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Langya's side could only watch. They had no way to restrain her. It turned out that the Celestial Court's attack was not only to eliminate Feng Yuan and take over Langya to repair Fate Gu. The most important goal was to collect Wild Wisdom Gu. This legendary rank 9 immortal Gu had fallen into Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable's hands long ago. Ordinary forces could not use it, but the Celestial Court had the best methods in the world. Ignoring everything else, with this Wisdom Gu, Star Constellation chessboard would immediately become a rank 9 immortal Gu house. Its power would rise to the limit. Just this point alone was enough for Fairy Myrtle to disregard her own safety. Earlier, when the four immortals of the Celestial Court arrived, Fairy Myrtle had already activated her investigative methods secretly. The range of her investigation expanded until it covered the whole of Langya Blessed Land, but she could not find Wisdom Gu. Thus at this moment, Fairy Myrtle could only send Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Seeing that Thunder Ghost True Monarch had left the battlefield, the land spirit of Langya was afraid that the hairy men would die. It roared in anger, but it was trapped by Chen Yi. The silver giant was restricted by the immortal binding vines. It could not move freely. It struggled to break free from layers after layers. It was truly frustrating. "They are going to search for Wisdom Gu." A bright light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. His wisdom path methods were extraordinary. In an instant, he deduced the intentions of the Celestial Court. Unfortunately, the Celestial Court did not know that Wisdom Gu had already been taken into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture by Feng Yuan. Last time, it was in Langya Blessed Land, and was not taken or destroyed. They had already lost their best chance. If they wanted to get it again, the difficulty would be thousands of times higher. In that case, a sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He realized that this was the best opportunity. Immemorial Year Beast. He opened a sliver of his immortal aperture and let out a monkey Immemorial Year Beast. At the same time, he moved quickly and used a large number of immortal killer moves to attack Fairy Myrtle. Among the four immortals of the Celestial Court, the most threatening one was not Chen Yi, who had Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, nor was it the rank 8 expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan, who resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, nor was it Feng Jioga, who had Assimilation Wind Song, but Fairy Myrtle. There was no other reason. She was a Wisdom Path great expert. Just this point alone made her the leader of this operation. As long as she had time to deduce, she could create countless miracles. They had to get rid of this Wisdom Path Gu Immortal first. Chapter 1589. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Soul Explosion. Strength Path Giant Hand. Myriad Dragon. Feng Yuan used almost all his strength, attacking Fairy Myrtle fiercely. Fairy Myrtle laughed. "Feng Yuan, you are out of tricks." She also used killer moves of different types. Each move was exquisite. She blocked all of Feng Yuan's methods. There were even counters and counters. Feng Yuan's methods had been exposed for a long time. Fairy Myrtle had been collecting information. She made many deductions and created many methods to counter them. This was the terrifying aspect of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. But at this moment, Feng Yuan's killer moves were still somewhat useful. After all, his killer moves had been modified to deal with Fairy Myrtle's deductions. But in terms of Wisdom Path deductions, my attainment is still inferior to Fairy Myrtle. At this rate, one day, all of my methods will be completely countered by Fairy Myrtle. I will not be able to retaliate. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. His battle intent surged like fire, but his mind was as calm as ice. Fairy Myrtle smiled again. Her aura surged as she breathed out a mouthful of purple qi. The purple qi was as small as a baby's fist. It hit the immemorial year beast's forehead and entered its mind. Howl! The immemorial year beast howled in pain. It hugged its head as it lost its ability to fight. It fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. The variant human Gu Immortals controlling the Super Immortal formation were all stunned. Fairy Myrtle's battle strength was even higher than Chun Yi's. Earlier, she had not used her full strength, but now that she was truly using it, her beauty was unparalleled, her methods were shocking. Feng Yuan could not help but feel dejected. He still had 2 immemorial soul beasts. They were captured in Green Ghost Desert, but he did not want to let them out. Immemorial desolate beasts were often at a disadvantage against rank 8 Gu Immortals. It would be better if he had Wild Immortal Gu with him. Right now, facing these rank 8 experts of the Celestial Court, even immemorial desolate beasts with Wild Immortal Gu were not useful. Just like how Feng Yuan had subdued the 2 primordial soul beasts in battle, primordial desolate beasts posed little threat to Fairy Myrtle and company. I am the only one who knows this. The Celestial Court also had a lot of soul path methods to resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable back then. That was why he chose to release the Immemorial Year Beast. If we release the Immemorial Soul Beast, I'm afraid it will be even easier to deal with it. Feng Yuan felt immense pressure in his heart. This time, the enemy's lineup and strength were really too strong. Feng Yuan did not have the confidence to kill even the weakest Feng Jioga. Not to mention Fairy Myrtle and the others. They were all first-rate powerhouses among the rank 8s. Any one of them alone could make Feng Yuan suffer. Honestly speaking, Langya Blessed Land's strength was quite good. It had 3 rank 8 battle strength experts. This level already surpassed most of the super forces in the 5 regions. In the 5 regions, only the top super forces would have 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal. Southern Borders Gu Immortals, the number 1 righteous path force, Wu Clan. How could they be at the top for so long? For a period of time, Wu Clan had 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They maintained 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal to suppress the situation. Of course, Immortal Gu houses could not be left out. Many Immortal Gu houses had rank 8 battle strength. Langya Sect's current strength was equivalent to a super force. It even surpassed the average level. But compared to the Celestial Court, it was much weaker. The immemorial rock dragon was tightly restrained by Qin Yi. Heavenly Giant Solar struggled, but was at a disadvantage. Feng Jioga had been dealing with Feng Yuan's super immortal formation. The variant human Gu Immortals, inside the immortal formation, had formation path attainment far inferior to Feng Yuan. And even though Feng Jioga's separation song was powerful, it was countered by the immortal formation. Both sides were in a deadlock. Feng Yuan was dealing with Fairy Myrtle. He could not break out of the situation. This was fatal. Once Thunder Ghost True Monarch fails to find Wisdom Gu and returns to fight, unless the Land Spirit of Langya reveals a new trump card, Feng Yuan would taste defeat. Langya Blessed Land originates from Long Hair Ancestor. It might have a trump card. But now I cannot rely on this possibility. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Battlefield. Feng Yuan flew rapidly, getting close to Fairy Myrtle, as he used the newly created Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. Because of the soul explosion earlier, a large number of soul path Dao marks were left in the battlefield. Yama Battlefield quickly spread out. It took form in a breath of time. But even with such speed, Feng Yuan could not trap Fairy Myrtle. This Wisdom Path great expert sensed something amiss when Feng Yuan got close to her. She quickly retreated. Feng Yuan's Yama Battlefield was set up very quickly, in a breath of time. It had already left most of the immortal battlefield killer moves far behind. But this was enough time for Fairy Myrtle to escape. I failed. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He could not trap Fairy Myrtle. He had wasted a huge amount of immortal essence. But it was not a complete waste. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Jioge, who was in Yama battlefield. His killing intent surged. I will kill this person first. Feng Yuan had grasped the opportunity. His positioning was very good. If Fairy Myrtle had not retreated in time, he could have trapped both Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge at the same time. Yama battlefield was Feng Yuan's new method. Even if Fairy Myrtle wanted to break it, she would need some time. If Feng Yuan trapped Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge, only the Silver Giant, Ancient Rock Dragon, Qin-Yi, and the Super Immortal Formation were left in the battlefield. If Feng Jioge was trapped, the Super Immortal Formation would be released. If they reacted quickly, they might be able to destroy the Ancient Tree Prison and free the Ancient Rock Dragon. Qin-Yi could barely deal with the Silver Giant and Ancient Rock Dragon at close range. Adding on the Super Immortal Formation would be beyond his capabilities. If he could use this chance to heavily injure Qin-Yi, even if Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned to help, Lang Ye's side would be able to turn the tables. But now Feng Yuan could only trap Feng Jioge. On the battlefield, it would be the Super Immortal Formation and Fairy Myrtle restraining each other. All in all, even if Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned, they would be in a deadlock for the time being. After all, they had rank 8 battle strength, they had foundations, they would not collapse immediately. Thus, Feng Yuan's current goal was to kill Feng Jioge. He had to be fast, the faster the better. After killing Feng Jioge, Feng Yuan would dispel the Yama battlefield, then work with the Ancient Rock Dragon and the Silver Giant to deal with the 3 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Lang Ye's side would be in a much better situation. Therefore, Feng Jioge's point was still quite crucial. This is a Soul Path battlefield killer move, but it seems to contain Theft Path as well. Fairy Myrtle looked at the air in front of her. For the first time since the start of the battle, she frowned deeply. The immortal battlefield isolated the inside from the outside. Thankfully, Feng Yuan used it right in front of her, otherwise, she would not have been able to find the point where the Yama battlefield was placed in the void. But even if she found this point, Fairy Myrtle would find it troublesome to deduce with all her might. Because the Yama battlefield did not only have Soul Path profundity, it also used ghostly concealment. It was one with Yama Emperor's killer move. Chapter 1590. Rumble. The Super Immortal Formation activated, sending out countless lightning bolts towards Fairy Myrtle and Qin-Yi. Since the start of the battle, this Super Immortal Formation had either been suppressed by Feng Jioge and Fairy Myrtle, or it was in a deadlock with Feng Jioge. But now, it finally showed its power. Qin-Yi quickly defended himself, but he was in a sorry state. Land Spirit of Lang Ye saw the chance, and immediately moved the Silver Giant to resist the giant tree statue's attacks, while attacking the Ancient Tree Prison cage that trapped the Ancient Rock Dragon. Fairy Myrtle thought about it, and chose to attack the Super Immortal Formation. While deducing Yama's battlefield, she ignored Qin-Yi. Fairy Myrtle chose to play safe. If Feng Jioge fought against Feng Yuan right now, she might not help Feng Jioge immediately, because if Feng Jioge was really in trouble, she could reinforce him in time. But now that Yama's battlefield was isolated, Feng Jioge and Feng Yuan were fighting alone. This was very dangerous. Accidents could easily happen. Feng Jioge was equally important to the Celestial Court. In fact, he was even more important than Qin-Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch to the Celestial Court. Because Feng Jioge was the Tao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Myrtle naturally did not want anything to happen to Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, wanted Feng Jioge to die in front of him. Immortal Killer Move Yama Emperor. Immortal Killer Move Yama Child. Immortal Killer Move Soul Explosion. From the start, Feng Yuan attacked wildly. He transformed into the Yama Emperor, and the Yama army spread out, attacking Feng Jioge from all directions. At the same time, he mixed in soul explosions, beating Feng Jioge until his face was covered in dirt. In just a short while, blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. Good move. Feng Jioge felt an intense threat to his life. He also used a killer move. Immortal killer move, Yang Pass Tune. At the critical moment, he could not care less about the time limit of Yang Pass Tune's activation. With the help of the Yang Pass Tune, he dodged continuously, but in the Yama battlefield, he was greatly restricted, and the effect was not good. The son of Yama instead received an amplification, becoming even faster and more powerful. He charged forward without fear of death. No matter how hard Feng Jioge tried to dodge and move, he was unable to completely shake off these Yama. Immortal killer move Song Warrior. Immortal killer move Blue Jade Song. Immortal killer move Heaven and Earth Song. Immortal killer move Submission Song. Immortal killer move Separation Song. Four Song Warriors protected Feng Jioge, charging through the Son of Yama army, trying to get close to Feng Yuan. As the saying goes, to capture the bandits, one must first capture the leader. This battle tactic was simple and wise. Feng Yuan transformed into the Yama Emperor. Moving rapidly in the Yama battlefield, it was extremely easy for him to move around. Even though his enslavement path attainment was not high, he only knew how to surround and kill Feng Jioge with the Son of Yama. He could still do it well. After fighting for a while, Feng Jioge had a grim expression. Green Jade Song warriors often turn the Son of Yama into jade statues, causing them to shatter. But these Son of Yama were all brave. They were much harder to deal with than ancient desolate beasts. Heaven and Earth Song was not very effective in the Son of Yama battlefield. Separation Song could dismantle the immortal formation, but the immortal Gu used to activate and maintain the immortal battlefield were all inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, unlike immortal formations and immortal Gu houses that had Gu worms outside. Separation Song could not affect the inside of Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was useless. The submission song that Feng Jioge had high hopes for was the best method to counter enslavement path. It had once been used in the battle against Feng Yuan. But right now submission song was like the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Son of Yama would at most be affected in terms of movement, but it would not be countered by submission song. My Son of Yama uses Soul Beast modification and Soul Beast summoning methods from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It also uses ghostly concealment as the core. How can it be countered by your submission song? Feng Yuan sneered in his mind. Do I have to use assimilation wind song? Feng Jioge gritted his teeth. The battle strength that Feng Yuan displayed shocked him. Even though he was mentally prepared, when he was suppressed by Feng Yuan, Feng Jioge still felt some disbelief. How long had it been? Not long ago, Feng Jioge was still chasing Feng Yuan, chasing him from southern border to western desert. He was in a pathetic state. Feng Yuan's growth is too fast. This time, even if I cannot obtain wisdom Gu, I have to kill this person. Feng Jioge sighed in his mind. At the same time, he cancelled the idea of using assimilation wind song. Activating assimilation wind song was too dangerous. If he made a mistake, the first person to die would be Feng Jioge himself. Unless he had no other choice, Feng Jioge would not use assimilation wind song. Especially in such an intense battle, there were too many external disturbances. Moreover, my assimilation wind song has already been exposed. How can a crafty person like Feng Yuan not guard against me? Feng Jioge was very wary of Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment. This time, we have a strong formation. Fairy Myrtle is not trapped in this battlefield killer move. We definitely have the advantage in a frontal battle. I should wait for Lady Ziwei to deduce from the outside and destroy this immortal battlefield. That is the safest choice. After all, this immortal battlefield has soul path and theft path aura, but no time path aura. There is no need to worry about time. Feng Jioge used guerrilla tactics. He did not let Yama surround him. He believed in Fairy Myrtle's ability. He planned to defend and wait for reinforcements. Feng Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly. If Feng Jioge fought with him, he would fall into Feng Yuan's trap. He would be laughing in his sleep. But was Feng Jioge a foolish person? He could discern the situation clearly. He had a clear grasp of the battle situation. His wise choice of battle tactics made Feng Yuan sigh internally. It is a pity that even though I have time path methods and rank 8 time path immortal Gu years flow like water, I cannot fuse them into Yama Battlefield. Yama Battlefield was not a killer move that was used on Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body. It would suffer from conflicting Dao marks. Feng Yuan had always placed emphasis on balance between theft path and soul path Dao marks. But the conflicting Dao marks had already reached the limit. Adding time path Dao marks on top of this foundation was extremely difficult. Time path Battlefield had the ability to change the flow of time. It was different from the outside world, but Yama Battlefield did not have it. In fact, when Feng Yuan used some time path killer moves, as long as they were not theft path or soul path, they would be suppressed by the Immortal Battlefield's Dao marks. Immortal Battlefield's 3 extreme sounds. Feng Zhige's attacks did not stop. Yama Child could not get close. As soon as there were any casualties among the 4 first song soldiers, he would immediately replace them. But what made Feng Yuan clench his teeth the most was his Yang Pass tune. It allowed Feng Zhige to teleport. Even though this move was suppressed in the Immortal Battlefield, the distance it could teleport was limited. It could not leave Yama Battlefield. But Feng Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was not fast enough. At least compared to Feng Zhige, it was slow. Even though Yang Pass tune had a time limit, Feng Yuan could not afford to wait. He had to end the battle quickly. The earlier he killed Feng Zhige, the earlier he could reinforce the main battlefield. Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. Feng Yuan turned into Yama Emperor, then into a Yama Child, mixing into the army. Feng Zhige's heart shook. He increased the frequency of his teleportation. But Feng Yuan was in the dark while he was in the light. After fighting for a while, Feng Yuan found a chance to attack. Immortal Killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand. The Ghost Hand concealed itself, bypassing the defense of the 4 Song warriors, charging towards Feng Zhige. Feng Zhige was still using 3 extreme sounds. He was oblivious. Great Thief Ghost Hand entered Feng Zhige's immortal aperture and grabbed an immortal goo, holding it tightly as it quickly retreated. Oh no, fixed immortal travel immortal goo. Feng Zhige's eyes were wide open from shock at this sneak attack. He paled. He quickly turned around. Sound waves burst out from his body, sweeping towards the surroundings. Great Thief Ghost Hand was forced to reveal itself. He was about to attack Great Thief Ghost Hand, but Feng Yuan was already prepared. A large number of Yama children charged forward. Disregarding their lives, they protected Great Thief Ghost Hand and sent it into Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Chapter 1591. To think that one day, I would be able to obtain fixed immortal travel immortal goo again. Feng Yuan felt the immortal goo in Great Thief Ghost's hand as he sighed internally. Oh, it was raised to rank 7. It is indeed the same as what I deduced from the information. Feng Yuan was secretly happy. Even though he had the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, it could replace fixed immortal travel to some extent. But this method had many flaws. It required 4 goo immortals to use. Moreover, it wasn't as vast as the fixed immortal travel, which allowed one to teleport to anywhere in the world. Fixed immortal travel was raised to rank 7, but its form did not change. It was still rank 6. This goo struggled in Great Thief Ghost Hand, but Great Thief Ghost Hand did not budge, holding fixed immortal travel as it flew in the sovereign immortal aperture. It flew to many southern borders heaven-sealing mountain. Great Thief Ghost Hand opened its palm, and threw fixed immortal travel into the immortal formation in the mountain. This immortal formation used self-love and affection immortal goo as the core, along with many mortal goo. The main function was to cooperate with Great Thief Ghost Hand, to quickly refine stolen immortal goo. Even though Reverse Flow River could be used in this aspect. But during the battle, Reverse Flow River was already used as the core to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Feng Yuan had already tried using self-love and affection immortal goo to refine other people's immortal goo before. In his plan, he wanted to fuse self-love and affection immortal goo into Great Thief Ghost Hand, so that Great Thief Ghost Hand could refine immortal goo on the spot after stealing them. This seemed unnecessary, but it was not. If he could refine them on the spot, Great Thief Ghost Hand would not need to suppress the immortal goo and bring them back to Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. It could steal immortal goo continuously. Fixed immortal travel was immediately suppressed in Heaven Sealing Mountain. The refinement process did not require Feng Yuan's attention. He would be able to refine it quickly. Feng Yuan then looked at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge's face was filled with vigilance and seriousness. There was even a trace of disbelief in the depths of his eyes. Feng Yuan actually has such a method to directly steal other people's immortal goo? Even if it was hidden deep within the immortal aperture, it would still be affected. Did he obtain another thieving heaven's true inheritance? This kind of method made Feng Jioge feel a strong sense of threat. He didn't want to stop using the sound wave technique that had forced the great thief ghost hand to reveal itself. What a terrifying technique! If the core immortal goo of the killer move 3 extreme sound was stolen, wouldn't I have failed to activate the killer move and suffered a backlash, suffering heavy injuries? Feng Jioge felt a burst of relief, but at the same time, he felt a lingering fear. Feng Yuan also felt that it was a pity, but Great Thief Ghost Hand did not have the ability to choose. If it had coincidentally stolen the crucial immortal goo like how it dealt with Meng Tu, causing Feng Jioge to fail in activating the killer move, the battle situation would immediately change, and it would be possible to kill Feng Jioge quickly. Even though Feng Yuan succeeded, Feng Jioge was completely vigilant. He used Yang Pass Tune to move continuously, not staying in one place for long. At the same time, the sound wave technique was constantly activated, not caring about the huge expenditure of immortal essence. As for 3 extreme sound, Feng Jioge also stopped using it. He did not dare to use it again. He focused on dodging Yama's pursuit. After Feng Yuan was exposed, he used familiar face again to disguise himself as one of the Yama's children, getting close to Feng Jioge. This undoubtedly gave Feng Jioge even more mental pressure. But Feng Yuan was not having a good time either. Feng Jioge was too crafty. He moved around continuously using sound waves. Feng Yuan had no chance to take advantage of him. It seems that I have to work hard on the invisibility of Great Thief Ghost Hand in the future. Feng Jioge actually had a method to make Great Thief Ghost Hand appear. This was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. He could not help but think of Formless Hand. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature method could change between illusion and reality. If it replaced Great Thief Ghost Hand now, it would not need to fear any sound waves. Moreover, Formless Hand was extremely fast. Once it was used, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's opponents could only watch as Formless Hand approached and stole the immortal goo in their hands. They would feel so resentful and helpless that they wanted to vomit blood. Right now, Feng Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand only had a 10,000th of Formless Hand's power. But even so, it made the great Feng Jioge pale with fright. He panicked and fled everywhere. Feng Yuan forced Feng Jioge to flee everywhere, but he did not feel smug at all, because he was very clear that only by killing Feng Jioge quickly would they have a chance of winning this battle of Langya Blessed Land. But next, Feng Jioge did not leave any openings for Feng Yuan. He was also from the demonic path. Back then, he shocked the whole of Central Continent and challenged the 10 great ancient sects alone. He had rich battle experience. Time gradually passed. Feng Jioge's Yang Pass Tune's time limit was finally up. A chance. Feng Yuan was anxious and happy at the same time. He was anxious because he had wasted so much time, but Feng Jioge was still alive and kicking. He was happy because he finally showed an opening that was not an opening. Feng Jioge's heart sank. In the past, when facing enemies, his powerful attacks would cause the enemy to collapse. Ever since he became famous, he had never encountered a situation where he was chased down by a rank 7 Gu immortal. Right now, he was at a disadvantage against Feng Yuan. He finally realized one of his shortcomings, that was his mobility. Now that Yang Pass Tune had ended, Feng Jioge's speed fell sharply. He was soon surrounded by Yama children. He could no longer dodge as nimbly as before. Feng Jioge had no choice but to defend. His killer move was fierce. It resisted the attacks of Yama children from all directions. Feng Yuan hid among them. His disguise was perfect. Great Thief Ghost Hand was ready to attack. He was waiting for a flaw to appear in Feng Jioge's defense. But right at this time, the whole Yama battlefield started to rumble. It started to shake slightly. Oh no! Feng Yuan's expression changed. Lady Ziwei must have made a move. Feng Jioge was overjoyed. Yama battlefield was shaking more and more intensely. Fairy Myrtle had not made a move yet. But once she did, there was a miraculous effect. A lot of time has passed. Fairy Myrtle actually deduced how Yama battlefield works. She is so fast. No, at this rate, Yama battlefield cannot last for 30 breaths. I need to win quickly. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. I was going to leave this method for Fairy Myrtle and the rest, but I will use it on you first. Time waits for no man. If Yama battlefield was destroyed, Feng Yuan would not even have the chance to kill Feng Jioge. Thus, he quickly made up his mind and used his trump card. Immortal Killer Move Soul Explosion. It was still a soul explosion method, but Feng Yuan was not detonating ordinary Yama children. He was detonating immemorial Yama children. Feng Yuan had 2 immemorial soul beasts to begin with. During this period of close cultivation, he modified these 2 immemorial soul beasts into Yama children. These 2 Yama children were naturally different from others. Feng Yuan had been hiding them for so long. He finally used them. Ancient Yama Child Soul Explosion was only a peak rank 7 killer move. Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion was naturally at rank 8 level. Even though Feng Yuan did not succeed in deducing Luo Pasil, he still had a rank 8 offensive method hidden in his hands. Boom! Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion. It blew up Feng Jioge. Crack. On a certain shore of Central Continent, Feng Kim Hong was suddenly stunned. The cup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Duke Long looked over with a questioning gaze. Chapter 1592. He did not die. What immortal goo is this? Feng Yuan's eyes opened wide as he looked at Feng Jioge, who was floating in the air. Feng Jioge's 7 orifices were bleeding from the impact, but his body was covered in a thin layer of light armor. This light armor protected his life, allowing him to survive the immemorial Yama's soul explosion. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Fate Armor. Feng Jioge coughed. The corners of his mouth cracked as blood flowed out. Feng Yuan's expression was grim. This was the first time he had seen Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Even though Feng Jioge had used it once in the River of Time, Feng Yuan had only framed Feng Jioge and sent him into the River of Time. He did not see it personally. Thus, Feng Yuan did not know of Fate Armor Immortal Goo's existence. Precisely because of this, he miscalculated. Celestial Quartz Foundation. Feng Yuan smiled helplessly, but at the next moment, he roused his fighting spirit, staring at Feng Jioge with malicious intent. This Fate Armor Immortal Goo can protect you once. Can it protect you a second time? Feng Yuan still had immemorial Yama in his possession. Feng Jioge's expression was pale as paper. His injuries were severe. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Cough cough, you can try. I'm not afraid to tell you. Fate Armor Immortal Goo's effect is defense. It can be strong or weak according to fate. If it hits me, I should not have died. Fate Armor Immortal Goo can defend against any killer move in the world. If it hits me, I should have died long ago. Fate Armor's effect would be inferior to a thin piece of paper. Fate. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he spat out the name of an immortal goo. You guessed right, it is related to Fate Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge nodded inside. If Fate Immortal Goo was destroyed, Fate would no longer be able to restrict the people of the world. Fate Armor's effect would be greatly reduced. It would be restricted by its rank. Rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Goo had rank 8 defensive power. But now, Fate was only injured and not completely destroyed. Fate still existed and restricted all living beings in the world. This allowed Fate Armor Immortal Goo to display defensive power that surpassed rank 8. My reverse flow protection seal is already a tortoise shell. But this Fate Armor Immortal Goo seems to be even more of a tortoise shell than mine. Feng Yuan's heart shook, but his attacks became even fiercer. Feng Jioge channeled his Fate Armor with all his might. The consumption of his immortal essence was extremely intense, but he could still hold on for a period of time. Because he had received Fairy Myrtle's help for this trip to Langya Blessed Land, his immortal essence reserves were extremely abundant. Rumble! Right at this time, there was a loud sound. A purple star river appeared in Yama battlefield. The star river expanded and revealed the scene of Langya Blessed Land. So fast! Yama battlefield was destroyed by Fairy Myrtle at a much faster speed than Feng Yuan had expected. Feng Yuan grunted. It was his turn to bleed. Yama battlefield collapsed. He had to bear the backlash of this killer move. Since Fairy Myrtle gave Fate Armor Immortal Goo to Feng Jioge, her intentions were not simple. Once Fate Armor Immortal Goo was activated, the Celestial Court would sense it. Back then in the River of Time, Lord Huangshi used Fate Armor to locate Feng Jioge and save his life. Right now, Fairy Myrtle had already seen through Yama battlefield. She was about to break it. At this time, Fate Armor Immortal Goo acted as a spy. Fairy Myrtle's progress in breaking through Yama battlefield accelerated. An opening was instantly created. Wisdom path deductions were always difficult at the beginning. Like earlier, all the Wisdom Path Goo immortals in the world tried to deduce Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan used Wisdom Path to defend himself. As long as his defense was not broken, they could not do anything. Eastern Sea's 3 Wisdom Path Goo immortals, Huan, were also helpless. He was instead countered by Feng Yuan. At the start, Yama battlefield was round. It was not easy to break through. But now that an opening was created, the most difficult part was achieved. The difficulty from now on fell. Swish, swish, endless sounds could be heard. Purple star rivers tore through the sky, tearing Yama battlefield into pieces. Boom. With an explosion, Yama battlefield collapsed completely. Feng Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. A large number of mortal goo in his immortal aperture died. The related immortal goo were also injured. Feng Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. He was still in Yama Emperor state. Be careful. He has a method to steal immortal goo from the immortal aperture. Feng Jioge escaped. He barely managed to fly towards Fairy Myrtle. Once he came out, he reported the information of this battle to all his comrades. It's you. Chun-Yi was the first to speak. His eyes were wide open as he shouted angrily. He recognized that Feng Yuan was the one who fought him in Green Ghost Desert, the one who stole Qing Chao's Soul Beast token immortal goo. Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He did not succeed in killing Feng Jioge. Fate Armor Immortal Goo completely destroyed his hope. Even worse, the information regarding Yama Emperor and Great Thief Ghost Hand was exposed. The enemies knew about it. This was something Feng Yuan had been trying to avoid. Since the start of the battle, he had been suppressing this trump card. He did not use it easily. He was hoping to use this trump card in the battlefield to kill strong enemies. Then use Yama battlefield to kill people and conceal himself, trying to hide the information. Unfortunately, things did not go according to his wishes. Feng Yuan did not kill a single person before this trump card was exposed. Feng Yuan, you really want the world to be in chaos. Lu Guanyi is you. Swan Bujin is also you. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with purple light. She deduced Feng Yuan's plan at the next moment. So that's it. You want to control Green Ghost Desert and collect soul cores, using Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. It is a pity that Dang Hun Mountain is already destroyed. No, it is very orderly. You definitely have a method to restore Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. This Fairy Myrtle was indeed a Wisdom Path great expert. She deduced so many of Feng Yuan's secrets in an instant. Fairy Myrtle was also afraid. To think that Feng Yuan has such a method, he can actually steal immortal goo from other people's immortal apertures. Fortunately, Great Thief Ghost Hand is much weaker than Formless Hand. It does not have the ability to steal immortal goo. If he had stolen the crucial immortal goo and caused Feng Jioge's killer move activation to fail, he would have suffered a backlash, and Feng Jioge would have immediately activated Fate Armor. If that happened, it would be a problem if he could last until I unravel this immortal battlefield. Great Thief Ghost Hand can steal rank 8 immortal goo. Fortunately, it did not steal Fate Armor. Otherwise, would Feng Jioge still be alive? Feng Jioge is indeed a Dao Guardian. His luck is strong. He is not suppressed by Feng Yuan's luck. However, Fairy Myrtle's gaze was eerie as she stared at Feng Yuan. This demon actually stole fixed immortal travel. This is enough to show that his luck is also excellent, even though he could not kill Feng Jioge. Ever since Fate Immortal Goo was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, although it was not destroyed, its power had fallen greatly. Afterwards, Giant Sun Immortal rose up and created Luck Path. As long as fate did not recover, Luck Path's power would remain this strong. Feng Yuan's Luck Path attainment level was not high. He did not have any powerful offensive killer moves in Luck Path, but Luck Path methods had been assisting him. For example, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Boom boom boom. Explosions resounded endlessly. Both sides fought again, falling into a chaotic battle. Feng Jioge lost his battle strength for a moment. He was protected by Fairy Myrtle. Feng Yuan also could not do anything to Chun Yi's ancient tree prison cage killer move. He could only use the Super Immortal Formation and Heavenly Giant Solar to fight against Chun Yi and Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle started to display the battle strength of a rank 8 expert. Her killer moves were exquisite, even above Chun Yi. Chun Yi inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, while Fairy Myrtle cultivated Star Constellation's True Inheritance. It was not that Genesis Lotus True Inheritance could not compare to Star Constellation's True Inheritance, but Star Constellation's True Inheritance was Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path killer moves were complex and used up a lot of mental energy. Feng Yuan still had an immemorial Yama child. Yama Emperor and Great Thief Ghost Hand were exposed. They were targeted by Fairy Myrtle and the rest. They did not let down their guard. Immortal killer moves surrounded them as they bombarded the surroundings. Once Feng Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand got close, it would be exposed by the explosions. There was no chance at all. In fact, Chun Yi and Fairy Myrtle's investigative methods were very exquisite. Feng Yuan was worried that Great Thief Ghost Hand would be exposed. He rarely used it. The more he used it, the more flaws there would be. Especially in front of Fairy Myrtle. The more information he exposed, the higher the chance of her deductions being exposed. Rumble. Chapter 1593. Once Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned to the battlefield, the expressions of both sides changed. Celestial Court's immortals showed joy on their faces, while Feng Yuan and the rest had grim expressions. Both sides were locked in battle. At this moment, Celestial Court gained a rank 8 battle strength expert. And it was also a top-tier expert. It had a huge impact on the battle. But Thunder Ghost True Monarch's report made Fairy Myrtle's gaze turn dark. What? We did not find Wisdom Goo. Even though Wisdom Goo was refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the refinement process was also recorded in Star Constellation's True Inheritance. Fairy Myrtle had a lot of knowledge about it. But Fairy Myrtle did not know that Wisdom Goo had the ability to chase information path environments. Wisdom Goo is wild. Did they tame it and refine it? Or did they destroy it? Or do they have a way to resist the light of wisdom and teleport Wisdom Goo away? Thoughts flashed in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Thoughts flashed like lightning. She stood up, looking at the silver giant Heavenly Giant Solar before turning to Feng Yuan shouting, "Hand over Wisdom Goo. I will allow you to surrender." Celestial Court's main goal in this attack was rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Even Feng Yuan's problem was secondary. Immortal Goo were unique and hard to refine. Rank 9 Immortal Goo stood at the top of the pyramid. In the current 5 regions, in the entire world, there were less than 10 rank 9 Immortal Goo. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo was simply too huge of a boost to Celestial Court. It was only inferior to Fate Goo. Ignoring everything else, just Fairy Myrtle alone, with her Wisdom Path attainment and Star Constellation chessboard's help, she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the world. Once she obtained the rank 9 Wisdom Goo and refined it using Star Constellation chessboard, she would become the number 1 Wisdom Path great expert in the world. She would be able to see through all the profundities of Wisdom Path in the universe. She would stand at the peak, far surpassing the second strongest person. She would have unimaginable deduction ability. Not to mention that Feng Yuan had Yama Emperor. Even if he had rank 8 level Wisdom Path methods, he could not defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Only rank 9 could do so. But how many rank 9 level Wisdom Path methods were there? At least in Feng Yuan's Langya True Inheritance and Spectral Soul True Inheritance, there were no such records. Surrender? The hairy man Gu Immortal's heart shook. The land spirit of Langya roared furiously. Surrender my ass. In my Langya blessed land, there are only hairy men who die standing. There are no slaves who kneel to live. Fang Yuan was curious. I am a complete otherworldly demon. Your celestial court can forgive me for wisdom goo? Fairy Myrtle smiled proudly. So what if it's a complete otherworldly demon? The predecessors of our celestial court already knew of the existence of otherworldly demons. We had recruited otherworldly demons before. It was just that it was not recorded in human history. Zhao Lianyan is the best example. Fang Yuan, the celestial court is much more magnanimous than you imagine. Even if you are a complete otherworldly demon, even if you have spring autumn cicada, spectral soul true inheritance, and so on, as long as you turn over a new leaf and return to the righteous path, contributing the sovereign immortal aperture, and fusing with the celestial court, you will be a member of the celestial court. According to the celestial court's rules, everyone will be treated equally. Saying this, Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He sneered coldly, but Chun Yi had a complex expression. His gaze was filled with bewilderment and jealousy. Chun Yi believed Fairy Myrtle's words, because the celestial court's rules were like this. No matter what your background is, as long as you return to the righteous path and join the celestial court, contributing your immortal aperture, you will be a member of the celestial court. There would be no discrimination. But how hard is it to join the celestial court? I, Chun Yi, have worked hard for most of my life. I was diligent, because my battle strength reached the standard, and because I inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, I was able to join the celestial court. How many years has he Fang Yuan cultivated for? He committed murder and arson, causing trouble everywhere. But now that he has turned over a new leaf, he can actually join the celestial court. At once, Chun Yi lost his composure. He felt that it was unfair. He even felt a little wronged. But Thunder Ghost True Monarch's expression did not change. Back then, the celestial court had also recruited another person. This person slaughtered the world. The harm he caused was much greater than Fang Yuan. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became rank 9, the celestial court had tried to recruit him many times. Even after becoming rank 9, they tried to recruit him once. The celestial court is the celestial court of humanity. Fang Yuan, you have incredible talent. With your rank 7 cultivation time, you were able to evade the celestial court for such a long time. It is enough to prove that you have the qualifications to join the celestial court. I can guarantee this with my life. If you join the celestial court today, not only will you keep your life, you can also continue to cultivate and be a carefree Gu immortal. Thunder Ghost True Monarch said. Fang Yuan. At once, the hairy man Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan worriedly. Even Gu immortal's 6th hair was the same. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. For rank 9 wisdom Gu, you let me go and tried to recruit me. Rank 9 wisdom Gu is indeed very important to you. Then let me put it another way. If you do not let us go today, I will destroy wisdom Gu in front of you. Your plan will fail. Stubborn fool. How can the righteous path tolerate threats? How can the mighty celestial court be threatened? Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was furious. She charged at Fang Yuan. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan barely fought against Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder rumbled and air currents surged. Oh, that means wisdom Gu is with you? Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. She also attacked. Fang Yuan was suppressed by Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Fairy Myrtle. He was immediately suppressed. He could only use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist. He could not retaliate. He secretly transmitted to Land Spirit of Langya. First Supreme Elder, this is urgent. If you have any methods, don't use them now. It will be too late for regrets. Land Spirit of Langya roared. Forget it. I will let you taste the true power of Langya Blessed Land. The moment he said that, the entire sea surface of Langya Blessed Land started to bubble. It was bubbling. It was as if the entire sea was boiling. Countless refinement path Dao marks shined with Dao mark light. Be they Gu immortals or mortals, they could see it with their naked eyes. The aura of an immortal killer move surged like a huge tornado. It engulfed the whole of Langya Blessed Land. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were not spared. They were all hit. What is this? The expressions of Chun Yi and the rest changed. All sorts of defensive methods on their bodies shined with dazzling light. They were activated. The mysterious killer move was extremely powerful. Even Feng Yuan was hit. Countless ripples appeared on reverse flow protection seal. Quick, come to me. Land Spirit of Lengia transmitted. He controlled the silver giant and flew towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan successfully fused into the heavenly giant solar formation. This was not his first time participating in this ancient battle formation. What move is this? Feng Yuan's face flashed with surprise and joy. This move used by Land Spirit of Lengia was extremely powerful. The four immortals of Celestial Court defended with all their might. They did not attack. Lengia Land Spirit smiled bitterly. This is the strongest refinement path killer move, omnipresent 4Cs, that my main body comprehended from killing a water path great expert while I was still alive. This move expends seawater intensely. I will not use it unless I need to refine a rank 8 immortal goo. If I use it against enemies now, it can only last a few dozen breaths of time. Feng Yuan observed carefully. He saw that Lengia Blessed Land's sea level was falling rapidly. A huge amount of seawater was expended to activate this killer move omnipresent 4Cs. Feng Yuan immediately realized. So Lengia Blessed Land's terrain was meticulously designed. The 3 continents are floating in the sea. This seawater is not simple. It is the refinement path foundation of Lengia Blessed Land. It is extremely precious. Feng Yuan looked at the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, sighing. It is a pity that this refinement path killer move does not differentiate between friend and foe, otherwise we would have the upper hand. Actually, omnipresent 4C's killer move's power could be limited to a certain place, but this place needed to be set up with a corresponding immortal formation to draw the killer move's power and refine goo. And this immortal formation was none other than Long Hair Ancestors' refinement path formation. It was used to refine Myriad Self for Feng Yuan. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals would not fall for such an obvious trap. In this situation, Land Spirit of Lengia had no choice but to use this move to its fullest extent. Its power spread all over Lengia Blessed Land. But this way, Feng Yuan's super immortal formation would also be attacked by omnipresent 4Cs. Thankfully, Land Spirit of Lengia was prepared. The silver giant rushed over and dismantled the immortal formation, retrieving the immortal goo, while keeping the variant human goo immortals of the other 3 races into the silver giant's body. What do we do now? Feng Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Lengia and asked. He had a feeling that Lengia Blessed Land had other trump cards. Chapter 1594. Land Spirit of Lengia had a pained expression. He looked at the falling sea level, frowning deeply. His heart was bleeding. This seawater looked ordinary, but it was not. It was refined water created by Long Hair Ancestor in his later years. Right now there was only one sea. If there were 4 seas, he could use a secret method to cause a qualitative change, creating a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because of this, Lengia Blessed Land had been placed in Crescent Lake for a long time. Using the water path environment and immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer, moved to attract water path calamities and tribulations, adding water path Tao marks to Lengia Blessed Land. But now, in order to resist Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, Lengia Blessed Land's accumulation was being expended rapidly. After this battle, it would all be used up. Aha! Land Spirit of Lengia roared, leading the hairy man Gu Immortals to activate Heavenly Giant Solar. The silver giant charged over, using immortal killer moves one after another, attacking the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. The attacks were fierce. They were all at rank 8 level. At once, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could not retaliate. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor broke. She curled up into a ball. Chen Yi and Fairy Myrtle coughed out blood. Feng Jioge was in a worse state. His face was pale as paper. He gritted his teeth, relying on Fate Armor Immortal Gu to hold on. Absolute 4Cs was a refinement path killer move. It used all of the refinement path Tao marks in Lengia Blessed Land. This was the accumulation of Long Hair Ancestors' entire life. This move did not differentiate between friend and foe. Feng Yuan would be hit if he was inside, but the hairy men could move freely. In the end, It was because the hairy men had refinement path Dao marks. And the killer moves that Langya land spirit and the rest used were all refinement path killer moves. They were amplified by omnipresent 4Cs. Each of their attacks were powerful and ferocious. They were at the level of a first-rate rank 8 killer move. As for the silver giant, it could move freely too, because this was an ancient battle formation. It was not an immortal goo house. Heavenly giant solar differed from person to person. Right now, the hairy man goo immortals were working together to activate the refinement path giant. Precisely so, Feng Yuan, and the variant human goo immortals of the other 3 races, did not participate in the attack. If he were to make a move, he would be suppressed by the omnipresent 4Cs. Kill them all. Langya's foundation is indeed unfathomable. The variant human goo immortals of the 3 races gasped in shock, but Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he said to Land Spirit of Langya. First Supreme Elder, you used your full strength. Even though your attacks were fierce, you cannot end the battle in one go. 4C all-encompassing can't be maintained for long. Time is limited. What other tricks do you have? If you don't use them now, I know you shut up. The Land Spirit of Langya roared angrily. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it bared its teeth. Its expression was fierce, and its heart was restless. On the battlefield, even though it had the upper hand, the 4 immortals of Celestial Court could not be killed. They were like reefs on the shore. No matter how strong the waves were, they would not budge. After more than 10 breaths of time, even though the silver giant unleashed an unprecedented attack, the 4 immortals of Celestial Court were still alive, while the seawater in Langya Blessed Land had already dried up. Not a single drop of water was left. An ugly seabed was exposed. It is time for us to retaliate. Thunder Ghost True Monarch breathed in deeply. She had a sinister smile on her face, as she condensed a black armor on her body. As expected of long-hair ancestors' remnant. Chunyi sighed as he healed himself. His injuries were recovering rapidly. The Goo Immortals of Celestial Court also had deep foundation. They withstood the Silver Giant's attack, and only suffered some minor injuries. You forced me to do this. Seeing that the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were getting closer, the Land Spirit of Langya muttered. It suddenly roared. Come if you have a death wish. Since the 4Cs could not defeat the enemy, the Land Spirit of Langya used another trump card. Rumble. With a thunderous sound, a bewitching red light burst out, covering the whole of Langya Blessed Land in an instant. This is. The expressions of the 4 immortals of Celestial Court changed. They were extremely shocked. Be it the scheming fairy Myrtle, the Thunder Ghost True Monarch who had fought Spectral Soul, Chinyi who had great authority and led a sect, or the talented Feng Jioga. None of them had a trace of calmness on their faces. Feng Yuan was also stunned. A scene from his memories surfaced in his mind. He blurted out. Steal life? The other hairy man Goo Immortals were confused. They did not know what this trump card was. The Land Spirit of Langya looked at Feng Yuan in surprise. That's right. This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 8 Steal Life Immortal Goo. You know about it too? Feng Yuan's heart shook. The Land Spirit of Langya actually had Steal Life Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan knew about Steal Life Goo. It was in Thieving Heaven's dream realm. To think that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left this immortal goo to long-hair ancestor. Defend. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court used all their strength to defend themselves. The nervousness in their hearts was hundreds, if not thousands of times greater than before, because they could tell that this was the red light emitted by Steal Life Immortal Goo. At the next moment, the red light that filled the sky suddenly shrunk. It was like countless arrows that were shot out before returning to the bow. What the red light took away was none other than the lifespan of all living beings. In the blink of an eye, Feng Jioga turned from a handsome young man to an old man with white hair and a wrinkled face. Fairy Myrtle coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her face was filled with wrinkles. Chunyi was also in a sorry state. His fine black hair was broken and flying everywhere. Thunder Ghost True Monarch held her chest. She originally had the appearance of a young girl, delicate like a flower, but after the red light retracted, she had turned into an old woman. Her hair was white and her eyes were blurry. She was extremely weak. She opened her mouth and breathed with difficulty. She did not have many teeth left. Good. Seeing this, Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Even though the Gu immortals of Celestial Court were strong, most of them were hibernating in the immortal graveyard. They would not wake up unless absolutely necessary. Because they had used almost all of their lifespan extension methods, their lifespan was limited. They would die of old age before long. But now Land Spirit of Langia used Steel Life Immortal Gu. It targeted this weakness and killed the 4 Gu immortals of Celestial Court. It grasped the weakness of the Gu immortals of Celestial Court. However, Land Spirit of Langia is only using Steel Life Immortal Gu. It is not a killer move. It only has one effect. The methods that Celestial Court Gu immortals use in an emergency have defensive properties, but they cannot defend against it completely. Also, this Steel Life Gu does not differentiate between friend and foe. Even the Silver Giant could not defend against it. Our Gu immortals were all hit. Feng Yuan looked at himself. He had a head full of white hair. He looked old. But it did not matter. He had over 4,000 years of lifespan Gu. After using many of them, he returned to his young appearance. As for the other variant human Gu immortals, they had much longer lifespans than humans. Even without lifespan extension methods, they could hold on. Even the hairy men and mortals could hold on. This was also the reason why Land Spirit of Langia had kept Steel Life Immortal Gu with him, only using it now. No matter how strong the Gu immortals of Celestial Court are, so what? We will fight them to the death. First Supreme Elder, use Steel Life again. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. He urged Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia smiled bitterly. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was afraid this Steel Life Immortal Gu would bring disaster to the world. Even though he left it with my main body, he set up a method that can only be used 3 times before it self-destructs. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has such a merciful heart? The variant human Gu immortals were extremely shocked. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, thought of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. He understood. Whether it is twice or thrice, if we don't use it now, when will we? Feng Yuan urged again. Land Spirit of Langia nodded firmly, activating Steel Life Immortal Gu again. In the blink of an eye, the red light flickered. Ah! Thunder Ghost True Monarch sighed weakly. To think that I, Jing Lan, would actually die here. She forcefully opened her eyes, but she was too powerless. Her eyelids slowly closed. The whole of Langia blessed land shook intensely. The visible refinement path Dao marks that were shining with Dao mark light were all destroyed by the explosion. The refinement path Dao marks that were close to the explosion also decreased in number. The remaining ones were dim and without light. At the center of the explosion, it was empty. Only several Gu immortals were floating in the air like ants. Cough cough cough. The surviving variant human Gu immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. They had great battle strength. They coughed and spat out blood. They were in a pathetic state. Land Spirit of Langia was even more illusory. It was ethereal like a bubble. It was on the verge of dissipating. Only Feng Yuan was unharmed. His expression was ashen. He was covered in reverse flow protection seal. He was also extremely weak. Because of this attack, reverse flow river in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had expended 10% of its total volume. As expected of the rank 8 expert, who once resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even if she dies, she can retaliate. This move condensed all of her lightning path Dao marks into her heart and exploded. The power was terrifying. But after the battle, there were no lightning path Dao marks at all. This means that she had already used her lightning path Dao marks to their limits. She definitely has lightning path Great Grandmaster attainment level. In Feng Yuan's mind, thoughts flashed like lightning. Even though he was not injured, his losses were not light. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final attack was definitely at quasi-rank 9 level. When the explosion occurred, the Silver Giant blocked it first. After the Silver Giant collapsed, Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal blocked it. Even so, reverse flow river had lost 10% of its total volume. Reverse flow river had been supporting reverse flow protection seal. It was not inexhaustible. Fang Yuan had used it many times. He only had 60% left now. Fang Yuan's situation was still all right, but the others were in terrible states. The silver giant collapsed, the killer move's backlash, along with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final lightning explosion killer move. More than half of the variant human Gu immortals died on the spot. Their corpses and souls dissipated. Only their immortal apertures remained. The remaining immortals were all injured. They had fearful expressions. Some were even dazed from the explosion. They had no expression on their faces now. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's explosion could be said to have dealt a huge blow to the variant human alliance. Protect Land Spirit of Langia with all your strength. We have Steel Life Gu. We can still fight. Fang Yuan reminded loudly. He flew towards Land Spirit of Langia and protected him. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to control the situation. That's right, we still have Steel Life Immortal Gu. The battle had reached the most crucial moment. At this time, Land Spirit of Langia knew that it was not the time to vent his anger and sadness. He immediately activated Steel Life Immortal Gu for the second time. Quickly attack. Fairy Myrtle and Chunny rushed over. Seeing that Steel Life Immortal Gu was about to be activated again, how could they not be anxious? Immortal Killer Move Karma Divine Tree. Chen Yi's body shook fiercely as countless wisps of green smoke curled up and gathered into a huge divine tree. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle attacked fiercely. Immortal Killer Move. Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. She directly used her strongest offensive method. The will of sorrow spread rapidly. There was no light or shadow, but the variant human Gu immortals around Land Spirit of Langia twitched. They subconsciously clutched their chests. Their eyes rolled back as they died mysteriously. Sixth Hair. Fang Yuan called out. Fairy Myrtle's attack could not be defended against. Sixth Hair had barely survived the lightning explosion. He was already heavily injured. Now that he was hit by Fairy Myrtle's desperate attack, he could not hold on any longer. He died. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Even though he was unharmed, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's reverse flow river fell by another 10%. This meant that Fairy Myrtle's killer move was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's self-detonation after death. No! Save me! Land Spirit of Langia roared. He grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and used a defensive killer move to resist Fairy Myrtle's attack. Fang Yuan looked at him, but there was nothing he could do, because Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only protect him alone. It could not spread to Land Spirit of Langia. First Supreme Elder. You cannot use Steel Life Immortal Gu at the same time. Right now, there is only one solution. That is to move the whole of Langia Blessed Land into my immortal aperture. Only then will we have a chance of survival. Fang Yuan urged with great sincerity, but Land Spirit of Langia rejected him. He stared at Fang Yuan with wide-open eyes. No, this won't work. I can still fight. Bam! At the next moment, he reached his limit. His defensive methods were all broken. His body exploded into countless fragments. He died on the spot. I killed him. Fairy Myrtle saw this and relaxed. She almost fainted on the spot. Nothing as greater sorrow had huge repercussions. Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly in her heart. After this activation, she did not know how long she would need to recuperate. Land Spirit of Langia, damn it! Fang Yuan frowned as he cursed. But I have not lost all my chances. Maybe. At the next moment, at the place where Land Spirit of Langia died, another figure appeared. He had a white beard and white eyebrows. It was the previous white-haired Land Spirit of Langia. Langia Blessed Land had two obsessions. There were also two land spirits. The black-haired land spirit was killed. The white-haired land spirit appeared again. What? A second land spirit of Langia has appeared. Fairy Myrtle frowned. She was not unaware of this secret. But she was confident in nothing as greater sorrow. She felt that the two land spirits were one, and could be eliminated together. But the truth was in front of her. Langia Blessed Land's profundity far surpassed her estimation. Even though Fairy Myrtle could still use nothing as greater sorrow, she did not have enough time. And could ordinary methods kill the land spirit of Langia that was protected by Fang Yuan? Fairy Myrtle was not flustered. Her lips curled up as she turned from offense to defense, protecting her companion. Her companion was Chen Yi. On the Karma Divine tree that Chun-Yi was activating, there was already a huge fruit growing. There is cause and effect. If there is an effect, I will destroy the cause. Chun-Yi shouted as he stretched out his right arm, grabbing this fruit and squeezing it. Guh. The fruit was instantly crushed. The purple fruit juice was like poison. It splattered on Chun-Yi's face and body. Zzz. Intense pain assaulted him. Chun-Yi screamed as his face and body were corroded by the fruit juice. His flesh started to rot. In a few breaths of time, his muscles melted, revealing his white bones. Chun-Yi paid such a huge price. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death to forcefully activate Karma Divine Tree. He naturally had a motive. Land Spirit of Langya's expression changed. He said solemnly, "Steel Life Immortal Gu was actually destroyed by them." Sigh. Feng Yuan sighed deeply, urging again. "The only thing we can do now is to fuse Langya Blessed Land into my..." Before he finished speaking, the white-hair Land Spirit of Langya interrupted him. "No need, my Langya Blessed Land still has a trump card. This is the agreement between my main body and Giant Sun Immortal. If the Blessed Land is in danger of destruction in the future, we can ask Longevity Heaven for help and Giant Sun's descendants will help. Meanwhile, my Blessed Land will fuse with Longevity Heaven. We will be its subordinates and have equal status." Saying so, an immortal door opened in the depths of the Blessed Land. A few breaths of time later, the legendary immemorial desolate beast Maoli Chiu was the first to charge. It broke through the layers of soil and charged towards them. Behind it, there were several Gu immortals. They all had rank 8 auras, and were approaching with great momentum. Langya Blessed Land is already the territory of my Longevity Heaven. Celestial Court, your claws are longer than my Maoli Chiu. I will chop them off today, ha ha ha. Feng Yuan is here too. Kill him and take revenge for the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. We also need to take back the Luck Path True Inheritance. At once reinforcements arrived. The situation was completely overturned. Sigh. Feng Yuan let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, "It is time to retreat." Chapter 1596. First Supreme Elder. What do you have to say? Longevity Heaven's people were filled with malice towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan retreated as he stared at Land Spirit of Langya and questioned. Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly. He did not show any respect to Feng Yuan. "I have not settled the score with you yet. You had ulterior motives and added fuel to the fire, causing black hair to make mistakes again and again. Haven't you gained enough benefits in this period of time?" Land Spirit of Langya turned hostile. Feng Yuan's expression turned grim. "Are you not afraid of the alliance agreement? Back then, black hair made the alliance agreement with you, not me." Land Spirit of Langya immediately replied. As expected, Feng Yuan sighed internally. The white-haired Land Spirit's choice was already very clear. Feng Yuan had already guessed it, but now, he confirmed it with Land Spirit of Langya's words. "Feng Yuan, where are you going?" Saying so, Maoli Chiu pounced and slapped Feng Yuan with its huge claws. Boom! A huge force surged. Feng Yuan was sent flying like a meteor, crashing into the dry seabed. Even though Feng Yuan was in a sorry state, he was unharmed. Maoli Chiu, however, gritted its teeth and waved its claws, cursing. "This reverse flow river is really annoying. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, come and fight." A burly man with a full beard shouted. He was 8 feet tall and had a stocky build. He had an imposing aura. There was another Gu Immortal, a little girl with a large pink flower on her head. She sat on the burly man's shoulder and giggled. Her pink face was innocent and romantic. Her eyes were bright as she stared at Fairy Myrtle. These 2 Gu Immortals had rank 8 cultivation level, but they did not attack Feng Yuan. They went straight for Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Leaving her alive would increase the risk to Longevity Heaven. She had to be eliminated first. Ox Demon Flower Lady, you two are here too. Fairy Myrtle's eyes narrowed. She had recognized the newcomers, and a grave look flashed across her face. Ha ha ha, if you Ziwei can wake up and move around, why would the two of us care about our lives? The boorish Ox Demon laughed wildly. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions ensued. Ox Demon and Hanako had forced Fairy Myrtle to retreat. Fairy Myrtle did not have much time left to live. Fortunately, she had the true inheritance of Constellation to protect her. After enduring 2 lifesteal attacks, she was in a bad state. On the other hand, Longevity Heaven had expended its resources and sent the Ox Devil and Flower Lady to fight. It was in perfect condition and firmly held the upper hand. Fairy Myrtle defended against the enemy's attacks as she observed the entire battlefield. When she saw Mao Li Qiu send Fang Yuan flying, she suddenly reminded, "Be careful, Fang Yuan has rank 7 fixed immortal travel. Don't let him escape." Even if Longevity Heaven wanted to kill her, she was still calm and did not let her emotions get to her head. She had never forgotten her objective of taking Fang Yuan's life. Mao Li Qiu frowned. They had 3 rank 8s, a legendary immemorial desolate beast, and an immortal goo house, but they were not Space Path. Fixed immortal travel was a Space Path immortal goo. Space Path goo immortals were the best at countering it. Mao Li Qiu's thoughts moved. It charged towards Fang Yuan while shouting at Land Spirit of Langia. "Old man, quickly attack. Use all your strength to deal with Fang Yuan. Kill him and you will have a huge merit." Land Spirit of Langia showed hesitation on his face, but he quickly said, "Shut up, Mao Li Qiu. Since Fang Yuan wants to leave, let him. What right do you have to order me? Even though I asked for help from Longevity Heaven. According to the agreement, we are on equal footing." Land Spirit of Langia had thought of killing Fang Yuan, but he soon thought that even the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven had not managed to kill Fang Yuan even after so long. Not to mention Land Spirit of Langia? Fang Yuan knew Langia Blessed Land's background. He had Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and Fixed Immortal Travel. He was an unscrupulous demon. Land Spirit of Langia did not dare to offend him. "You!" Mao Li Qiu roared in anger, but there was nothing it could do to Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia said to the remaining variant human goo immortals, "You are all aware of the current situation. Even though Black Hair is dead, I am not bound by the agreement. But don't worry, as long as all of you join my Langia Blessed Land, I can guarantee your safety and safety." The variant human goo immortals had unsightly expressions. They looked at each other and nodded. There was no choice. Their existences were exposed. They were bound by the agreement, and Land Spirit of Langia knew about them. They had no choice now. If they did not want to die, they could only surrender. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Myriad Dragon. Familiar Face. Fang Yuan used 3 moves in a row, with Myriad Self-Immortal Goo. His efficiency was very high. The 3 moves came one after another. Before Mao Li Qiu could reach Fang Yuan, it was faced with a sea of sword dragons. Mao Li Qiu roared in anger. It also used an immortal killer move. Wind, frost, and lightning filled the sky, killing large numbers of sword dragon clones. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already gotten close to Land Spirit of Langia. "Be careful, he is there," 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. He had discovered Fang Yuan's location. He had infiltrated Longevity Heaven, but was discovered. He was trapped inside Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar. After being tempered by Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals for a long time, 5 Elements Grandmaster realized that he had no hope of escaping. He could only lower his head and join Longevity Heaven. This time, Longevity Heaven came to reinforce Langia Blessed Land. He became one of them. "You actually found me. It is a pity, it is too late." Fang Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon. He raised his head and roared. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth. He looked extremely ruthless. "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Land Spirit of Langia was pale with fright. It used its immortal killer move to defend itself. "Of course I am going to kill you." Immemorial Yama's Child Soul Explosion. Fang Yuan roared. Boom. A rank 8 killer move erupted. Black smoke spread out. Everything was destroyed. Land Spirit of Langia was completely engulfed by the black smoke. "Don't!" The variant human goo immortals shouted. "Stop, we are married." Snowman goo immortal Bing Yuan cried out in shock. But at this moment, Fang Yuan could not care less about their lives. Land Spirit of Langia knew too much. Since he did not want to join Fang Yuan, he would die. Save the Land Spirit. We cannot let him die. Mao Liqiu's hair stood on end from shock. It endured the soul explosion's aftershock and charged towards Feng Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar. 5 Elements Grandmaster directly released this immortal goo house and entered it, controlling it to charge towards Feng Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar suppressed Longevity Heaven. It was one of its trump cards. Longevity Heaven actually brought it along to reinforce Langya Blessed Land. He escaped quite quickly. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He did not take away Land Spirit of Langya's life. At the crucial moment, Land Spirit of Langya teleported away. If not for 5 Elements Grandmaster's reminder, Land Spirit of Langya might not have reacted in time. But since he could react, and this was his home ground, in a situation where Feng Yuan could not use other methods to restrict him, he could teleport at any time. It is not so easy to take my life. Everyone, we have plenty of time in the future. Feng Yuan looked around, saying his final words before activating fixed immortal travel. He was at the center of the soul explosion. He was like the eye of the tornado, calm and safe. And if other existences wanted to find trouble with Feng Yuan, they would have to resist the soul explosion's power. The dense soul path Dao marks also interfered with and suppressed all sorts of immortal killer moves. Rank 7 Immortal Goo fixed immortal travel. Jade light flashed. Before anyone could disturb him, Feng Yuan vanished on the spot, successfully retreating. We still could not kill this scoundrel. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Mao Liqiu growled in anger. Its bloodshot eyes stared at Fairy Myrtle. Without Feng Yuan, only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were left. Bam bam bam. Continuous thunderclaps resounded. Once the battle began, it entered a white-hot stage. Be gentler, don't destroy my blessed land. Damn it. Land Spirit of Langya stomped its feet and shouted, hiding far away, while trying to gather the hairy man survivors on the 3 continents. Feng Yuan's vision changed. He looked around and found himself in an underground cave. Fixed immortal travel is so convenient. Feng Yuan sighed. After he stole this rank 7 fixed immortal travel, he placed it in Heaven Sealing Mountain's immortal formation to refine goo. It quickly became Feng Yuan's. After confirming that it was not tampered with, Feng Yuan used this goo and successfully left Langya battlefield. There were rank 8 goo immortals fighting in Langya Blessed Land, while outside the Blessed Land, there were princes and patients patrolling. Feng Yuan was a thorn in both sides. He did not dare to stay for long. If he gave the others enough time, he would be struck by some strange killing move and be unable to escape. That would be too stupid. Who is it? Ah, it is Elder Feng Yuan. Several rank 6 goo immortals sensed the commotion of the teleportation and rushed over. After seeing Feng Yuan, they bowed and asked, Elder Feng Yuan, what is the situation in Langya battlefield? Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly, but did not reply. He only spread his arms. Chapter 1597. What's going on? Immortal battlefield. This joke is not funny. Lord Feng Yuan, we are on the same side. Gasps could be heard. The Rockmen and Snowmen goo immortals shouted as their gazes shined with vigilance. In the current world, humans ruled the world. These Rockmen and Snowmen were variant humans, struggling at death's door in the northern icy plain. They faced huge pressure to survive. Variant humans who could survive in this environment and become goo immortals were not trash. If not for Feng Yuan's rank 7 aura and his publicly recognized rank 8 battle strength, these rank 6 variant human goo immortals would have attacked already. Feng Yuan's expression did not change. His gaze landed on the only rank 7 variant human goo immortals as he sighed. Everyone, don't be anxious. I am your ally. How can I harm my comrades? It is just that Langya Blessed Land lost. I was the only one who escaped. The reason for the loss is that there was a traitor among you. What? Lost? Langya Blessed Land was taken over by the Celestial Court. There was a traitor among us? Feng Yuan's words were simply earth-shattering. The variant human goo immortals were shaken to their core. The only rank 7 snowman goo immortal frowned. Lord Feng Yuan, please open the immortal battlefield and let us contact the lords in our tribe. But he had just said that when his body shook, his eyes opened wide as he cried out in shock. My immortal goo. It was naturally Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand. He had successfully stolen it. The other variant human goo immortals were baffled. Someone asked in concern, Lord Bingzhua, what's wrong? Indeed, this snowman goo immortal who was guarding the base was Bingzhua. He had a good relationship with Fang Yuan. He had once treated Fang Yuan to the ice wolf wine that he brewed himself. Bingzhua stared at Fang Yuan. He was about to berate him. But Fang Yuan spoke first, pointing at him as he shouted with certainty. You are the traitor. The variant human goo immortal shook again. I'm definitely not a spy. Fang Yuan, you stole my immortal goo and slandered me. What is your motive? Bingzhua's anger soared to the sky. Both of his hands grasped the air, and a pair of ice spears condensed out of thin air. Then he held them tightly in his hands. His entire body was overflowing with icy cold air. Fang Yuan sneered and said with grief and indignation, I'm right. You did not hear wrongly. Look, the alliance agreement on me did not activate. This Bingzhua is actually a celestial court goo immortal in disguise. The real Bingzhua is already dead. The other variant human goo immortals looked at each other. Female immortal Shui Er, who was Fang Yuan's fiancée in name, spoke. Fang Yuan, are you mistaken? Lord Bingzhua has always been with us. I'm really not a traitor. There must be a misunderstanding. Lord Fang Yuan, you may have fallen for the enemy's plot to sow discord. Quickly return my immortal goo. Bingzhua had a cold expression as he sent out an ultimatum. But at the next moment, Shui Er's body shook as she showed a look of fear. My immortal goo. Bingzhua's body was overflowing with energy. Great Thief Ghost Hand was not easy to approach. But it was not a problem to steal Shui Er. Fang Yuan. Shui Er looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Bingzhua stood up and attacked Fang Yuan, shouting furiously. I knew all of you humans were not good people. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Clown. Saying so, the children of Yama jumped out of his imperial robe. Dozens of them gathered and charged towards Bingzhua and the other variant human goo immortals. At this moment, Fang Yuan exposed his evil intentions. The variant human goo immortals no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to chance. They were dazed for a moment before attacking Fang Yuan. But how could their strength compare to these children of Yama, who had rank 7 battle strength? After a single clash, the variant human goo immortals formation was scattered by the children of Yama. They were separated and surrounded again. They fell into a predicament where they could only fight for themselves. Fang Yuan turned into Yama Emperor. He stayed at the back and watched these variant human goo immortals fight against the children of Yama. The children of Yama were not strong enough against Feng Jioge and the rest, but they were more than enough to deal with these variant human goo immortals. If not for Fang Yuan holding back, these rank 6 variant human goo immortals would have been killed by the children of Yama already. The only rank 7 goo immortal Bingzhua was also in a tough battle. He could not leave. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan continuously used Great Thief Ghost Hand, stealing the immortal goo of the variant human goo immortals' immortal apertures one by one. This was the reason why Fang Yuan held back. If he forced them too much, these variant human goo immortals would fall into despair. They would destroy their immortal goo and resources. Fang Yuan would not be able to gain anything. As long as there was a trace of hope, these variant human goo immortals would resist to the end. There were very few who would commit suicide like Mang Tuesday. Moreover, even though variant humans were very vigilant in times of peace, they usually only sparred with each other. They did not have much experience in true life and death battles. As a wisdom path goo immortal, Fang Yuan had already seen through the thoughts of these variant humans. Precisely so, even though his battle tactic was simple, it was very effective. The variant human goo immortals had their immortal goo stolen. Their battle strength fell sharply. They were in an even worse state. Fang Yuan, I was wrong about you. How can you be so despicable? You actually harmed your allies. A Rockman goo immortal shouted angrily. His voice was extremely sorrowful. Bingzhua sneered. You still can't tell? This guy has already resolved the alliance agreement secretly. He is no longer an ally. He is an enemy. Sigh, you talk too much. Fang Yuan sighed lightly. With a shift of his mind, A Yama Sun self-detonated. Immortal killer move Soul Explosion. Bing Zhuo was a close combat fighter. The Yama Sun was too close to him. He could not dodge in time when it self-detonated. He was hit immediately. With a loud explosion, he was blown to smithereens. His corpse was blown to smithereens. Lord Bing Zhuo. Sorrowful cries resounded everywhere. Shui Er almost fainted. Fang Yuan had a cold expression. These people's immortal goo were almost all stolen. The rest were well prepared. Great Thief Ghost Hand could not get close. Fang Yuan had limited time. He did not want to waste any more time. He started to kill. Variant human goo immortals died one after another. Only Shui Er was left. You demon! I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Shui Er's expression was twisted. She said her final words through gritted teeth. In the next moment, several children of Yama rushed forward and tore her into pieces of minced meat. As for her soul, it survived in the Yama battlefield. It gathered the souls of the other variant human goo immortals. They were all imprisoned by Fang Yuan. Soul Search. Using extremely skilled soul-searching methods, Fang Yuan quickly learned about the Snowman tribe and Rockman tribe's inside information. Fang Yuan stopped the Yama battlefield and returned to the northern icy plain. This massacre took a lot of time, but during the whole process, there was no external force to deduce or attack the Yama battlefield. It could be seen that these variant human goo immortals were the final batch of goo immortals defending this place. Fang Yuan used the soul search information and went deep underground. He soon found a large number of rockmen and snowmen. There were many goo masters, but most of them were mortals. Fang Yuan forcefully teleported these people into his sovereign immortal aperture. After searching for a while, he dug out the treasures of the rockmen and snowmen, sending them into his immortal aperture. The snowmen's ice tears, the rockmen's rough rice. They were unique immortal materials of the two races. There was a lot of them. Other than that, there were a large number of ordinary immortal materials, as well as some immortal materials that had been preserved from the olden antiquity era, and were basically extinct now. These were things that could not be bought in jewel yellow skies. Among them, the most famous was beauty transformation silver. This metal could imitate any beautiful female in front of it, and transform into the corresponding appearance. As for the immortal apertures of the variant human goo immortals who died in battle, Fang Yuan used his methods to seal them. He did not want to place his aperture here. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel. Activating this immortal goo, Fang Yuan left calmly, leaving behind an empty and ruined crime scene. This was the paradise of the rockmen and snowmen. It no longer existed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in southern border. Who is it? The two southern border goo immortals shouted angrily. Fang Yuan was still using Yama Emperor's killer move at this moment. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, pointing with his finger. Soul explosion. Soul explosion. Soul explosion. Soul explosion. After 5 or 6 soul explosions, the two southern border goo immortals escaped in fear. Where did this ruthless person come from? He was simply insane. Without saying a word, he used a series of killer moves. Each move had the power of a peak rank 7. These two immortals were transported away using an immortal goo formation. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. But soon, he broke this immortal goo formation, using brute force to dismantle it. 2 immortal goo, and a large number of mortal goo were destroyed by him. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, the items inside were exposed. Chapter 1598. The scale of this dream realm wasn't large. The reason why Fang Yuan could accurately find this place was because he had personally left this dream realm here. Back then, he disguised as Wu Yihai and joined the righteous path, entering dreams to raise his attainment level. Later, the battle erupted and the celestial court intervened. Zishan Makoto died in battle. Fang Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect and escaped with a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Along the way, Fang Yuan repeatedly used the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to resist the strong pursuers. He finally escaped from danger. But the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies on him were all used up. This was the location where Fang Yuan fought with Yi Clan's goo immortals. He self-detonated 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and forced E-Clan's immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion to retreat. After the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, this dream realm was formed. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals naturally would not let it go. After some competition, 2 sides won and worked together to set up an immortal formation. They researched and developed it together. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to rush over. Without saying a word, he chased away all the Gu immortals stationed here and destroyed the immortal formation. Right now, using Great Thief Ghost Hand, even though he could steal Gu worms, he could not directly steal immortal Gu from them. Mortal Gu occupied most of the time. Great Thief Ghost Hand might have stolen a large number of mortal Gu. To prevent the immortal formation from sending reinforcements, or using any strange methods like self-detonation, Fang Yuan acted first and destroyed this immortal formation. Even though immortal Gu were unique, they were not important to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal Gu. After killing the Rockman and Snowman Gu immortals, he obtained many rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu. He still had to worry about how to feed them later. Fang Yuan lacked suitable immortal Gu. Firstly, the immortal Gu had to be at least rank 7. Rank 6 immortal Gu were too low for Fang Yuan. Secondly, the paths of immortal Gu also had a certain range. It would be best if it was the path that Fang Yuan was proficient in. Moreover, Fang Yuan had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. He could deduce any immortal Gu recipe into an immortal killer move. If he needed a specific immortal Gu, he could deduce a killer move from the immortal Gu recipe and use it instead. Of course, according to the specific situation, the difficulty of the calculation is also different. Although there is the light of wisdom, some immortal Gu recipes need decades or even centuries to deduce killer moves. That would mean giving up to Fang Yuan. The scale of the dream realm here has been reduced a little. Fang Yuan took a second look and saw some clues. The original scale of the dream realm was for 2 pure dream reality seeker physiques, but now it was slightly insufficient. Is it because others are exploring the dream world, causing the consumption? Even though the other Gu immortals did not have Fang Yuan's advanced methods, they could still explore it. Their greatest gains were the dream path Gu materials they obtained in the dream realms. In fact, he could also collect it in his own dream. The true treasures of these dream realms were the other people's true meaning contained in them. Southern Border's Gu immortals were buying the casket and returning the pearls. But they were not tired of it. All the forces were desperately stockpiling dream path Gu materials. Jewel Yellow Skies was also buying them at a high price. If I remember correctly, one of the dream realms here is Ice and Snow Path, while the other is Space Path. These dream realms came from Spectral Soul. He was a great grandmaster of all paths. The dream realms he formed were all-encompassing, taking into account all paths. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that Fang Yuan was carrying were specially chosen by him. But because this was the first battle point during their escape, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that Fang Yuan gave up on were not of much help to him. Of course, this was his past judgment, but now it seemed to be somewhat helpful. Fang Yuan needed Space Path attainment level, because he could use rank 7 fixed immortal travel to create immortal killer moves. It would reduce the time needed to teleport. Fang Yuan needed Ice and Snow Path attainment level even more. Because he had killed many variant human Gu immortals earlier, the immortal apertures left behind by the Snowman Gu immortals needed to reach a certain level of Ice Path attainment level before he could annex them. Right now, among all the paths, Refinement Path is the highest. It is at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Second is Theft Path, followed by Great Grandmaster attainment level. The third is Strength Path, Wisdom Path, Star Path, Transformation Path, Blood Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, and Water Path. They are all at Grandmaster attainment level. The fourth is Luck Path, Enslavement Path, Earth Path, Master attainment level. Next are Sword Path, Soul Path, Space Path, Time Path, Dream Path, Poison Path, Fire Path, Metal Path, and others. They are all at ordinary attainment level. Finally, our Information Path, Ice and Snow Path, Chi Path, Light Path, Sound Path, Phantom Path, Rule Path, and others they are rarely touched upon, be it in my previous life or this life. Among all the paths, Feng Yuan needed to raise time path the most. His time path attainment level was only ordinary, but for Feng Yuan, he needed to at least become a grandmaster in this aspect. The celestial court is too powerful. It is too deep, not to mention how many experts are in slumber. Right now, they have a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle leading them, while Qin Yi and the rest are constantly replenishing them. In this attack on Langya Blessed Land, Duke Long did not even take action. If not for Long-Hair Ancestors' alliance agreement with Giant Sun Immortal, which allowed Land Spirit of Langya to exchange for Longevity Heaven's support, Langya Blessed Land would have fallen long ago. Feng Yuan was not a person who did not know his own limits. He was very clear. Even if he had Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Yama Emperor, and even deduced Luo Pasil in the future, he would only be a rank 8 Gu Immortal at most. Against the Heavenly Court, it was useless to rely on his own strength. In his previous life, Spectral Soul led the Shadow Sect and succeeded in defying heaven. He infiltrated the Celestial Court and acted behind the scenes, causing the heroes of the 5 regions to rise up. He secretly supported Northern Plains Ma Hongyan, Western Deserts Tang Clan and others. Even when Feng Jioga died in Langya Blessed Land, and Feng Kim Hong was killed by Feng Yuan and the rest, the Shadow Sect was behind all of this. There were many unfathomable secrets. But in this life, Providence used Feng Yuan as a chess piece. He was reborn and changed the past. Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss. The Celestial Court had the absolute advantage. Feng Yuan relied on Shadow Sect's inheritance to barely maintain the situation. It was quite difficult for him to deal with the Celestial Court's pursuit. The loss of Langya Blessed Land was the best proof. My only hope of winning against the Celestial Court is to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. With the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance, I can resist the Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. And to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance, I need to enter the River of Time. But there, the Celestial Court is definitely lying in ambush. Even now, Fairy Myrtle and the rest were trapped in Langya Blessed Land, fighting against Longevity Heaven and other Gu Immortal experts. Feng Yuan did not want to enter the River of Time. How could Fairy Myrtle make such a mistake? The River of Time was filled with time path Dao marks. Even if the sovereign immortal body was not restricted by Dao marks, any killer moves of other paths that Feng Yuan used would be heavily suppressed. Rank 6 immortal killer moves would even fall to the level of mortal killer moves. Earlier, when Feng Yuan entered the River of Time, he wanted to catch the Celestial Court off guard. He also had the Immemorial Year Monkey and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Red Lotus Island, which he had occupied and used as his base. Eventually, he expended Red Lotus Island and killed Lord Huang Shi. But during the entire process, he did not make a single move. Now, if Feng Yuan wanted to find the next Red Lotus True Inheritance, he would need to find a new Red Lotus Island. The Immemorial Year Monkey died in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Yama Emperor, and other killer moves were heavily countered. In the River of Time, the most suitable method to use is undoubtedly Time Path. Even though I obtained Hei Fan's True Inheritance, and Spectral Soul's True Inheritance has a lot of Time Path information, the former lacks a rank 8 offensive killer move. Year's Flow like water might be rank 8, but it is mainly used to produce Year Gu and construct defensive killer moves. The latter has many Time Path offensive killer moves in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, but they are rarely at rank 8 level. And I do not have many Time Path Immortal Gu. Thus, what Feng Yuan truly needed to do was to obtain Grandmaster Attainment level, and use the Light of Wisdom to deduce a suitable Immortal Killer move for himself. With these methods, he would have the ability to enter the River of Time, and resist the Celestial Court's ambush. Immortal Killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. While thinking, Feng Yuan was multitasking. He finished preparing the killer move. From his body, a gray-white light shined. The gray-white light spread into the dream realm. Like a drop of ink falling into water, it spread out in all directions, dazzling. Soon, the entire dream realm was covered in a layer of gray-white light. Many colorful eyes appeared in the grayish-white light. These eyeballs were extremely peculiar. They blinked, and each time they blinked, they would change into a different color. The number of colorful eyeballs continued to rise. In a few breaths of time, they went from dozens to hundreds and soon over 1,000. The colorful eyeballs continued to blink. Each time they blinked, it was an exquisite attack against Providence. Eventually, the number of colorful eyeballs fell until there were none left. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Feng Yuan used a second move. This dream realm condensed into two human figures. One of them was healthy, while the other was crippled. Feng Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and placed the two Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies inside. Chapter 1599. The two Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, entering Mini Green Heaven and settling down temporarily. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was split into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Among all the Mini 9 heavens, Mini Green Heaven was the place that Feng Yuan constructed the least. Thus, this became the place where Feng Yuan stored his dream realms. Shadow Sect members in Wuxia, Lady White Rabbit, He Lulan, Fairy Miao Yin, and Bai Ning Bing were cultivating in Mini Yellow Heaven. The Battle of Langya was too high level. Almost all the participants had rank 8 battle strength. Even variant human Gu immortals had to rely on the super immortal formation to participate in the battle. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, they could not interfere anymore. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan needed these people to create the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. So these Shadow Sect members did not participate in the battle. As for Feng Yuan's rank 6 time path clone, he was at the northernmost part of Kokitahara. Puff! With a soft sound, as the time path clone placed the final mortal Gu, this Gu formation activated. The Gu formation had a huge range. It was tens of thousands of square kilometers. There were tens of thousands of mortal Gu worms used to construct the Gu formation. They ranged from rank 1 to rank 5. But most of them were ice and snow path Gu worms. And the cores were 2 ice path immortal Gu. They were stolen from the snowman Gu immortals. Feng Yuan had already refined them and used them. At the center of the Gu formation, there were 3 rank 8 immortal materials ice path crystal essence. Each ice path crystal essence was as large as a mountain. They were aqua blue in color, like they were made of crystal. There were holes of all sizes all over their bodies. There were a lot of holes. Frost fog was spewing out from them. If this frost fog was allowed to spread freely, a large number of ice and snow path Dao marks would spread around and change the environment, creating a place suitable for snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Thus earlier, Feng Yuan had planned to use the ice path crystal essence in his possession to create a snow monster production line, to create an economic pillar. His ice path crystal essence was the profit from his marriage with Shui Air. Not long ago, he had slaughtered the snowmen under the northern ice plains and obtained 2 ice path crystal essences. With these 3 ice Dao crystal essences, producing snow monsters is even easier. As for this formation, let's call it the Snow Crystal Formation. After Feng Yuan's time path clone inspected it, he nodded in satisfaction. Realms were common. Feng Yuan's original body was an array grandmaster, and so was his clone. This was different from the members of Shadow Sect. Back then, in order to deceive everyone, Spectral Soul used his split soul to form clones, which had a disadvantage in attainment level. Each member was proficient in one path. Even if Shadow Sect members met with Celestial Court Gu immortals, they would not be able to recognize the connection between their clones and the Demon Venerable. This was also one of the reasons why the Shadow Sect was able to plant moles in the Celestial Court. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan's time path clone could be easily exposed. But Feng Yuan did not need the time path clone to go out and ambush enemies. Feng Yuan's goal was different from Spectral Soul. He created the time path clone to make good use of the light of wisdom, and to deduce all kinds of information in the light of wisdom. Attainment level was essential. One could not have the best of both worlds. Feng Yuan made a wise choice in this aspect. The Snow Crystal Formation was naturally created by the time path clone. Its main use was to continuously transmit the frost energy that the ice path crystal essence breathed out to every inch of the surrounding area, constantly changing the surrounding environment. Of course, this formation also had the ability to monitor and control it. Unfortunately, I am only a formation path grandmaster, and not a great grandmaster. Grandmaster attainment level can comprehend by analogy. Great grandmaster attainment level can directly use natural Dao marks. If I were a great grandmaster, I would not need ice path immortal goo to construct the snow crystal formation. Just these 3 ice path crystal essences, and mortal goo would suffice. This way, Feng Yuan could save these 2 core ice path immortal goo, and use them for other purposes. Of course, Feng Yuan was an exception. He did not lack immortal goo, so it was fine. Under normal circumstances, goo immortals had limited immortal goo. If they used immortal goo to set up a goo formation, the immortal goo would be trapped in the formation, and could not be used elsewhere. From this, one could see the huge advantage of having higher attainment level. It could help goo immortals save on immortal goo. After setting up the snow crystal formation, Feng Yuan's time path clone turned around and flew away. Even though he was not a land spirit, and could not teleport, he had immortal goo, and his flying speed was not slow. After a while, the time path clone crossed hundreds of li, and concealed his body, looking down from the sky. On the ground, a group of snowmen were moving. These snowmen consisted of mortals and goo masters. They were all variant human slaves that Feng Yuan had captured from the northern icy plain. There were thousands of them. Thousands of snowman slaves were not rare in jewel yellow skies. But the quality of this batch was much higher than the norm, because these snowmen had a high proportion of goo masters. This was not normal. In jewel yellow skies, this group of snowmen could be exchanged for at least 10 times the number of snowman slaves. These snowmen suddenly left the environment they had been living in for a long time, and came to the sovereign immortal aperture. They were extremely shocked and fearful. Right now, the group was moving forward slowly. The snowmen were talking to each other. When Feng Yuan slaughtered the snowman and rockman goo immortals, it was in the immortal battlefield. It was kept secret. When he captured these snowmen, he disguised himself as a snowman goo immortal. So these snowmen did not know the truth. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Feng Yuan's time path clone suddenly turned into Bingzhua and floated down from the sky. He activated all sorts of goo worms, causing cold winds to blow in the sky and snow to fall. Ah, it is my tribe's immortal. Quickly kneel down and pay respects to the upper immortal. We welcome great immortal Bingzhua. The snowmen knelt down and prostrated themselves, paying respects to Feng Yuan's time path clone. Feng Yuan's time path clone was expressionless as he said, "The chaotic world is filled with endless battles. There is a paradise outside of it. The 3 mountains are filled with immortal mist. The snow tribe has no worries." His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear to everyone on the ground. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew the snow away. Suddenly, the wind stopped and the snow stopped. The snowmen sensed something strange. They raised their heads but saw that the sky was empty. Great immortal Bingzhua was nowhere to be seen. The snowmen were dazed for a while. After confirming that great immortal Bingzhua had truly disappeared, they stood up with joyful expressions, but they frowned as they thought about Feng Yuan's words. Snowman tribe leader thought for a while before saying to the elders around him, "Earlier, when we came here, we seemed to have received great immortal Bingzhua's instructions. He wanted us to go in this direction. Now that great immortal Bingzhua has personally appeared, he seems to be telling us that there is a place with 3 mountains ahead, where we can settle down." After discussing for a while, everyone came to an agreement and set off again. This time, they were not hesitant. Even though they were bringing along their families, their speed was several times faster than before. To produce snow monsters, there was no need for the snow crystal formation. They only needed to place the 3 ice path crystal essences there. It was simple but effective. And now, the time path clones spent a lot of effort to set up the snow crystal formation. It was naturally to take care of these snowmen. With the snow crystal formation, the snow monsters and snowmen can live separately. Of course, they will not be completely separated. They will have to interact from time to time to temper themselves. The snow crystal formation can be maintained with food path methods. It is not a problem. But the 3 ice path crystal essences are like water without a source. They will be consumed in the end. The time path clone pondered as he flew. The icy mist that the ice path crystal essences spat out contained the ice and snow dow marks of the crystal essences. These dow marks would remain in the surroundings for a period of time before dissipating. They would not add ice and snow dow marks to the sovereign immortal aperture. But the created environment was very suitable for the snow monsters and snowmen. But it was still too early to consider this problem. It would take a long time for the 3 ice path crystal essences to be consumed. After the time path clone settled down the snowmen, he went to Mini Southern Border to settle down the rockmen. In the Mini 5 regions, Mini Southern Border had the densest earth path dow marks. It was the most suitable environment for rockmen to live in. And previously, a portion of Feng Yuan's rockmen were already living here. The process of settling down the rockmen was very smooth. The time path clone used the same method as before. While the time path clone was managing the immortal aperture, Feng Yuan's main body had already arrived at another place in Southern Border. This was a huge earth trench. It was dark and deep. Even in broad daylight, there were many shadows. These shadows were shadow beasts of dark path. And this earth trench was Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Back then, I learned the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel here, and used many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to stop the Southern Border righteous path pursuers. Oh, Feng Yuan observed for a while before his expression changed. Southern Border's righteous path also built an immortal formation here. It is not a low-level one. Who is it? This is an important area of Southern Border's righteous path. Lone immortals should leave now, otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. At this time, a Southern Border Gu immortal's voice resounded in the sky. He was hidden in the immortal formation. His body could not be seen. Oh, Feng Yuan's lips curled up. Killing intent surged in his eyes. I want to see how you will make me regret. Boom. Chapter 1600. Bam bam bam. A series of explosions occurred. Lights of all colors bloomed like fireworks. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wisdom, strength, soul, poison, star, refinement. Moves of all paths were unleashed by Feng Yuan. Under the attack, the silhouette of an immortal formation appeared. It was thick like a fortress. The pure white light was like a mountain, blocking all of Feng Yuan's attacks. Ha ha ha, all bark and no bite. Your methods are too flashy, they cannot affect our formation. Inside the immortal formation, Yang Clan's Gu immortal Yang Sanmu mocked loudly. Feng Yuan was in Yama Emperor form now. The Southern Border Gu immortals could not recognize him. No, this person's formation path attainment is high. He is using all sorts of methods to probe our formation. Chi Chio's expression changed. He said in a low tone. This immortal Gu formation was created by Chi Clan. Chi Chio was appointed to guard it. He cultivated formation path. His words attracted the attention of the other Gu immortals. Yang Sanmu frowned. He said to Chi Chio, "Then are we going to defend passively and let him probe us?" Chi Chio shook his head. Our formation has ways to retaliate. It is just that the Gu formation needs to be damaged to a certain extent before it can be used. Don't look at me. I cannot control this formation to retaliate. I am sure everyone knows the reason for this. I don't need to explain, right? The immortals looked at each other. They were helpless. As it turned out, this was because of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated Southern Border's righteous path. At the crucial moment, he took control of the immortal formation and left for his own benefit. The Southern Border Gu immortals lost a lot of face. They reflected after the battle and made changes. Chi Clan's immortal formation could no longer be controlled by outsiders. It operated on its own. The goal was to prevent traitors like Feng Yuan. Yang Sanmu saw that Chi Chio could not do anything. He looked at Xia Clan's Gu immortal Xia Fan. Xia Fan cultivated wisdom path. Seeing that Yang Sanmu was looking at him, he knew what he meant. He shook his head. The other party has a strong wisdom path defensive method. It is very difficult for me to deduce his background, unless a crucial clue appears. Yang Sanmu's face sank when he heard this answer. Then he shouted at Feng Yuan again. Ha ha ha, you thief, you're so weak. Are you here just to tickle me? Yang Sanmu, Qi Qiu, and Xia Fan had rank 7 cultivation level, and had the protection of the immortal formation. They were not afraid of Fang Yuan, a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan sneered, yet he turned a deaf ear to it, and continued to probe the grand formation from various angles. This deity formation is even more complicated and powerful than I thought. Yang Sanmu continued to provoke him, but Fang Yuan was not provoked at all. Yang Sanmu frowned. The other party only has one rank 7. We have the numbers and the immortal formation to protect ourselves. If we hide and let him attack us alone, what face would the righteous path have if news of this spreads? Which Gu immortal is interested? Go out and meet this audacious scoundrel. If I can kill this person, it will be a wonderful story. Once he said this, no one moved. Almost all Gu immortals were not rash people. Fang Yuan was alone. It seemed easy to deal with, but because of this, it was very strange. How could an ordinary rank 7 Gu immortal have the guts to attack this immortal formation with such tight defenses alone? The southern border immortals thought about it. This situation was likely to be an ambush. They did not want to take the risk. Yang Sanmu could not incite the others. He felt gloomy. He was the temporary leader of this group. If he avoided the battle and news got out, the others would blame it on him. Thus, Yang Sanmu's reputation would suffer the most. Right now, southern border's earth veins are moving. Immortal materials and immortal goo are appearing frequently in earth trenches. But I am stuck here, defending against a bunch of dream realms. I wanted to move around and leave this place. After paying a huge price, I was about to succeed. But if I avoid the battle and let this person leave, some people in the clan will have evidence to say otherwise. I will not be able to leave this place in the near future. Thinking of this, Yang Sanmu gritted his teeth. The enemy is very strange. As a member of the righteous path, I cannot ignore him. Everyone defend the formation. I will go out and meet him. The Gu immortals heard this and had different expressions. Some urged him to be vigilant. Some clapped their hands and cheered for Yang Sanmu. Some guaranteed that they would hold the fort for Yang Sanmu, telling him to leave without worry. Yang Sanmu sneered in his heart. But on the surface, he acted like a righteous person. He said a few more words and gained enough reputation before leaving the immortal formation to meet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw this person and was slightly surprised, but he soon understood Yang Sanmu's intention. Soul explosion. Fang Yuan pointed his finger, using an immortal killer move to fight Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu fought with Fang Yuan for a few rounds. He could not hold on anymore. He panicked internally, thinking, this person probably cultivates soul path. Even though his attacks are simple, they are extremely powerful. And this person's defensive methods are very high. I am not his match. I will lose sooner or later. I might as well retreat while the situation is still good. Anyway, I have already investigated this person's background. I will have an excuse when I return. But Fang Yuan had rich battle experience. Seeing that Yang Sanmu was about to retreat, he immediately activated Yama Battlefield. Suddenly, Yang Sanmu's vision changed. He fell into Yama Battlefield. He was trapped. Yang Sanmu was shocked. Immortal Battlefield? How can this be? There is actually such a fast immortal battlefield in this world. He was shaking with fear, but he tried to remain calm. Don't panic. This immortal battlefield killer move is so fast. It must have other weaknesses. For example, is it easy to deduce or break? I have other friends. If they see me in the enemy's immortal battlefield, they will definitely help me. Fang Yuan pointed as 3 Yama children attacked Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu's heart shook. He retreated as he fought, trying to stall for time. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Suddenly, Yang Sanmu's body shook. His expression of fear froze on his face. His eyes almost popped out as he shouted, my immortal goo! Fang Yuan succeeded in stealing an immortal goo. He threw it into his immortal aperture without inspecting it. Yang Sanmu spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately became weak. He was heavily injured. It turned out that the immortal goo that Fang Yuan stole was the core of his movement killer move. The immortal goo was stolen, the killer move failed. He suffered a backlash. The battle was decided instantly. It seems that my luck is much stronger than yours. I could not steal Feng Jioga's core immortal goo. But can I steal yours? Feng Yuan smiled coldly. Feng Jioga? Who are you? Yang Sanmu retreated rapidly. He was in a panic. Even though he lost an immortal goo, he still had other movement killer moves. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan succeeded again. Guh. Yang Sanmu spat out another mouthful of blood. His killer move's activation failed. The backlash took his life. Chapter 1601. He actually died. Feng Yuan saw this result and was slightly stunned. It seems that this Yang Sanmu's luck is really bad. I actually managed to steal the core immortal goo of his killer move twice in a row. Feng Yuan had a plain expression as he shook his head. This was the suppression of luck. Earlier, he could not suppress Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga was a Dao guardian. His luck was about the same as Feng Yuan's. But Yang Sanmu was much more ordinary. He died under Great Thief Ghost hands. Feng Yuan suddenly realized that Luck Path and Theft Path were quite powerful when used together. Even though his Luck Path True Inheritance was not complete, and his Theft Path True Inheritance was even more incomplete, these two came from immortal and demon venerables. Inheriting the true inheritances of two venerables at the same time, this was a very rare situation in history. Inside the immortal formation, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals saw that Yang Sanmu was trapped in the immortal battlefield. They became nervous. Chi Chiu urged Xiafan. Quick, have you not deduced the method to break the immortal battlefield yet? Xiafan closed his eyes and pondered, as if he did not hear anything. The other Gu Immortals were discussing. They were bewildered. What immortal battlefield is the other party using? It is so fast, I have never seen it before. No wonder he had the guts to challenge us alone. He has a special technique. Now it is up to Lord Xiafan. Xiafan heard the conversation. He rolled his eyes in his heart, cursing. These Wisdom Path amateurs. Do they really think the immortal battlefield can be broken so easily? Xiafan could feel the difficulty. He prayed. Oh Yang Sanmu, I hope you can last a little longer. As time passed, the pressure in his heart was getting greater. He was the only Wisdom Path Gu Immortal here. If he could not deduce it, no matter how many Southern Border Gu Immortals there were, they could not break into the immortal battlefield and reinforce him. If he failed, he would have to bear the reputation of being incompetent. The scarier thing was that there would be rumors saying that he had the ability, but did not help Yang Sanmu. If that happened, his reputation would be ruined. But how could Feng Yuan's Yama battlefield be so easy to break? Fairy Myrtle was able to decipher it, because she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the current Gu Immortal world. But Xiafan was clearly not one of them. I can't divine it. This killer move's foundation is very deep. It seems to have a terrifying origin. After deducing for a while, Xiafan's forehead was covered in sweat. The Southern Border Gu Immortals were still discussing. Xiafan was feeling increasingly frustrated. He opened his eyes, which were filled with anger. Can you guys be quiet for a while? The conversations of the immortals stopped abruptly. Chichio coughed. That's right, we need to be quiet. We don't want to disturb Master Xiafan. We need to believe in Master Xiafan's ability. He will not disappoint us. Xiafan couldn't get down from the high platform with his words. Xiafan immediately looked at Chichio sinisterly. The latter seemed to be supporting him, causing Xiafan to gnash his teeth in hatred. But he was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal after all. He thought about it and smiled. Everyone, don't be anxious. You might have forgotten that Lord Yang Sanmu is most proficient in investigative methods. Since he came out to fight, he must be very confident. He must have found out some inside information that we do not know. Actually, Xiafan and Yang Sanmu did not see eye to eye. They hated each other very much. But at this moment, Xiafan held Yang Sanmu in high esteem, praising the latter to the extreme. The immortals were slightly dazed before coming to a realization. If it was as Xiafan had guessed, Yang Sanmu's actions were not right. He was putting everyone else aside and going out to reap the rewards. Right now, the earth veins of Southern Border were pulsating. Immortal materials and even immortal Gu were appearing from time to time. Who would want to be trapped here? Who would not want to go out and search for immortal opportunities? If Yang Sanmu could reap the rewards, he would be able to leave this place and be sent outside. This was not just Yang Sanmu's desire. The others also wanted to do this. Thus soon the immortals' discussion changed. They started to agree with Xiafan's words. Lord Xiafan is right. Lord Yang Sanmu's investigative methods are famous in southern border. Who does not know about them? That's right. The thing that left the deepest impression on me was when he detected Black Heaven's movement. After he reported it to Yang Clan, they moved out in advance and actually found a meteor shower at the exact location. I heard that Yang Clan obtained 3 mountains of Star Path immortal materials. Lord Yang Sanmu had once chased after the demonic path, Gu immortal Nian Wanghuai. That Nian Wanghuai was extremely crafty. He had been hiding without any traces. Even Tai Clan failed to capture him several times. But in the end, he died in Lord Yang Sanmu's hands. In my opinion, Lord Yang Sanmu must have absolute confidence in this attack. We need to believe in his judgment and not panic. Also, I need to remind everyone, after Lord Yang Sanmu wins this battle, we need to place him in the secondary formation and inspect him strictly. After all, Traitor Feng's matter happened not long ago. Traitor Feng was naturally Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan used familiar face to disguise as Wu Yihai. He had been in the righteous path for a long time. During the Dream Realm battle, he had played the southern border righteous path Gu immortals for a fool. Thus, when the southern border Gu immortals mentioned him, they were filled with righteous indignation. This demonic path scoundrel Feng Yuan actually joined the righteous path. He will be punished one day. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. This is the truth of the world. Some demons might be arrogant for a while, but retribution will come sooner or later. Even spectral soul demon Venerable Soul was captured by the celestial court after he died, right? I really want to kill this demon myself, sigh. It is a pity that I did not participate in that battle. Qiqiu did not speak. He glanced at Xiafan vaguely. Xiafan closed his eyes again, immersing himself in deductions. Qiqiu sighed internally. As expected of a wisdom path Gu immortal. He had said those words earlier to pressure Xiafan. But Xiafan could read people's minds. He turned the situation around with just a few words. Xiafan's words implied that Yang Sanmu was greedy and did not want to share the rewards with others, wanting to monopolize them. But the other Gu immortals here were all shrewd people. They quickly reacted to Xiafan's words and understood the hidden meaning behind them. That was, if this was not the case, if Yang Sanmu was truly superficial and arrogant, he underestimated the enemy, what would happen then? The worst thing is, if he dies in battle, we can't get away with it as well. We'll have to bear the bad reputation of sinister, sitting idly by and watching fellow Taoists fight to the death while cowardly cowering in the formation. Thus the immortals praised Yang Sanmu, and Xiafanja used this layer of thinking to perfectly resolve Qiqiu's difficulties. However, Xiafan was also in a terrible mood. I'm afraid I can't break through this immortal battlefield by myself. Damn it! Asking for help is a must. But before that, I need to make some contributions. I cannot appear so useless. Right at this time, Yama's battlefield disappeared. Feng Yuan reappeared. But that Yang Sanmu was nowhere to be seen. This. What happened? The southern border immortals gasped. The 2 rank 7s, Xiafan and Qiqiu's expressions changed. The situation was clear at a glance. Only the mysterious enemy was left, and Yang Sanmu was most likely dead. But how could he be so fast? No matter how weak Yang Sanmu was, he had his methods and battle strength. How could he die so quickly? The other party's immortal battlefield clearly had dense soul path aura. There was no time path aura at all. There was no time difference inside and outside the immortal battlefield. Thus, the greatest possibility was right in front of the southern border immortals. That was, this mysterious demonic path rank 7 Gu immortals' battle strength had already reached a level where he could suppress Yang Sanmu. But was that really possible? Perhaps, it was more likely that he had mastered some treacherous and unorthodox methods, right? The southern border immortals were shocked and in disbelief. Fang Yuan looked at the formation in front of him, his eyes shining with cold light. Originally, he wanted to disguise as Yang Sanmu and cancel Yama's battlefield, creating a false impression and trying to sneak into the formation. But after he captured Yang Sanmu's soul and soul searched it, he discovered the arrangements of Southern Border's righteous path. He gave up on this plan. The foundation of Southern Border's righteous path was very deep. It would be foolish to underestimate them. Familiar face had already been exposed. It was almost impossible to replicate Wu Yihai's success, even if this killer move came from thieving heaven demon venerable. But in Gu cultivation, there was no invincible killer move. Moreover, so much time had passed, the times had been progressing. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path might not be able to easily take out immortal Gu or killer moves that could see through familiar face, but they could use other methods to identify Gu immortals. Especially with the secret guidance of the Celestial Court, there were many types of identity checks in Southern Border's righteous path. The process was extremely strict and involved many aspects, especially through the clan's Soul Lantern Gu and other secret connections. Even if Fang Yuan used familiar face, he would not be able to get through. Demonic path scoundrel, what did you do to Lord Yang Sanmu? Quickly release Lord Yang Sanmu. Maybe Lord Yang Sanmu has already used some method to escape from that immortal battlefield. The Southern Border Gu immortals shouted. Many were still holding on to hope. Fang Yuan's expression became colder. This immortal formation was personally arranged by Qi Chuyu. If I break it step by step, there is too little time, I won't make it in time. It seems I can only attack forcefully. I want to see the quality of this formation. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan removed Yama Emperor and turned into an ancient sword dragon, putting on reverse flow protection seal. Next, he used Immortal Killer move Myriad Dragon. Instantly, dragons roared as they attacked the formation. This killer move had already become Fang Yuan's trademark. Seeing this scene, if the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals still could not recognize Fang Yuan's identity, there was only one reason. He or she was pretending to be a fool. Ah, this person is Fang Yuan. Heavens, that demon is here. He is here again. He is simply too daring, acting unscrupulously. He is not putting our Southern Border righteous path in his eyes. The Southern Border Gu immortals shouted, unable to conceal the fear on their faces. Chapter 1602. In the past, Fang Yuan needed to disguise and conceal himself, but now, facing the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals, he did not need to do so. Fang Yuan's appearance shocked the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals greatly. In the past, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and gained a lot in the Battle of the Dream Realm, becoming the leader of Shadow Sect. Even when Southern Border's Righteous Path attacked him, he was able to escape. Celestial Court put a bounty on Fang Yuan, but they could not do anything to him. Several months ago, Fang Yuan appeared in Southern Border and killed 2 Gu immortals from Ho Clan and Shang Clan. If not for Paradise Earth's inheritor stopping him, Tai Clan's Tai Mianshin would have died. Next, Celestial Court sent out the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Nobody knew the details of the battle, but Fang Yuan saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones, as well as the scene of her being beaten up by him, hanging in jewel yellow skies. Immediately, the world went into an uproar. Fang Yuan flew up and suppressed Feng Jioga, becoming the number 1 rank 7 Gu immortal. Most Gu immortals realized that even though Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was special. He could be treated as a rank 8 Gu immortal. Moreover, Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. He used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive. He was crafty and ruthless. What made many lone immortals despise was that as a grand Gu immortal, Fang Yuan had no bottom line. He even attacked mortals. By now, Fang Yuan could be said to be the fastest rising and most dazzling demonic path overlord in the world. Now that such a person appeared, Southern Border's righteous path immortals were shocked. They felt fear and panic. It hurts. Lord Yang Sanmu sacrificed himself. Our Southern Border righteous path has added another debt of blood to this traitor Fang. One day, we will make him pay for it. Xia Fan patted his chest, crying out in sorrow. The immortals were silent. No one had any hopes of getting lucky this time. Fang Yuan's appearance made them rejoice and feel fear. They also felt pity for the dead Yang Sanmu. Why were you so unlucky to run into this demon Fang Yuan? You could have stayed in the immortal array, but you took the initiative to attack. Aren't you courting death? The silence did not last long before someone immediately rebuked. That traitor Fang is still as sinister and cunning as ever. He lured Lord Yang Sanmu out. Fortunately, under the leadership of Lord Xiafan and Lord Qiqiu, we were able to hold our ground. We were not provoked, and did not give that traitor an opportunity to take advantage of us. The immortals all had different expressions. Just as someone was about to speak, the heaven and earth shook. The entire array shook violently. Outside the immortal formation, silver scales were like a sea. Tens of thousands of flood dragons soared, crazily attacking, smashing and tearing at the pure white light of this great formation. The southern border immortals' faces also turned pale, under the contrast of the sword dragon's silver scales. Under Fang Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Dragon, they felt like they were facing a tsunami. Even with the protection of the immortal formation, they felt tiny. Fang Yuan's 10,000 flood dragons weren't much stronger than before. But most importantly, with Myriad self-immortal goo, it was much easier to kill Myriad dragons. When Fang Yuan used it, the steps were simple, and the efficiency was higher. Instead of activating 1 or 2 Myriad dragons, he could now use it 5 to 6 times. Fang Yuan continued to activate Myriad dragons. Countless ancient sword dragon clones attacked the formation, activating the formation's power. The pure white silhouette set off ripples that resembled waves, yet also resembled the continuous rise and fall of a mountain range, blocking the attack of the 10,000 dragons. Interesting. Fang Yuan observed carefully. Even though this immortal formation was shaking, its foundation was intact. As his attacks became stronger, the formation's defensive power also rose. We have the Gu formation. We should be able to hold on for some time. A southern border Gu immortal said with uncertainty, as he looked at Qiqiu. Qiqiu's gaze was also flickering intensely. Currently, the immortal formation's defense was quite good. But the other party was not an ordinary person, he was Fang Yuan. Even the celestial court could not do anything to him. He was a demonic path overlord. Everyone, quickly ask for help from your clans. Tell them that Fang Yuan is here quick. Do you think this formation can stop such a person? Qiqiu sighed. The immortals were so afraid of Qiqiu. They did not dare to be careless. They quickly asked for help. Earlier, Fang Yuan did not reveal his identity. He was just a rank 7 Gu immortal. How could the southern border immortals ask for help? They had only reported this to the rear. But now that Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, these Gu immortals shouted loudly and confidently when they asked for help. Roar! The dragons roared. Fang Yuan attacked furiously, while the immortal formation defended with all its might. Its power continued to rise. Hold on, even if we die we need to hold on. The western formation is broken, quickly fix it. We don't have enough immortal essence who can take over. The southern border immortals defended with all their might. Under Fang Yuan's powerful attacks, these people gave up on fighting against each other. They were truly united. Qiqiu desperately repaired the Gu formation. Xiafan had already coughed out several mouthfuls of blood, just to deduce the weakness of Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon Killer move. He was using all his strength. They were rank 7 Gu immortals, but they were already like this. Not to mention the other rank 6 Gu immortals, who were in a terrible state. Outside the immortal formation, Fang Yuan crossed his arms as he watched quietly. He was calm and relaxed. After obtaining Myriad self-immortal Gu, Myriad Dragon Killer move became more convenient and practical. It was no longer his strongest defensive method. It had become a normal killer move. Right now, Fang Yuan's strongest defensive method was the immemorial Yama's soul explosion. Unfortunately, he did not have any immemorial soul beasts to modify now. Earlier, of the 2 immemorial Yama's children, one was used to kill Feng Jioga, while the other was used to kill Land Spirit of Langya, but they did not succeed. As for the immemorial Yama's child soul explosion, It was about the same as Myriad Dragon Killer move. At most, its power would be amplified in the Yama battlefield. It would be slightly higher. Thus, Feng Yuan chose this method to attack the immortal formation. Intense winds blew. Feng Yuan floated in the sky, looking at the dragons attacking the formation. His demonic might had already been developed. Right now, he was suppressing the southern border Gu immortals with his own strength. They were exhausted from defending. He had the upper hand. However, Feng Yuan's brows were slightly furrowed. Time was dragging on. And if Feng Yuan wanted to forcefully break this formation, he would need some time. Feng Yuan still had 3 methods, but reverse flow protection seal could not deal with the immortal formation. Because this immortal formation also strengthened along with external attacks. It focused on defense, it did not have any methods to retaliate. As for lead soul into dream, ever since Celestial Court failed in this aspect, they had already researched a way to deal with it during the battle with Lord Huangshi. Lead soul into dream needed to sense the other party's soul. These southern border Gu immortals were hiding in the formation. Feng Yuan could not sense them. As for Great Thief Ghost Hand, it was useless. This immortal formation was deeply hidden. There were layers of white light on the surface. It obstructed Great Thief Ghost Hand from getting close. We pay respects to Lord Qi Chuyu. At this time, inside the immortal formation, the southern border immortals' morale rose. The reason was none other than Qi clan's first supreme elder, rank 8 formation path Gu immortal Qi Chuyu, who had secretly reinforced them. To think that this immortal formation has such a secret passage, even rank 8 existences from 10,000 li away can be transported here. The clan really put in a lot of effort in this aspect. Qi Chuyu praised internally. Qi Chuyu had purposely left this secret passage as a precaution, in case they fought for dream realms in the future. That way Qi clan, who had the secret passage, would have a huge advantage. But now that Feng Yuan suddenly attacked, Qi Chuyu thought about it, and decided to expose this secret path. He did not hesitate to do so. Continue controlling the immortal formation, and act like you can't hold on any longer. I will set up a method to lure that Feng Yuan into the trap. Qi Chuyu smiled. Feng Yuan had a huge treasure, and was a demonic path overlord. The Celestial Court had a huge headache. They could not do anything to him. If Qi Chuyu used formation path to capture or kill Feng Yuan, not only would he obtain huge battle spoils, his reputation would also rise to the peak of the righteous path. He might even be able to raise Qi clan's ranking in southern border's righteous path by several ranks. Even though Feng Yuan had great battle achievements, Qi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster with rank 8 cultivation level. He had absolute confidence in his formation path attainment. Thus, after hearing the battle report, he came to take Feng Yuan's life. If it were any other rank 8 Gu immortal, who did not cultivate formation path, they would not have such an advantage like Qi Chuyu. With Qi Chuyu as the mastermind, the southern border immortals had much more confidence. They started to deal with Feng Yuan patiently. Qi Chuyu had formation path immortal Gu. He had powerful methods. Soon, he set up half of the immortal formation, forming a formation within a formation. This type of formation was his specialty to begin with. But who knew that when he was about to succeed, Feng Yuan stopped attacking and used fixed immortal travel to leave the battlefield. Did he sense my presence? Qi Chuyu immediately frowned. But Qi Chuyu thought to himself, he had set up the Gu formation carefully. He should not have exposed himself. This possibility was not high at all, so why did Feng Yuan suddenly leave? This is Contact Heart River Bank? Jade light flickered as Feng Yuan appeared in the sky. He looked down at the surrounding hundreds of li. There were mountains everywhere. Only the area below him was flat and flat. It was shrouded in smoke. He could not see clearly. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply as he used Myriad Dragon Killer move again. The dragons attacked. The smoke rose up and fought against each other. But soon, the smoke could not match Feng Yuan's attacks. It dispersed and revealed the true terrain. There was a shallow deep blue lake, surrounded by lush green mountains. It was as quiet as a gem. The lake was surrounded by pure white and round stones that formed the riverbank. In the riverbank, there were a large number of Wisdom Path Contact Heart Gu. There was also an aura left behind by a Qi clan rank 6 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan did not chase this person. He looked at the entire contact Heart River bank and grabbed with his hand, starting to plunder. Chapter 1603. Collect. Fang Yuan floated in the air, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. Large numbers of wild contact heart goo were drawn by a formless and gentle force, gathering in the air. Like a beautiful cloud, they entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. This process lasted for half a cup of tea's time. Fang Yuan estimated. There are over 3,000 contact heart goo at rank 5, 50,000 at rank 4, and 1,000,000 contact heart goo below rank 3. Contact heart goo were like rainflower stones. They had different colors and shapes at different ranks. They were wisdom path goo worms. After being used, they could absorb the target's mind and cause the target to be dazed, losing their ability to think and observe. If used with other goo worms, they could be used to form killer moves. Contact heart goo had high practical value in battle. It was mostly used with enslavement path to increase the effectiveness of enslavement. Of course, Wisdom Path Goo Masters also used this goo worm, but Wisdom Path had always been rare and mysterious. It was hard for goo masters to raise goo. They usually only had single-digit mortal goo, but at the level of goo immortals, they had tens of thousands of mortal goo. Only immortal goo were hard to obtain. Fang Yuan's situation was an exception among exceptions. Contact Heart River Bank is a mid-sized resource point. After this fierce attack in breaking the goo formation, the goo immortals guarding this place escaped for their lives. Thus they did not attack these contact heart goo. I obtained such a huge amount of wealth. If the defending goo immortal had collected a portion of the contact heart goo, or destroyed them before retreating, Fang Yuan's loot would have been greatly reduced. That goo immortal must have used all his strength to control the immortal formation to resist Fang Yuan. He could no longer split his attention to collect contact heart goo. When retreating, he did not have the methods or the decisiveness and ruthlessness to destroy this place. After collecting the contact heart goo, Fang Yuan's gaze stopped at this river bank. Rank 6 strength path immortal goo pulling water. He secretly activated this immortal goo. The river water was like a piece of silk, picked up by a formless giant hand, and sent into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. This contact heart riverbank had a special environment. It was filled with wisdom path Tao marks, of course. There were earth path, water path, wood path, and other Tao marks as the foundation. But the total amount was far from the wisdom path Tao marks. The river water that Fang Yuan collected also had dense wisdom path Tao marks. It is a pity that most of the wisdom path Tao marks are still on this land. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. There was no other way. Even though he had pulling mountain immortal goo, it targeted a mountain range, not a piece of land. Let's take these rocks too. The large and small rocks on contact Heart River Bank also contained wisdom path Tao marks. They were excellent goo materials. Fang Yuan also packed them up and took them with him. In any case, he had taken whatever he could. A moment later, he activated the 7 revolutions fixed immortal travel and left, leaving behind a ravaged crater. Fang Yuan was now wanted, so he couldn't stay in one place for too long. Otherwise, it would give other enemies the chance to surround him and plot against him. Thus, when he attacked Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench earlier, and was obstructed by the formation, he wisely retreated. It was not because he found out about Qi Chuyu's plot. Fang Yuan calmed his mind. Using fixed immortal travel, he traveled over 100,000 li, arriving above a mountain range. This mountain range stretched from east to west. It was grand and majestic. It was undulating. There were no trees on the mountain. It was filled with bamboo. This bamboo was very thick. Each one had the size of a towering ancient tree. The leaves of the bamboo were triangular. The roots were thick while the tips were thin. They were sharp and hard. Many mortals plucked these bamboo leaves and tied them to wooden sticks, creating crude wooden spears. Thus this bamboo was called spear-tip bamboo. The spear-tip bamboo forest was huge. It covered the entire mountain range. Many living beings lived in the bamboo forest. It was full of vitality. Most of them had cloud path Tao marks. Among them, the cloud foxes were the most numerous. These snow-white foxes could float in the air for a short period of time. At this moment, Feng Yuan looked down. He saw a group of cloud foxes floating in the green bamboo forest. They were playing with each other. It was a peaceful and lively scene. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This is Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, the large resource point that Qi Clan controls. Super forces controlled resource points in the 5 regions. They were divided into 5 types: micro, small, medium, large, and giant. The Dragonfish Sea area in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was a giant resource point. It could produce a vast number of dragonfish, such as gold, silver, copper, and iron. He was Fairy Feng Yuan's main source of income. There was no one else. Oh no, that demon Feng Yuan is here. He attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Contact Heart River Bank was taken by him. To think that he came to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. And at such a crucial moment, the 2 Qi Clan rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place saw Feng Yuan and panicked. Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport here. The commotion was huge, and Feng Yuan did not plan to conceal himself. He did not conceal himself. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals immediately sensed him. These 2 Gu immortals were deep in the mountain range. In front of them was a giant spear-tip bamboo that was 70 feet tall. The bamboo was extremely thick. Even 10 grown men holding hands together might not be able to hug this giant bamboo. And in this giant bamboo's body, an immortal Gu was forming. Indeed, a wild immortal Gu was about to form. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals were guarding Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. They placed their focus here. Immortal Gu were unique. This wood path immortal Gu that was about to form was the most valuable treasure in this mountain range. Boom boom boom. Feng Yuan waved his sleeves. Countless fireworks and lightning bolts appeared. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals sighed. They activated the immortal formation and blocked Feng Yuan's attacks. Qi Clan specialized in formation path. Qi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster. He could use the Tao marks of heaven and earth, as well as mortal Gu, to create an immortal formation. Thus, almost all the resource points that Qi Clan guarded had immortal formations. After all, these resource points had one thing in common: they all had dense Tao marks. As Feng Yuan attacked, a layer of jade green light appeared on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, blocking Feng Yuan's attacks. Moreover, countless spear-tip bamboos started to sway. As bamboo leaves shot out, a strong wind blew and carried the countless leaves. Like a huge army charging at Feng Yuan, the sharp bamboo leaves shot towards him. This immortal formation is not only larger than Contact Heart River Bank, it also has a counterattack method. Feng Yuan smiled as he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal. When the bamboo leaves hit his body, they were immediately reflected back towards the immortal array. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Quick, stop this counterattack method. The 2 rank 6 Gu immortals were flustered. They encouraged each other. The immortal Gu is about to form. We need 15 minutes more. We need to hold on until the clan's reinforcements arrive. Under their control, the immortal formation stopped attacking. It only defended. Feng Yuan could not use it. He smiled nonchalantly as he stopped Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He activated Myriad Dragon Killer move again and bombarded the immortal formation. The immortal formation shook intensely. The 2 rank 6 Gu immortals were covered in sweat. They gritted their teeth and spat out blood. It was a difficult situation. After attacking for a while, Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He found a flaw in this formation. Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. He immediately took advantage of this opening and began to bombard it. After a while, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's immortal formation let out a loud sound. A small portion of the jade green light that covered the entire mountain range dissipated. Oh no, he destroyed a part of the immortal formation. Hold on, reinforcements are coming. The 2 Qi Clan rank 6 Gu immortals were shocked. Feng Yuan was like a meteor, crashing into the defenseless Cloud Bamboo Mountain with a loud sound. Yama's Child Soul Explosion. He found that Soul Explosion was more suitable for destroying the immortal formation. He used it without hesitation. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After a hole was created in this Cloud Bamboo immortal formation, The difficulty of destroying it decreased by several times. Fang Yuan made full use of this flaw. The two Qi clan Gu Immortals' plans did not work. Fang Yuan's destruction speed became faster and faster. More and more of the immortal formation was destroyed. Eventually, the Qi clan Gu Immortals were affected. There is no time. We need to retreat. What about this immortal Gu? Just a little bit more, and it will truly take shape. Let's go, we will die if we don't leave now. The other Gu Immortal was shocked. He woke up and wiped his sweat. You are right, we will leave now. But what about this immortal Gu? Chapter 1604. Boom. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as black fog spread out. It was the killer move Soul Explosion. This was the method of a peak rank 7. It destroyed the core of the immortal formation that Qi clan had set up on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range with ease. Rumble. With another explosion, the formation core crumbled. Other immortal formations also followed suit, breaking apart one after another. At this point, the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range formation was destroyed. They left after all. Looking at the empty core area, Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. He was not surprised at all. When he attacked the formation earlier, the enemy defended fiercely and responded wisely. But towards the end of the battle, Fang Yuan felt that this immortal formation was at a disadvantage. It could not react in time. It became rigid. Be it immortal formations or immortal Gu houses, they needed people to defend them. Even the wills left behind, or the formation spirits, could not replace the Gu Immortals. An immortal Gu seems to have been destroyed. Fang Yuan soon sensed a strange aura. Soon, he confirmed that there was an incomplete wood path immortal Gu. It was destroyed by Qi clan's Gu Immortals when they retreated. Fang Yuan felt it was a pity, but he praised this decisiveness. If it were him, he would have done the same. There was nothing valuable left at the core area. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and started to loot the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, there were a large number of cloud path life forms. For example, cloud foxes. Fang Yuan used his enslavement path methods. An orange-yellow light burst out of his body, covering the surrounding area. Within the light, the cloud foxes and other life forms started to struggle intensely. They had pained expressions as they screamed. But soon, their resistance weakened. They stopped moving and stayed on the spot. They were enslaved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. These life forms gathered and flowed into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture like a river. Fang Yuan continued to plunder. A vast number of life forms entered his immortal aperture. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Two desolate beast cloud foxes appeared. They ran out of the mountain in panic. Get back here. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He flew over and used an enslavement path killer move, making these two desolate beast cloud foxes crawl on the ground and acknowledge him as their master. The Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was vast, and it was also a large resource point. It was filled with rich Dao marks, so it was very normal for desolate beasts and desolate plants to be born. Even ancient desolate beasts were possible. Immortal Gu were even rarer, but even though there was one here, it was destroyed before it could take form. After Fang Yuan had done a rough search, he had harvested a total of 7 desolate beast cloud foxes and 3 types of desolate plants, a total of 11 stalks. They were cloud chi root, white hair ginseng and spear tip bamboo. What surprised Fang Yuan the most was that there was a huge piece of rank 7 immortal material cloud soil. However, he did not see any ancient desolate beasts or ancient desolate plants. The Gu Immortal guarding this place must have taken them away. Or perhaps there is no such thing at all. According to the laws of nature, there was indeed the possibility of ancient desolate plants and desolate beasts growing here. But this place had been ruled by Qi clan for countless years. Qi clan was proficient in formation path, but they were weak in enslavement path. They naturally would not allow an ancient desolate beast that could rival rank 7 Gu Immortals to stay in their property uncontrollably. Fang Yuan did not mind. He continued to search. This time, he extended his demonic claws towards the spear-tip bamboos that were all over the mountain. These spear-tip bamboos were all ordinary Gu materials. the desolate plant spear-tip bamboos, had already been collected by Feng Yuan in the first wave. At this point it was somewhat troublesome. Feng Yuan had a lot of enslavement path methods, but he lacked wood path. After all, he had too few wood path immortal goo. To transplant these spear-tip bamboos, I need appropriate wood path methods. Feng Yuan sighed. If Feng Yuan wanted to transplant these spear-tip bamboos, he needed exquisite wood path methods. Killer moves of other paths would leave Dao marks on the spear-tip bamboos. Even if they were temporary Dao marks, they would damage the Dao marks of the spear-tip bamboos, causing their quality to fall. Actually, Spectral Soul's true inheritance had many wood path methods, but Feng Yuan was lacking in wood path immortal goo. Thus, Feng Yuan could only use mortal methods to collect these spear-tip bamboos. This way, the efficiency would be greatly reduced. It would be inferior to immortal killer moves. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was huge. The spear-tip bamboos that Feng Yuan collected were just a drop in the bucket. It is a pity that my pulling mountain immortal goo can pull mountains, but it is only rank 6. It cannot move the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In the past, Feng Yuan could pull Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, because these two secluded domains of heaven and earth had been used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Orderly Well Killer move. But this Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range did not have such treatment. Of course, Feng Yuan could shatter Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, but the result was not under Feng Yuan's control. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Unless he had the corresponding earth path method to separate the mountain roots. What? Feng Yuan broke through Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Qi Chuyu's brows were furrowed, his expression was grim. He was Qi Clan's first supreme elder. When something like this happened, the battle reports were sent to him immediately. Contact Heart River Bank was only a mid-sized resource point. It lost a lot, but it was not a big problem. Now that Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was lost, this was a large resource point. Back then, in order to develop Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, my clan spent a lot of money to invite an Earth Path great expert to build up the mountain. After 100 years of careful management, it finally took shape. To think that Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range suffered a calamity today. Qi Clan was a super force, they had many large resource points. But Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was quite special, because it was at the start of Qi Clan. When they were still weak, Qi Clan's ancestors saved money and built it up by gritting their teeth. In Qi Clan's history, this Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range became a stable source of income for Qi Clan in the future. It did not let down the expectations of the original founders. Under the efforts of the generations, the Qi Clan gradually prospered, and its sphere of influence continued to expand. Even though there were more and more large resource points, and Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range gradually became the center of Qi Clan's territory, it was never neglected. There were always 2 Gu immortals guarding it. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a resource point. It was also a source of motivation for Qi Clan. It contained a kind of Qi Clan spirit. Forget about other large resource points, but Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range cannot be lost. Activate the Immortal Gu House and attack Feng Yuan. We will take back Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Qi Chuyu thought about it before giving the order with a firm attitude. What about you, First Supreme Elder? Qi Clan's Gu Immortals asked. Qi Chuyu snorted coldly. This Feng Yuan seems to have sensed that I am here. His true motive is to steal the Dream Realms here. I will guard this place, he will definitely return. Of course, you need to pretend that I am attacking him personally. Thus, Qi Clan activated the Immortal Gu House, and hurriedly returned to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Feng Yuan had not left yet. He was still collecting the spear-tip bamboos. These bamboos had very developed roots. They could reach 50 to 60 feet into the ground. To move them into one's immortal aperture unscathed, they needed special methods. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals saw Feng Yuan and hesitated. This was Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. If they fought with Feng Yuan here, without the protection of the Immortal Formation, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range would be destroyed. Immortal Killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan was prepared for it. Great Thief Ghost Hand had been hidden for a long time. It suddenly activated and targeted Qi Clan's Immortal Gu House. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, At the northernmost part of Kokitahara, snow was falling, cold air was permeating the air. The snowmen were covered in dust. They had finally arrived at this place, after traveling for a long time. Despite the cold weather, the snowmen had joyful smiles on their faces. This is the perfect place for us to stay. And with such a huge land, it is not as crowded as before. Thank you for Great Immortal Bingjua's guidance. Sob sob sob. Some elderly snowmen were already kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Quick look! Someone suddenly shouted. The snowmen quickly raised their heads and saw an unforgettable scene. The cold mist that filled the sky suddenly dissipated, revealing 3 huge crystalline peaks within the mist. Gu Immortal Bingjua floated in the air, nodding at them as the cold fog surged up again, covering the 3 crystalline mountains. It is Great Immortal Bingjua. This is the home that Great Immortal gave us, 3rd Sacred Mountain. It seems that our clan's immortals should be living on 3rd Sacred Mountain. The snowmen were extremely excited. They knelt on the ground and prayed towards 3rd Sacred Mountain. But they did not know that the appearance of Bingjua in the fog had suddenly changed. He turned into a stranger. It was Feng Yuan's time path clone. Food, environment, plants. Everything is arranged properly. Even though the environment is simple, it is enough for these snowmen to survive. At this point, the snowman's settlement is complete. The time path clone nodded slightly. He controlled the snow crystal formation and looked at another direction. There, a small group of snow monsters poked their heads out of the snow and looked at each other curiously. Then they started to wander around. Not bad. Under the effect of the snow crystal formation, snow monsters have been created. The production of snow monsters in this area also began to slowly start. In time, it will bring me huge profits. After leaving Kokitahara, the time path clone went to Mini Central Continent. Not long ago, he had created a new river bank here. He copied the name, Contact Heart River Bank. In the river bank, there were countless rocks of all sizes, round and pure white. There was also a river that was flowing. Some Contact Heart Gu were living here. Most of the Contact Heart Gu that Feng Yuan obtained were sold in jewel yellow skies. What was left behind were the river water, rocks, and a small number of Contact Heart Gu as seeds. In the future, if possible, he could use this as a source of income. The time path clone flew rapidly towards the southeast direction of Contact Heart River Bank. After flying for a long time, he stopped. There was a large empty land in front of him. It was desolate. The time path clone started to plant spear-tip bamboos here. He released cloud foxes and other wild beasts. Chapter 1605. Southern Border. Feng Yuan broke through Cloud Bamboo mountain range and plundered it wantonly. But he knew the importance of the resources here to Qi clan, so he made preparations to deal with Qi clan's counterattack. Immortal Killer Move. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand that was hiding in a corner suddenly flew out and grabbed the Immortal Gu house of Qi clan. The Qi clan immortals inside the Immortal Gu house were shocked. But immediately, the Immortal Gu house shined with dazzling golden light. Ripples appeared on the surface of the Immortal Gu house, forming a whirlpool that sucked Great Thief Ghost Hand in. At the next moment, the whirlpool vanished. The ripples vanished as Feng Yuan grunted. He lost contact with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Bright light flashed in his eyes. As expected of a top 10 Immortal Gu house, Great Space Temple. Qi clan had 2 Immortal Gu houses. They were not ordinary. Great Space Temple was stronger. It could match rank 8 Gu immortals. From the outside, it looked like it was made of marble. It was pure white. It had a domed roof with golden edges. It seemed to be emitting sunlight. It was gorgeous and gave people a feeling of warmth and hope. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, super forces fought against each other. The world was in chaos. Immortal Gu houses were frequently mobilized to fight against each other. Because of the abundant battle achievements, people had a clear understanding of the strength of Immortal Gu houses. They created a ranking of Immortal Gu houses. And Qi clan's Great Space Temple was on the ranking. It was at the 9th place. It was no small matter. It had an extremely famous move called Shifting Space. It could trap rank 8 Gu immortals. When the Celestial Court attacked Southern Border, this house trapped 4 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. It had incredible battle achievements. I'm afraid my great thief ghost hand was trapped in shifting space. I lost contact with it. However, using shifting space has a high price. It needs time to activate. Why is the other party so sensitive? They seem to have prepared for it. Feng Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts. He quickly sensed something amiss. There really is such a theft path move. Feng Demon is getting harder to deal with. Thankfully, we were prepared. In the end, I still have to rely on the Celestial Court's intelligence. This time, it was really timely. If Feng Yuan really succeeds, and steals the Immortal Gu in the Immortal Gu house, wouldn't that be disastrous? Qi Clan's Gu Immortals felt lingering fear but also joy. Charge. Prepare the killer move Great Universe Space at any time to deal with Demon Feng's theft path methods. But be careful. Feng Mo has a defensive killer move formed by Reverse Flow River. Rumble. Under the control of Qi Clan's Immortals, Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Great Space Temple erupted with fierce attacks, rapidly suppressing Feng Yuan. As Feng Yuan retreated, he probed his mind into the jewel yellow skies. The next moment his heart trembled slightly. Just as he had expected, the Celestial Court in jewel yellow skies had already hung up a projection, replaying the scene of Feng Yuan's battle. Among them, the crucial scene of him using Great Thief Ghost Hand to deal with Feng Joga was also included. Not just that, the Celestial Court had also publicized the results of many deductions. They did not need to be bought with money. The contents of these deductions were all related to Feng Yuan, revealing his secrets. Jewel Yellow Skies was already in an uproar. The whole of the 5 regions' Gu Immortal world was alarmed. They were discussing Feng Yuan's Gu worms, killer moves, and others. They were filled with envy and jealousy towards the resources that Feng Yuan possessed. This move was too ruthless. Information about Gu Immortals was very important. Many times, once Immortal Gu or killer moves were exposed, the Gu Immortal would be easily targeted by others. Like now, Great Thief Ghost Hand was not only defended against by Qi Clan's Gu Immortals, it was even taken into Great Universe Space. In the future, they would definitely research this Great Thief Ghost Hand and use it to deduce more weaknesses of Feng Yuan's move. If they were not prepared, if Feng Yuan succeeded, he might be able to steal the Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan would be able to make a huge profit and gain the upper hand. Feng Yuan had used Jewel Yellow Skies to spread the news of him beating up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. It greatly affected the Celestial Court's authority. Now the Celestial Court was giving him a taste of his own medicine, using the same method to deal with Feng Yuan. I have Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fairy Myrtle is probably very worried that I will use this move to steal other people's Immortal Gu and strengthen myself. Since she can split her attention and do this, the battle over at Langya Blessed Land is probably over already. Feng Yuan's heart shuddered. He wanted the Celestial Court to fight to the death with Longevity Heaven. It would be best if Langya Blessed Land was destroyed. But both sides were shrewd people. They would not make such a stupid move. I'm afraid the Celestial Court is retreating. After all, in order to resist Langya Blessed Land's methods earlier, be it Fairy Myrtle or Chini, they were all injured. After the battle with me, Feng Joga lost most of his battle strength. Thunder Ghost True Monarch also died. Longevity Heaven has the help of Land Spirit of Langya. It has the home advantage. Another thing that Feng Yuan noticed was that Princess Impatience's identity as a traitor was not exposed in this matter. Princess Impatience is likely to be hiding near Loose Tail Ridge, waiting for a good opportunity. It seems that the Celestial Court is well prepared. Even without Princess Impatience's help, they would have escaped safely. Feng Yuan was not foolish enough to expose Princess Impatience's identity. The Celestial Court knew that Feng Yuan was an otherworldly demon who had been reborn, but they did not know that Princess Impatience's identity had already been exposed to Feng Yuan. Right now, I have no evidence to accuse Princess Impatience. Actually, even if I have solid evidence, Princess Impatience is a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Longevity Heaven will have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. Without sufficient preparation, they might escape. Feng Yuan had to make good use of this weakness. He might be able to gain huge benefits from it in the future. Throwing it out now was just to vent his anger. Those who achieved great things needed to be able to take all kinds of risks. They needed to be shrewd. How could they do something senseless because of their emotions? However, I will not let you off easily either. Feng Yuan snickered internally as he took action, sending a video into jewel yellow skies. This video showed the Celestial Court activating Starcast, sending several rank 8 Gu immortals deep into Langya Blessed Land. Like a huge rock, this video was thrown into the surging waves of public opinion, creating a huge commotion. The Celestial Court had such a method. Like Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel, it had a huge advantage in battle tactics that affected the overall strategy. Other than Central Continent, the Gu immortals of the 4 regions, as well as the leaders of the super forces, all felt a chill in their hearts. Their wariness towards the Celestial Court increased by countless folds. Goodbye. Feng Yuan smiled as he waved at Great Space Temple. At the next moment, he used the chance to activate fixed immortal travel and escape successfully. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel was too useful. Great Space Temple did not have an immortal battlefield. Even if it had an immortal battlefield killer move, Feng Yuan would not be trapped easily. Actually, even if he got trapped, many immortal battlefields could not capture fixed immortal travel, unless it was an extremely high level 1 or targeted fixed immortal travel. It would be troublesome for Feng Yuan to get trapped. At the next moment, jade light flickered as Feng Yuan left the battlefield, arriving near Qi Clan's 3rd resource point. Wind Flame Mountain. This mountain had countless parasol trees with fiery maple leaves. The entire area was red. There were many birds and almost no beasts. Only a few fire phoenixes were in the parasol forest. Sensing Feng Yuan's ferocious intent, these phoenixes raised their heads and looked at Feng Yuan fearlessly, giving off an inviolable aura. This was a huge resource point. Even super forces could not have too many of them. It was also one of Qi Clan's main sources of income. Old demon Feng Yuan actually came here. The one guarding this place was a Qi Clan rank 7. He immediately activated the Immortal Formation's defense while reporting to the clan, requesting for reinforcements. If I take down this resource point, Qi Clan will really suffer a loss. Hee. Feng Yuan snickered as he charged down like a meteor. With a loud sound, the Immortal Formation did not budge. The defense of a huge resource point was much tighter than a medium or large resource point. Feng Yuan stabilized his body. His gaze flickered as he deduced rapidly in his mind, while his killer moves were unleashed like cheap fireworks. This scoundrel Feng Yuan is so crafty. Receiving this news, Qi Chuyu was furious. He could not sit still anymore. He left and went to reinforce the clan. Wind Flame Mountain was a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, it would attract many wild phoenixes at certain times of the year to lay eggs. Once Wind Flame Mountain suffered a huge change, the wild phoenixes might choose another location. Qi Clan would suffer huge losses. And Wind Flame Mountain was very far from Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Qi Chuyu was the closest to it. Thus, even though Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder had already set up a formation within a formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he had to give up on the idea of waiting. He went to Feng Yuan to save his clan's assets. By the time he arrived, Feng Yuan had already dismantled most of Wind Flame Mountain's formation. Many ancient fire phoenixes had also died in battle, and Feng Yuan had collected 3 of them. Feng Yuan, you scoundrel, don't leave if you have the guts. Qi Chuyu glared and shouted. Chapter 1606. You are in such a hurry to see me. It seems you are courting death. Qi Chuyu sneered. It's first Supreme Elder, we are saved. The Qi Clan Gu Immortal guarding Phoenix Flame Mountain felt assured as he cheered. I have been waiting for you. I wonder if you are interested in the Dream Path research results in my hands. Feng Yuan suddenly transmitted. Qi Chuyu was slightly stunned. At the next moment, Feng Yuan pointed as Immortal Killer move Yama battlefield formed, including Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu was slightly shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He even sized up the battlefield calmly. This is the battlefield that trapped Feng Jioga? Feng Yuan laughed. Senior Qi, you are saying that this is the immortal battlefield that Fairy Myrtle unraveled? Celestial Court not only exposed Feng Yuan's great thief ghost hand and other information in jewel yellow skies, they even exposed Fairy Myrtle's understanding of Yama battlefield and the method to unravel it. Thus, with this as a reference, Qi Chuyu was not worried about his safety. He was not anxious at all. He was a formation path great grandmaster. He could wait for reinforcements in Yama battlefield. But Feng Yuan had limited time. If he was stalled by Qi Chuyu, the other southern border righteous path Gu immortals would have a chance to surround him. He would be in danger. There were no invincible Gu in the world, only invincible Gu immortals. Fixed immortal travel could be countered in many aspects. In comparison, Qi Chuyu's biggest headache was that after Feng Yuan escaped, he would continue to attack Qi clan's resource points. This was a huge problem. Senior Qi, take a look at this. Feng Yuan tossed over an information path mortal Gu. Qi Chuyu inspected it and saw that it was an information path mortal Gu. He looked into it, and his gaze shined. This information path mortal Gu recorded information regarding the formation that Qi clan had set up on Wind Flame Mountain. As an array master, and with the help of the light of wisdom, it was not difficult for Feng Yuan to deduce all this. Qi Chuyu instantly understood Feng Yuan's meaning. According to the information path mortal Gu, Feng Yuan could have destroyed the immortal formation protecting Phoenix Flame Mountain, but he purposely held back and lured Qi Chuyu over. Qi Chuyu nodded slightly. You are indeed a genius. Your formation path attainment is so deep. No wonder that child Qi Shang approves of you. Formation addict Qi Shang was a rising star of Qi clan. Qi Chuyu thought highly of him and believed that he would become a formation path great grandmaster in the future. Previously, when Feng Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, he interacted with Qi Shang and established a good relationship with him. Later on, when Feng Yuan's identity was exposed and he was being hunted everywhere, Qi Shang also publicly announced that he had drawn a line between him and Feng Yuan, becoming mortal enemies. Feng Yuan laughed and looked at Qi Chuyu with a burning gaze. If I tell Senior Qi that my formation path attainment came from a dream state, what would Senior think? Oh, is that true? Qi Chuyu was moved. He sized up Feng Yuan again as he asked with a doubtful tone. You really want to make a deal with me? Feng Yuan retorted. Why would I not want to make a deal with you? I need dream realms. But Southern Border's dream realms all have defensive formations. They are all created by Qi clan. I am willing to use my dream path attainment to exchange for Qi clan's cooperation. To show my sincerity, please take a look at this. Feng Yuan threw out an information path mortal Gu. Qi Chuyu received it, and his eyes shined with bright light. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the information path mortal Gu, afraid that it would fly away. The information regarding Dream Path had an unparalleled temptation to Qi Chuyu. He could not help but delve into it, and quickly finished reading the contents. When he raised his head and looked at Feng Yuan again, the expression on his face had changed again. This scoundrel Feng Yuan, as expected of someone who inherited Shadow Sect and used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. The Dream Path content that he casually threw out has already far surpassed the sum of our Southern Border Righteous Path's hard work. Furthermore, the content here is clearly only a small portion. There is more to it than meets the eye. There are even some things that are not explained clearly, they are just vague. Thinking of this, Qi Chuyu's heart pounded. He could not help but be moved. The temptation that Feng Yuan threw out was simply too huge. Currently, the Gu Immortal world recognized that Dream Path was the future trend of development. Not only would Dream Path be created, it would become prosperous and even produce great Dream Immortal Venerable. Thus, be they super forces or rank 8 Gu Immortals, they all understood the importance of Dream Path. They were all exploring dream realms and trying to go further than others in this path. Whoever gave up on pursuing the Dream Path would be eliminated by the upcoming Grand Era. Like how Great Thief Demon Venerable created Theft Path, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable created Qi Path. In the long history of humanity, countless historical facts had proven this point. However, Everything was difficult at the beginning, especially now that Dream Path was just a concept. No matter who explored dream realms, they would have to pay a huge price and gain little results. Precisely because he understood this, Qi Chuyu understood the importance of this information path mortal goo in his hands. If he threw it out, all the super forces in the world would fight over it. Even if they had to fight to the death for it, they would not hesitate. Qi Chuyu caressed the mortal goo in his hands as he stared at Feng Yuan with a sharp gaze. You are sincere indeed, but there are so many righteous path forces in southern border. Why do you want to make a deal with me? Feng Yuan laughed heartily. I have interacted with Qi Shang before. I also had information from Shadow Sect and Wu Clan. I have some understanding of Qi Clan. Qi Bang is your son, but he is lacking an ability to become the first Supreme Elder. Thus he needs the help of Qi Shang, a future formation path great grandmaster. Senior Qi, your lifespan is limited. If you die in the future, there will be chaos. Will Qi Bang be able to protect Qi Clan? You. Qi Chuyu's expression turned grim. Killing intent leaked out of him without concealment. Feng Yuan did not seem to notice it. But even Qi Chuyu had to admit that Feng Yuan was right. Southern border's earth veins were in turmoil. Similar situations were happening in the other 4 regions. People like Qi Chuyu had already sensed many things about the future chaos. Qi Chuyu had used many lifespan extension methods. Lifespan goo were no longer effective on him. He had been preparing for a rainy day. Long ago, he had started preparing for his son's ascension. Even though he knew that Qi Bang was not talented enough, as a father, he had his own personal feelings. But he could not just focus on his personal feelings. If Qi Clan was destroyed by Qi Bang, even if Qi Chuyu died, he would not be able to rest in peace. And if Qi Clan was destroyed, how could Qi Bang be fine? Precisely so, his Qi Clan needed Feng Yuan's Dream Path research results even more. With this, Qi Clan would not only be able to protect themselves in the future, they would even be able to follow the tides of the new era and become an even stronger super force. Ha ha ha. Qi Chuyu suddenly laughed loudly, as if his expression and killing intent had never appeared before. He looked at Feng Yuan, shaking his head. Feng Yuan, you are indeed the #1 demonic lord of the 5 regions. I have only learned of your abilities today. No wonder the Celestial Court and Wu Clan were helpless against you. I, Qi Chuyu, will accept this transaction. Feng Yuan nodded. Qi Chuyu's response was within his expectations. It was not surprising. Qi Chuyu was the leader of a righteous path force, while Feng Yuan was a demon that everyone wanted to kill. They actually made a transaction? This was quite unimaginable. But actually, everyone had different concepts of righteous path and demonic path. The true essence was that the righteous path had vested benefits, while the demonic path was not like that. Look at Qi Clan. They had so many resource points. They had to promote the benefits of righteous path, saying that evil could not prevail over righteousness. They had to maintain peace and stability. Meanwhile, demonic path goo immortals needed to get stronger in order to deal with calamities and tribulations, and they needed cultivation resources to get stronger. They did not have these resources. What could they do? They could only kill, plunder, steal, and swindle. Everything was for the sake of benefits. Precisely because of this, what was so strange about Qi Chuyu agreeing to Feng Yuan's transaction? Both sides took what they needed. They were just moving towards benefits. After the transaction was settled, Feng Yuan deactivated the immortal battlefield. He pretended to be defeated and escaped in a panic. Even though Qi Chuyu won, he let Feng Yuan escape. His expression was not good. In the following days, he made arrangements to defend himself. He was very careful and guarded against Feng Yuan's revenge. Chapter 1607. We must eliminate this Feng Yuan. He dares to openly attack my righteous path's great formation. Truly audacious to the extreme. Luo family's grand elder roared. Our clan's goo immortals have sacrificed themselves. This demon Feng Yuan has already stained our blood twice. We must make him pay the price. Ho clan's first supreme elder's tone was deep and filled with hatred. Yao clan's first supreme elder sighed. We have to deal with Fang Yuan, but he is not an ordinary demonic path Gu immortal. His identity was very complicated. Not only was he an otherworldly demon, he also had the spring-autumn cicada. He had been reborn from the future, destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. Not only did he possess Giant Sun's true inheritance, he also inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance, becoming the current sect leader of the Shadow Sect, and even received a lot of funding from Langya Blessed Land. Even though the Celestial Court of Zhongzhou State had repeatedly put him on the wanted list and hunted him down, he was still at large and wreaking havoc in the world. Moreover, he had become stronger and stronger after each battle. His strength had progressed rapidly beyond common sense. To be honest, he really has the aura of the Demon Lord when he was young. Humph. In the future, there would only be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. There would not be Great Dream Demon Venerable. Yao Clan, are you afraid? Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder immediately mocked. The Yao family's first Supreme Elder sneered. I'm just stating the facts. If he wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, he had to face this fact. Just like how your Xia family lost to my Yao family. The Xia clan's first Supreme Elder was furious. Recently, the earth veins had been moving, causing large amounts of cultivation resources to surface from the depths of the earth. This attracted Southern Border's righteous path, demonic path, and loose cultivators to fight over them. Naturally, there would be many conflicts during the competition. Not long ago, the Xia clan was ambushed by the Yao clan and suffered a great loss. However, the Yao clan also paid a hefty price. Thus, the conversation between the two sides was filled with anger. Alright, the purpose of our discussion this time is not to bicker with one another, but to discuss how to deal with Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan continues to plunder like this, what should we do? At this moment, Shang clan's first Supreme Elder spoke with a calm tone. There was silence. Shang clan had always maintained a neutral stance, and was most skilled at trading. They had connections with Gu immortals of all clans. Thus, when Shang clan's first Supreme Elder spoke, everyone else had to show some respect. After a long time, the Ba family's first Supreme Elder broke the silence. The thief Fang Yuan must have grasped a way to explore dreams, and obtained great benefits. Otherwise, back then, why would he try so many ways to impersonate Cheng Wui Hai and sneak into our righteous path? This time, when he broke through the great formation of the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, and swept away all the dream realms, it proved this point even more clearly. I wonder what Wu Clan's Supreme Grand Elder thinks of this matter? Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder was none other than Wu Yihai's brother, Wu Yong. Wu Clan had been occupying the throne of the righteous path for a long time, and Ba Clan had been secretly coveting it. Unfortunately, Wu Yong erupted and revealed the clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, destroying Ba Clan's plans, and allowing Wu Clan to defend their throne. But the Ba Clan would not let go of such a small opportunity. Wu Yong was silent for a while before speaking. Fang Yuan is a scoundrel. Everyone has the right to punish him. Yesterday, he plundered Qi Clan's resources. Tomorrow, he could suddenly appear at any place. Our resources, and even our Gu immortals and clansmen, might all fall victim to him. Wu Yong spoke plainly, but he also pointed out that dealing with Fang Yuan was the responsibility of everyone in Southern Border's righteous path. It was impossible for Ba Clan, or anyone else, to make our Wu Clan take the lead, and put in a lot of effort. Hearing Wu Yong's words, many people frowned. Wu Yong and Wu Duxiu's styles were very different. If it were Wu Duxiu, she would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the responsibility. This was Wu Clan's strength of character. But Wu Yong cowered at this moment, as if the humiliation that Fang Yuan gave to Wu Clan did not exist. Ba Clan's first Supreme Elder did not want to let Wu Yong off so easily, he said. The reason why it is so troublesome to deal with this demon Fang Yuan is because he has fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. I wonder if Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder has any good methods to restrain fixed immortal travel? Wu Yong smiled bitterly. I am ashamed, Wu Clan does not have any good methods. I, Wu Yong, cannot compare to my mother. I can only defend my gains but not be aggressive enough. In my opinion, the Gu formation that Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, set up earlier was indeed effective. Even though Fang Yuan broke it, he was able to stall for a lot of time. Why don't we ask Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder to set up an immortal formation for our resources? At least when Fang Yuan attacks, we can stall for some time. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder Qi Chuyu quickly said, I am ashamed. The immortal formation that I set up was broken by Fang Yuan time and time again. I am afraid I will not live up to your expectations. Wu Yong smiled. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, no need to be humble. Fang Yuan did not break through your clan's Wind Flame Mountain. The immortal formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench also blocked Fang Yuan's attack. But Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level is not low. Even your clan's formation fanatic was once on good terms with him. Everyone knows this. Wu Yong's words had a deeper meaning. Qi Chuyu snorted coldly in his heart, but did not reply. He remained silent. Southern Border super forces had a lot of resource points in their hands. If Qi Chuyu wanted to set up the immortal formations one by one, how long would that take? And most importantly, this was a sensitive matter. Resource points were the exclusive property of each clan. If the defensive measures of these places were left to outsiders, each clan would feel uncomfortable. Among the clans now, only Qi Clan was robbed by Fang Yuan. They did not feel any pain. They also did not have the strong intention to ask Qi Chuyu for help. Qi Chuyu understood this, so he did not speak. Wu Yong saw that Qi Chuyu was silent. He could not speak now. At this time, Tai Clan's first Supreme Elder said excitedly, Actually, Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder's method is the correct way to deal with the problem of Fang Yuan. But it is only half correct. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder's immortal formation can block Fang Yuan for some time. At this time, if there is a beacon tower of our Tai Clan, we can move it in time and block Fang Yuan. We can surround and kill him. With the two together, Fang Yuan will not be a problem. At this moment, the Gu Immortals became even more silent. Beacon towers were Tai Clan's immortal Gu houses. Their strongest aspect was similar to Western Desert's myriadly silk corridor. Every beacon tower could teleport Gu Immortals between them. If many beacon towers were placed together, they could even teleport rank 8 Gu Immortals. Tai Clan's first Supreme Elder's plan was not wrong. In fact, Tai Clan had been trying to set up beacon towers in different areas of Southern Border. However, such an arrangement posed a huge threat to the other superpowers. Thus, all the forces had been resisting Tai Clan's plan to set up beacon towers. Right now, Tai Clan's first Supreme Elder used this chance to push for their own beacon towers. The leaders of the clans did not agree. They remained silent, expressing their rejection. I have another idea. After a long while, Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder spoke. After 15 minutes, this discussion between the leaders of Southern Border's righteous path forces came to an end. Under the moonlight, Qi Chuyu stopped using his killer move. He flew in the sky on a thick cloud with an eerie gaze. Southern Border's Gu Immortal world was full of factions to begin with. They all had their own conflicts. Recently, the movement of the earth veins brought benefits, but it also stimulated more conflicts. This made the various superpowers even angrier. Ignoring the internal conflicts, just look at Qi Clan, which was attacked by Fang Yuan all over the place. From start to finish, no other force helped them. After flying for a while, Qi Chuyu's vision changed. He landed in an immortal battlefield. He was not nervous at all, because this was Yama's battlefield. This meeting with Fang Yuan was something that they had agreed on. These are for you. Fang Yuan tossed out several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, and an information path mortal Gu. Where are my things? I brought them. Qi Chuyu took out a large number of immortal Yuan stones, as well as many immortal materials that were categorized. There was also an information path mortal Gu that recorded the formation path inheritance. Both sides quickly inspected the goods and handed them over before separating. But Qi Chuyu frowned slightly, while Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, if there is a chance in the future, I will transact with you again. Before leaving, Fang Yuan transmitted. How will you contact me? You will know when the time comes. The two quickly retreated. They were extremely vigilant. No one knew about this transaction from start to finish. The contents of this goo worm are still lacking. This shows that Feng Yuan has a lot of dream path research results. But after obtaining these in the dream realms, I have already far surpassed the other super forces of southern border. Qi Chuyu looked at the dream realms in his immortal aperture as he sighed internally. Thinking of Feng Yuan, his gaze turned dark. This scoundrel Feng Yuan clearly wants to cooperate with me. After all, he wants to know about the formation at Etian Mountain. I might as well cooperate with him and try to obtain more dream path research results. Then use Southern Border's righteous path to plot against him and eliminate him. Qi Chuyu and Feng Yuan's transaction was purely for benefits. Right now he wanted to plot against Feng Yuan. It was also for benefits. After all, if Feng Yuan sold these dream path research results to other super forces, Qi Clan's advantage would be gone. It would be a huge loss to their own benefits. Even though I gave Qi Clan a few dream realms this time, I already have a lot of time path dream realms. Next, I need to cultivate quietly and increase my time path attainment level. Feng Yuan was also thinking and scheming. Qi Clan had dream path methods. They naturally needed some private dream realms for them to explore. Even though there was a huge dream realm at Etian Mountain, under everyone's watchful eyes, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. The risk was too high. On one hand, Feng Yuan needed to facilitate this transaction. On the other hand, he did not want Qi Clan to be exposed. I successfully attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench this time. Southern Border's righteous path will definitely plot against me. Even though fixed immortal travel is good, it is countered. Not mentioning the foundation of Southern Border's righteous path. With the close relationship between Wu Yong and Celestial Court might interfere. So I need to lie low for now. Actually, Feng Yuan could use his dream path research results to find any super force and turn them into allies, conducting transactions. But there was a reason why Feng Yuan chose Qi Clan. The most important reason was that in the chaotic era 500 years ago, Qi Clan was a resolute force that resisted the invasion of Celestial Court. In his previous life, Wu Clan was also like this. But in this life, Wu Yong actually obtained many immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path from Celestial Court. This was something that Feng Yuan had always kept in mind. He could not forget. Chapter 1608. The moon was bright outside the window, while the candlelight in the study room was slightly cold. Wu Yong was pacing around in the study room. He had many worries in his heart. He could not put them down. Right now, Wu Yong had rank 8 cultivation. He held authority in Wu Clan. He brought clear jade dripping wine tiny bamboo building and helped Wu Clan get through this crisis. He also asked for the immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path from the Celestial Court. His reputation was unparalleled. During this period of time, he worked hard to nurture goo immortal seeds, making Wu Clan prosper day by day. What was there for him to worry about? Feng Yuan. He disguised as Wu Yihai, even deceiving Wu Yong. He cheated Wu Clan of many resources, and even immortal goo. Not only did he make Wu Clan run around in circles, even Wu Yong's pursuit had no results. Feng Yuan was like a thorn in Wu Yong's heart. Every time Wu Yong thought of him, his heart would feel a stab of pain. He would feel humiliation, anger, and hatred. This time, Feng Yuan was active in Southern Border, destroying Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's formation and seizing dream realms. Wu Yong looked calm, but his heart was already bleeding profusely from this thorn. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder's method can indeed deal with Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel. But Wu Yong frowned. He paced around as he shook his head. He felt it was not reliable. Could this method really get rid of Feng Yuan? He thought of how he had allied with Southern Border's righteous path forces to pursue Feng Yuan. But there was no result. He then thought of how the Celestial Court had tried to capture him, but Feng Yuan was still free. Now that Southern Border's righteous path had joined forces, could they deal with Feng Yuan? Wu Yong shook his head. He had to admit, on one hand, he was somewhat wary of Feng Yuan. This demon Feng Yuan, every time he appeared, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He could not be estimated with common sense. On the other hand, Wu Yong was not confident in the entire southern border righteous path. Wu clan was the leader of southern border's righteous path. Wu Yong grew up under Wu Duxiu's nurturing. How could he not see the flaws of southern border's righteous path? Everyone had their own thoughts, and there were many different factions and conflicts. Unless it was absolutely necessary, there wouldn't be a unified leader. Even if it was the Wu clan, even if Wu Duxiu was alive and working with Wu Yong, they would not be able to assume the leadership position. Wu Yong could completely imagine that on the day of the operation, Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals would definitely be on guard against each other. They would shirk responsibility, retreat when there was danger, and fight for benefits. How could such a team deal with the cunning Feng Yuan? Especially now, only the Qi family had suffered from Feng Yuan's plunder. The other families didn't feel any pain. And the earth veins were also moving, competing to seize the essence of the earth veins. How could the families truly spend their strength on Feng Yuan? Perhaps Feng Yuan has noticed this as well. So this time, he is only plundering Qi family's resources. Wu Yong's heart sank. From this point, it could be seen that he wanted nothing more than for Feng Yuan to plunder and incur the wrath of everyone. But it was a pity that Feng Yuan was still so cunning. He only offended Qi family. If Wu Yong knew that Feng Yuan not only robbed Qi family, but also secretly made a deal with Qi family to set up southern border for the future 5 regions chaotic war and target the celestial court, who knew what he would think? After pacing around for a while, Wu Yong finally made up his mind. I need to contact the celestial court and use the celestial court to eliminate Feng Yuan as soon as possible. It was a difficult decision to make. Even though this was a wise decision, after all, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. It violated a taboo. The 5 regions other than Eastern Sea were very xenophobic. Southern Border was especially so. If Southern Border's forces and Gu immortals knew that Wu Yong was contacting other regions' forces and using them to interfere in Southern Border's matters, he would definitely be condemned. The surging public opinion would drown Wu Yong. Even if he was Wu clan's first supreme elder, with rank 8 cultivation level. It could be said that Wu Yong was taking a huge risk by doing this. Once it was exposed, Wu clan's current advantageous situation would be greatly ruined. Oh, Wu Yong contacted me? I'm afraid it is because of that demon Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was recuperating, but seeing that Wu Yong contacted her, she smiled and immediately replied. Wu Yong had a special status. He was Wu clan's first supreme elder. Even if there was no effect, just the cooperation itself was a form of restriction on him. After a few words, Wu Yong went straight to the main topic, talking about Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle thought. As expected, Feng Yuan has fixed immortal travel, and after I exposed all his trump cards in jewel yellow skies, Wu Yong is even more wary. He is willing to take the risk to eliminate Feng Yuan. Celestial Court's situation was not good recently. Not long ago, they attacked Langya Blessed Land for the second time, but they did not achieve any of their goals. Wisdom Gu was taken away by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan escaped. Langya Blessed Land was protected by Longevity Heaven, but Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle. Chen Yi Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioga were all heavily injured. They were recuperating now. But even so, when Fairy Myrtle learned of Wu Yong's intentions, she agreed without hesitation. Feng Yuan had to be eliminated. Even if he had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, there were ways to counter this Gu. Even if they could not eliminate Feng Yuan, as long as they kept pressuring him and making him unable to develop himself, it would be a success for Celestial Court. Feng Yuan's growth speed is too terrifying. This is the result of Providence's continuous influence and many setbacks. Every once in a while, when he shows up again, he will have shocking improvements. Even if we cannot kill him, we need to make sure he has no time to cultivate. If he has any new methods, we need to force him to use all of his trump cards. Fairy Myrtle was even more wary of Feng Yuan now. In order to chase after Feng Yuan, Fairy Myrtle had put in so much effort. Langya Blessed Land was almost taken down by her now. But what about Feng Yuan? He was still at large. Even though Celestial Court still had the absolute advantage, be it Fate Gu's restoration, Great Dream Immortal Venerable's nurturing, or Spectral Soul's imprisonment, they were all advantages that Feng Yuan could not match. However, deep in Fairy Myrtle's heart, she started to feel fear and unease. This fear was almost inexplicable, but it was fear. Fear and unease caused by Feng Yuan. This time, Southern Border's righteous path is working together to deal with Feng Yuan. This is a chance. Even if I disregard my injuries, I will use all my strength to kill Feng Yuan and get rid of this problem. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shone with determination. Southern Border's righteous path was conspiring against Feng Yuan. Because of Wu Yang's initiative, Celestial Court had already interfered before the operation even started, hiding behind the scenes. It was easy to imagine that once Celestial Court made a move, it would be an earth-shattering blow. But it was a pity that Feng Yuan had already expected this. After transacting with Qi Chuyu, he went into hiding, wholeheartedly exploring dream realms. This was a time path dream realm. In this dream realm, Feng Yuan had turned into an old man. He was the dream realm's main character. He had rank 4 cultivation. Right now, he was surrounded by 5 or 6 Gu masters with unfriendly expressions. Lord Bai Lian, this is the advance payment for the treatment, please come with us. The leading Gu master also had rank 4 cultivation. He looked at Feng Yuan and said threateningly. Feng Yuan first inspected the Gu worms in his aperture. They were all time path Gu worms. But they were good at support and had no healing ability. Thinking about it, Feng Yuan tried to refuse. I am only an ordinary time path Gu master. I am not a doctor. Aren't you making things difficult for me by inviting me like this? The other party replied as expected. Just do as I say. Do you dare to refuse the request of my Central Continent's Ming tribe? We have already investigated your background. Don't worry. Since we are inviting you, we are interested in your ability. We know you have methods to cure Lord Mengbai's illness. Let's go. Do we need to invite you again? Then let's go. Please lead the way. Feng Yuan pretended to smile bitterly. Following these Gu masters, Feng Yuan quickly arrived at Zheng tribe and saw the patient Mengbai. This person had a sallow complexion. He was as thin as a match. He was lying on the bed and groaning weakly. How did this happen? How did he get sick? Feng Yuan tried to ask. A servant at the side complained. My lord is usually strong like a tiger and runs like a wolf. To think that he would fall to this state. He was framed by that damned unscrupulous merchant and bought water-word Gu. That unscrupulous merchant said that with this Gu, he would be able to write beautiful essays like moving clouds and flowing water. Lord is usually brave. The other lords often say that he only has brute strength and no literary talent. Lord had this not in his heart. Thus he did not hesitate to pay a high price to buy water-word Gu, wanting to write beautiful essays that night. Is there a problem with this water-word Gu? Feng Yuan asked. The servant shook his head then nodded. At first, there seemed to be no problem with that water-word Gu. Many articles came out one after another. Old Master was overjoyed and wrote 50 to 60 articles in one night. But in the morning, there was a problem. Lord had not even eaten breakfast when he suddenly had diarrhea. Diarrhea was like having diarrhea. And the scariest thing was from morning to night, he had it for more than 20 times. Poor Lord, who had a strong physique, actually fell to such a miserable state in just one day. Feng Yuan came to a realization, and at the same time, he had an idea. Water-word Gu was not a problem, but if used too much, there would be problems, and no one could bear it. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. This was common sense. Using Gu had its risks. Falling to such a state was the result of one's own actions. Chapter 1609. Feng Yuan was no longer a newbie when it came to exploring dream realms. He had accumulated a lot of experience. At this point in Mengbai's dream realm, Feng Yuan had a rough understanding of it. It wants me to use the time path Gu worms in my aperture to form a time path killer move to resolve Mengbai's injuries. Mengbai's injuries were caused by overuse of water path Gu. This time path killer move had to be used in the right way. Even though Fang Yuan had ordinary time path attainment level, he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Langya's true inheritance, and He Fan's true inheritance. Especially the latter, it was a huge help to Fang Yuan's current problem. This dream realm tested the explorer's knowledge, as well as the technique of combining killer moves. Of course, it was not so simple. Fang Yuan inspected carefully. He found that many of the time path mortal goo in this aperture were unique to the dream realm. They did not exist in reality. Or rather, they were not. Fang Yuan was not surprised. This was a dream realm after all. It was different from reality. If it were anyone else, even a time path great expert, they would have to try their luck. As for Fang Yuan, his luck had always been good. But now he had a better choice. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. This move was not effective when Fang Yuan explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. But now, because the dream realm was too small, it had an extraordinary effect. The correct choices in the goo worms floated up slightly in the aperture, directly sending the correct answers to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a plan in mind. He used these goo worms to try it out. After 2 failures, he successfully activated the killer move and saved Meng Bai. This way this dream realm was broken. His soul returned to the sovereign immortal body. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He was gratified to find that his time path attainment level had risen from ordinary to master. But his joy did not last long. His expression suddenly changed. At the same time, the immortal killer move Yama Emperor, that was tightly wrapped around his soul suddenly expanded. Someone is deducing my location. They are quite skilled. Fang Yuan sneered. If this was before the battle at Langya, his current situation would be worrying. But right now, he had Yama Emperor's killer move. His ability to defend against deductions was enough to make the Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle helpless. Sure enough, after the other party deduced for a while, he could not unravel Yama Emperor's killer move. He paid a huge price, but his efforts were futile. Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move slowly retracted, eventually turning into a simple layer of clothing that covered his soul. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Yama Emperor's aura was overflowing. In order to be absolutely safe, he decided to leave this place and not stay any longer. Fixed immortal travel was activated once again. Using it to travel was simply too convenient. At this moment, Fang Yuan moved from one end of southern border to the other. The distance between the 2 ends was unknown. Fang Yuan flew for a while before finding a gray valley shrouded in thick fog, and concealed himself. My soul foundation is only at 30 million man soul. Fang Yuan calculated as he sighed. Activating Yama Emperor's killer move was a burden to Fang Yuan's soul. It would expend his soul foundation. Earlier, in order to resist the deduction of the mysterious enemy, Yama Emperor had expended over 1 million of Fang Yuan's soul foundation. This showed how powerful the person who made the deduction was. Earlier, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was far higher than 30 million man soul. But in the battle at Langya, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of his soul foundation. Don't forget, exploring dream realms would not expend his soul foundation. It would even cause great damage to the soul. If it were in the past, Fang Yuan could use his resources to raise his soul foundation again. But now, Fang Yuan's Dang Hun Mountain was still being repaired urgently. It could not be used yet. Without Dang Hun Mountain's continuous production of guts goo, Fang Yuan's stock of guts goo would not last for long. And to repair Dang Hun Mountain, I have been using landscape as before immortal goo. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killer move orderly is left on Dang Hun Mountain, landscape as before goo is only rank 6. This work has been expending my immortal essence intensely. Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were almost depleted because of this. Most of his abundant reserves had been expended in the intense battle at Langya. Celestial Court's attack on Fang Yuan might not have killed him, but it was not in vain. It expended a lot of Fang Yuan's foundation. The lack of immortal essence was also the reason why Fang Yuan was willing to cooperate with Qi Chuyu and not fight head-on. Actually, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was very rich in time path resources. Time flowed very quickly. The immortal essence that he could condense far surpassed rank 7 goo immortals in the world. But Fang Yuan's expenditure was even faster. He could not replenish it with just himself. What was sustaining him during this period of time was the dragonfish business. The dragonfish business was making huge profits. Batches of immortal yuan stones were coming in. Fang Yuan used these immortal yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence, greatly alleviating the problem of his immortal essence running out. Relying on the dragonfish business and guts goo, I can barely maintain it. When Dang Hun Mountain is repaired, everything will get better. With fixed immortal travel and omnidirectional travel, Fang Yuan was not afraid of others coming to find him. In fact, under the protection of Yama Emperor, it was very unlikely that they could deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fang Yuan decided to continue exploring Time Path Dream Realms. He had left a lot of Time Path Dream Realms and Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. After setting up a goo formation for alerting, he immediately entered. On a snowy peak, an old man looked at Fang Yuan with his hands behind his back. "Kneel," the old man said plainly. Fang Yuan was slightly dazed, but soon, he did as the old man said. The old man's expression became solemn and solemn. He said in a low voice, "From now on, I will teach you our tribe's strongest killer move, Time Cutting Edge. Once this blade is used, it will never miss. It will hit its target and kill everyone who hits it. Only after you learn this move will you have hope of killing the enemy who exterminated our tribe." Yes. Fang Yuan heard this and had a thought. He suddenly had a feeling that he would have great gains in this dream realm exploration. As expected, the old man taught him the complete killer move Time Cutting Edge. This move was very complex. It was even more complex than the myriad self-killer move that Fang Yuan created. The steps were even more varied. What was even more ridiculous was that the activation time for this move was very short. It required hundreds of steps to be completed within 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would be the one to suffer the killer move's backlash. 3 breaths of time, how can that be possible? Even Fang Yuan felt that it was impossible. However, the old man's explanation was not over yet. Fang Yuan listened carefully. It turned out that the solution was to use another time path killer move to reduce Time Cutting Edge's activation time to 3 breaths of time. That way, he would be able to reach the target. If goo immortals of other paths used time path methods to accelerate killer moves, it would be like pouring oil on fire. It would only produce the opposite effect and cause the killer move's activation to fail, causing a backlash. But Time Cutting Edge was a time path killer move to begin with. Using other time path killer moves, there were no conflicting down marks within them. They complemented each other. Chapter 1610. Time Path Dream Realm. Fang Yuan had turned into a rank 6 goo immortal with the appearance of a young man. His eyes were shut, and his body was shrouded in specks of white light. As the white light around him increased, Fang Yuan's aura also continued to accumulate, becoming deeper and deeper. Suddenly, his body shook lightly. His aura became unstable. It was like a tall building collapsing and a deep pool leaking out. Guh. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "I failed again." He opened his eyes. Bright light flickered in them. This was the 3rd time he had failed while practicing Shrink Time. This killer move that was used to assist Time Cutting Edge was also a rank 6 immortal move. After 3 consecutive defeats, each time Fang Yuan was injured, his soul foundation would fall. Originally, he had 30 million man soul, but now, there were only 29,600,000 left. This was not Thieving Heaven's dream realm after all. If he was injured in Thieving Heaven's dream realm, his soul foundation would fall to a terrifying extent. Fang Yuan did not feel dejected. Instead, his gaze was blazing, his fighting spirit surged. Ignoring everything else, just the Shrink Time killer move was very useful. It could not only be used to assist Time Cutting Edge, it could also be used to assist other time path killer moves. After the exploration failed, Fang Yuan's soul left the dream realm and returned to the sovereign body to recuperate. Guts goo. Fang Yuan took out guts goo and used them on himself. Earlier, Fang Yuan was rich and overbearing, but now, he was very careful with his guts goo. There were not many guts goo left. Fang Yuan planned to use them to heal his soul injuries. As for his soul path cultivation, he could only stop for now. In fact, not only would Fang Yuan's soul foundation remain stagnant, it would even fall a lot in the near future, due to exploring dream realms. This was within expectations, there was no other way. Soul path cultivation was no longer the focus now. The most important thing was to go to the River of Time and take out Red Lotus True Inheritance. That was the wisest strategy. Fang Yuan had to explore it as soon as possible. Firstly, the longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. After all, Fang Yuan's opponent was Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. Who knew when another great expert would awaken? Celestial Court would definitely set up ambushes in the River of Time. As time passed, these ambushes would increase. Secondly, Fang Yuan hoped to use Red Lotus True Inheritance to resist Celestial Court and stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Immortal Goo. This was his biggest hope now. However, if he were to plan for the worst, and the true teachings of the Red Lotus could not help him, then he would have to make other plans. Thus, if he obtained the true inheritance of Red Lotus's immortal, of Red Lotus would be of Lotus of Red Lotus Red Dragon, of Im, of Imif of the Mountain, of Gu of Saint, of Chun Lotus, of Chun of Gu of Sea. That was when Dang Hun Mountain was repaired. Everything would return to the right track. Other than this method, Fang Yuan did not have any good method to resolve these problems in a short period of time. Currently, Dang Hun Mountain had already been repaired by 30 to 40%. But the Soul Path Dao marks had not reached a qualitative change, thus it could not produce Guts Goo. After recuperating his soul, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again. This time, he finally succeeded, completely activating Shrink Time. The previous 3 failures were not for naught. Each failure pushed Fang Yuan closer to success. Fang Yuan had grasped Time Path Killer move Shrink Time. Of course, it was still a problem whether or not he could use the time shrink technique that he had obtained in the dream in reality. After all, dream realms and reality were different. Fang Yuan was clear that Shrink Time's main content was correct. Even if there was a difference, as long as he used the light of wisdom and spent some time, he could deduce the correct version in reality. After reaching this step, this layer of dream realm was also successfully explored. The entire cultivation scene faded from Fang Yuan's vision. His time path attainment level started to rise rapidly, but soon stopped. I am still a time path master. However, compared to before, it has indeed risen by a large margin. It seems like I'm not too far away from becoming a grandmaster. In the second stage of the dream realm, Fang Yuan started to practice time cutting edge. This move was even more difficult. It was much more complicated than the killer move Miri itself. Fang Yuan calmed his mind and continued to practice. He soon felt dizzy. The thoughts in his mind were expended greatly. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Fang Yuan was extremely patient. He repeated the boring content over and over again, advancing towards the final victory. During the process, he was injured again. After leaving the dream realm, and his soul returned to his body, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that not only did his soul foundation fall, even his lifespan was reduced by a little. Getting injured in this dream realm can actually reduce lifespan. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This was a new discovery. But thankfully, he had a large number of lifespan goo. Losing some lifespan was not a big deal. Of course, other goo immortals might not think so. Just like this, Fang Yuan was injured for more times. He finally managed to use time cutting edge once in the dream realm. Just one time was enough. It was not reality after all. The dream realm dissipated. Fang Yuan successfully entered the third stage. The old man appeared again. After 6 years, you finally grasped time cutting edge, not bad. But the true results will need to be tested in battle. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Please explain. The old man laughed heartily. Rank 7 Gu Immortally Exan is that person's right-hand man. He is going to suppress the southern ancient desolate beast rampage. You should kill him. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. His identity in the dream realm only had rank 6 cultivation level. His foundation was not outstanding. How could he fight a rank 7? The only advantage he had was the killer move, Time Cutting Edge. Before Fang Yuan could think further, the dream realm changed. Flames started to burn around him. A person stood proudly in the sea of flames, staring at Fang Yuan with his triangular eyes. So you are a survivor of Bo Clan, humph. Just as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, dark red flames surged towards Fang Yuan like a huge wave. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. At the crucial moment, he activated the time path immortal goo in his immortal aperture. At the next moment, the flames engulfed him. Fang Yuan died in battle. The dream realm exploration failed. Fang Yuan dragged his heavily injured soul back to his body. The dream this time was really a bit of a trap. It attacked without warning. Fang Yuan had no chance to react. And other than Time Cutting Edge, I can only use Time Path Immortal Goo. I don't know any other killer moves. Fang Yuan was very vexed. These Time Path Immortal Goo were all rank 6. How could they face the rank 7 Goo Immortal Li Xian alone? And his dark red flames were clearly a rank 7 killer move. It seems that I can only use Time Cutting Edge to fight him. Fang Yuan thought about it, and made up his mind. If this was a real battle, Fang Yuan would play safe. But this dream realm was different, it was different from reality. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again. Dark red flames surged towards him. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He activated the immortal killer move Time Cutting Edge. A thin flying dagger materialized in an instant. The flying dagger shot out with a flash of light. Ah! What kind of killer move is this? Li Xian's face was filled with shock before he fell to the ground. The dark red flames swept towards him and burned him to ashes in an instant. Fang Yuan was also shocked. This killer move is amazing. To be able to kill a rank 7 so easily. And this Li Xian's entire body was protected. Even in the dream realm, such a feat. I'm afraid it is not bad in reality. Once Li Xian died, the dream realm dissipated. Chapter 1611. The dream realm finally reached the 4th stage. I have already killed Li Xian, Fang Yuan said. The old man stood in front of Fang Yuan, nodding slightly. It seems you have already trained Time Cutting Edge to a high level. But you have only cultivated the rank 6 Time Cutting Edge. Next, I will teach you the rank 7 killer move Time Cutting Edge. Listen carefully. Fang Yuan immediately calmed down and memorized it. Rank 7 killer moves were several times more complex and varied than the previous rank 6 killer moves. Just listening to these steps, Fang Yuan's head was aching. This was the most complicated killer move he had ever seen. It was second to none. After the old man finished teaching, before leaving he said to Fang Yuan, "Come and find me after you master this rank 7 killer move." Only Fang Yuan was left in the dream realm. It seems that the 4th stage of the dream realm still requires me to practice a killer move. Fang Yuan understood. Understanding this point, he buried himself in hard work, diligently practicing in the dream world. Even though the killer move was complex and difficult, Fang Yuan was very patient. His personality had already been forged into a piece of black steel by his previous life and this life. He was determined and stubborn. These small setbacks would not make him feel discouraged. He would not give up. Just as Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm and practicing his killer move, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Goo, using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a while, he opened his eyes and muttered, "The formation's initial deduction is complete. Next is Time Cutting Edge." Speaking of which, it was quite strange. This Time Cutting Edge killer move had extraordinary power. But why was there no record of it in Spectral Soul's true inheritance? After all, this time path dream realm originated from Spectral Soul. Logically speaking, Spectral Soul's true inheritance should contain the killer move Time Cutting Edge. But the truth was, there was no such information in Spectral Soul's true inheritance that Fang Yuan inherited. You still haven't figured out Fang Yuan's location? The Xia clan's first supreme elder's face was gloomy. In front of him, a group of southern border Gu immortals fell into silence. Their expressions were unsightly. Because Fang Yuan had previously destroyed the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, and snatched away all the dream realms. Southern Border's righteous path had joined hands, and each of them sent out people to form a team dedicated to hunting down Fang Yuan. The leader of this team was the Xia clan's Grand Supreme Elder, Xia Cha. Xia Cha's hair was white, and her face was covered in layers of wrinkles. Although she was an old woman, her bearing was graceful, and she exuded an imposing aura. Her gaze swept over the crowd, intimidating everyone present. The Southern Border immortals all lowered their heads. Who among these people did not want to find Fang Yuan's whereabouts? But Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move protecting him. Even the current Celestial Court's Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Myrtle could not do anything to him. Not to mention these hastily formed Southern Border Gu immortals. Of course, Southern Border's Righteous Path's foundation was very deep. They could not be underestimated. These people did not have the ability to deduce Fang Yuan's whereabouts. They only needed a bit more clues, like Fang Yuan appearing again, and attacking a certain resource point. As long as there were enough clues, with these people's various methods and cooperation, there was a high chance that they could break Yama Emperor's killer move. Yama Emperor's killer move might be strong, but it was always the same. If it was constantly deduced, it would be broken. Xia Cha knew this. But that damned scoundrel Fang Yuan, after robbing Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he has not appeared again. Xia Cha felt some pressure internally. As long as Fang Yuan was not killed, as the leader, her prestige would continue to fall. In serious cases, the entire Xia clan would be affected. This demon Fang Yuan is holed up. He is definitely exploring the dream realms to reap benefits. We need to find him quickly and get rid of him. Otherwise, as time passes, his strength will rise rapidly again. Xia Cha said gloomily. Everyone, if you have any trump cards, use them. I, Xia Cha, will personally compensate you. The Southern Border immortals looked at each other. No one moved. Xia Cha became more and more disappointed in her heart. She glanced around and looked at one of them. I wonder what method fellow immortal Lu Hao has. Lu Hao was slightly stunned. He was tall and wore a green robe. He had a goatee and yellow skin. He was the representative of Wu clan. Because of the chaos earlier, Wu clan had sacrificed many Gu immortals. Thus they had been recruiting external Gu immortals to become external supreme elders. Lu Hao was one of them. But in fact, his true identity was a central continent Gu immortal. He was secretly sent by Fairy Myrtle. Under Wu Yang's arrangement, he was placed in Southern Border's Righteous Path as an insider. Xia Cha was familiar with the other Gu immortals, but she did not know much about Lu Hao. On the surface, Lu Hao was a secluded cultivator of Southern Border. He was not famous. Lu Hao reacted and shook his head with a bitter smile. I am ashamed. I am powerless in this matter. The main thing is that we have too few clues, especially the crucial clues that are closely related to Fang Yuan. In my opinion, it is not that we are lacking in ability. It is just that even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. That's right, that's right. Fellow immortal Lu Hao is right. Lu Hao's words immediately resonated with the people around him. Xia Cha was completely disappointed. She did not suspect Lu Hao of lying. After all, Wu clan and Fang Yuan had enmity. What should we do now? Do we just wait like this? If that scoundrel Fang Yuan does not show up, are we going to do nothing and wait for him to show up? Xia Cha thought of this and felt a headache. But right at this time, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resounded in the immortals' ears. I can help in this matter. Who is it? The immortals were shocked. Even Xia Cha stood up, her eyes shining with bright light as she stared at the newcomer. An unfamiliar Gu immortal with a stocky build, and wearing a conical hat, had somehow sneaked into the immortal formation. If not for his voice, the Southern Border immortals would not have sensed him. Who are you? The Southern Border immortals were on high alert. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Wait, you are? Tai clan's representative's expression suddenly changed as he stopped the immortals. That's right. I am Lu Weiyin. The newcomer smiled lightly. Dream Realm. The old man nodded with a gratified expression, but his tone carried a trace of shock. You actually learned the rank 7-time cutting edge. Fang Yuan's expression was plain as he cupped his fists. I did not fail you. The old man nodded. It seems that you are quite talented in this move. Very good. Our clan's revenge plan finally has a trace of hope. However, I still have a few things to warn you. Please advise me. First, the old man raised his right index finger. Rank 6 time cutting edge can kill rank 7 Gu immortals, but rank 7 time cutting edge cannot kill rank 8 Gu immortals. The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 is too huge. So even if you learn time cutting edge, don't go looking for enemies. You are only rank 6 now. If you go looking for them, you will be courting death. Second, the old man raised his right middle finger. Your cultivation level is only rank 6. It is very difficult for you to use rank 7 time cutting edge. Your focus from now on is to raise your cultivation level to rank 7, or even rank 8. When your cultivation level rises, you will be able to cultivate rank 8 time cutting edge. With a rank 8 killer move, you will have the ability to take revenge. Before that, you need to endure and endure. Chapter 1612. Southern Border. The sovereign immortal aperture had already landed. Its entrance was wide open, like a whale swallowing water. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi poured in. Swoosh swoosh. Heaven and earth chi surged wildly. If others saw this scene, they would be shocked. There had never been such a blessed land that could absorb such a vast amount of heaven and earth chi at once. Fang Yuan's sovereign body floated near the entrance, looking at the vast amount of heaven and earth chi pouring in. Because the heaven and earth chi was too dense, it was like clouds and mist, it was moist. Absorb, absorb, absorb to your heart's content this time. Fang Yuan smiled. He understood the sovereign immortal aperture's hunger. City Well, Reverse Flow River Luopa Valley. These 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth were unique in the world, but the burden on the blessed land was too great. The heaven and earth chi consumption was too intense. Thus, from time to time, Fang Yuan had to absorb a vast amount of heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish himself. This is still before Dang Hun Mountain is repaired. Once it is repaired, the sovereign blessed land's demand for heaven and earth chi would be even higher. From this point of view, Dang Hun Mountain's destruction had some benefits to Fang Yuan. Of course, the most important thing was Fang Yuan's own sovereign blessed land. It was rich in resources. It was like a huge foundation. It could contain 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth at the same time. If it were an ordinary blessed land, it would be very difficult to contain 2 secluded domains at the same time. Placing the immortal aperture and opening the immortal aperture's entrance had many drawbacks to Fang Yuan. At this moment, because of the connection between the inside and the outside world, and the absorption of heaven and earth chi, Fang Yuan's location would be exposed. Providence would discover it immediately. If other Gu immortals tried to deduce him now, Fang Yuan would have a much higher difficulty in defending himself against deductions. Thus, Fang Yuan had been trying to purchase immortal materials and convert them into heaven and earth chi to replenish himself. But recently, because he had been focusing on repairing Dang Hun Mountain, his funds were decreasing, he was running out of money, thus he took a risk and placed his aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world. The sovereign immortal aperture was a huge eater. It could absorb tens, or even hundreds of times more heaven and earth chi than ordinary blessed lands. The sovereign immortal aperture was full, but heaven and earth chi continued to pour in endlessly. This phenomenon didn't surprise Fang Yuan, because he knew that it was different this time, because it was the day of his tribulation. As a rank 7 Gu immortal, Fang Yuan faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Ever since Fang Yuan used time path methods to adjust the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to the maximum, the calamities and tribulations he faced were much more frequent than before. This was an earthly calamity, be it the earthly calamity or the heavenly tribulation, neither posed any challenge to Fang Yuan, especially when he had the immortal killer move exposing heavenly secret. This move used heavenly secret immortal Gu as the core. With other Gu worms as support, it allowed Fang Yuan to deduce the contents of the calamities and tribulations after a certain period of time. Thus, before this earthly calamity had truly taken shape, Feng Yuan already had a thorough understanding of it. As expected, the following calamities and tribulations progressed according to Feng Yuan's deductions. Earth Qi swirled endlessly, forming a yellow-brown vortex below Feng Yuan's feet. Heaven and Earth Qi continued to rumble and rumble. Green lightning continued to flicker. Howl, howl, howl. A series of ear-piercing noises seemed to be able to pierce through one's eardrums as one enormous, sinister-looking statue, after another slowly rose from the center of the yellow-brown Earth Qi vortex. These statues were all 10 meters tall. Their bodies were thick and muscular. Their fangs were protruding from their lips. Suddenly, they opened their bloodshot eyes, purple bat wings spread out on their backs. They flew up and attacked Feng Yuan. Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues. Feng Yuan floated in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked at the incoming statues with an indifferent expression. He was calm, the enemies were fierce, but at this crucial moment, he raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, blue lightning abruptly split apart the thick layer of clouds. Giant statues that looked extremely similar to the Yellow Springs demon martial statues made their appearance. The Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues bared their fangs and claws, but these statues were lined up neatly like an army. All of them had solemn expressions. They also had muscular bodies and a pair of eagle wings on their backs. Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue. Feng Yuan smiled inwardly, recognizing the second type of statue. At this time, the Yellow Spring Ghost martial statue had already reached Feng Yuan. It waved its claws and opened its bloody mouth, trying to bite and strangle Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not move. A faint ripple appeared on the surface of his body. It was the famous Immortal Killer move created by Feng Yuan, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Be it the Yellow Spring Ghost martial statue, or the Green Lightning Divine martial statue's attacks, they were all reflected and injured. In contrast, Feng Yuan was unharmed, he was undefeatable. Let's disperse. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Immortal Killer move Myriad Dragon burst out. Silver scales were like the sea. Myriad dragons flew in an endless stream. Even though there were many Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues and Green Lightning Divine martial statues, they were produced along with the Heaven and Earth Qi. How could they compare to Feng Yuan's Myriad Dragon? At the start, they resisted for a while. But soon, they were engulfed by the Myriad Dragon army. Their numbers were greatly reduced, until the lump of Heaven and Earth Qi was destroyed by the Myriad Dragon army. Providence was unwilling, it wanted to reform, but it was destroyed by the ferocious Myriad Dragon army at the next moment. A moment later, the calamity passed. The Immortal Aperture's entrance closed. The sovereign Immortal Aperture regained its peace and tranquility. Feng Yuan nodded to himself, summarizing his gains and losses. This earthly calamity was originally just the Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues. But I did not undergo the earthly calamity earlier. I purposely used the Immortal Killer move Endless Trouble to delay it. Immortal Killer move Endless Trouble was part of He Fan's true inheritance. It could move one calamity to the next, causing two tribulations to erupt at the same time. The disadvantage was that this method was a shortcut. It would incur the wrath of heaven. The calamities and tribulations would be much more powerful than the sum of the two calamities. Providence had ulterior motives. To suppress Feng Yuan's cultivation level, it purposely lowered the power of each calamity and tribulation, causing Feng Yuan to gain very few Dao marks from each tribulation. In this situation, the weakness of the killer move Endless Future Troubles was instead Feng Yuan's advantage. Thus, Feng Yuan used this killer move to stack two calamities and pass them together, increasing his Dao marks. Providence was helpless against it. Yellow Spring Ghost martial statue is an earthly calamity, while Green Lightning Divine martial statue is already at heavenly tribulation level. This time, I gained a lot of Dao marks. Feng Yuan inspected. His soul path and transformation path Dao marks had increased. These were useful to Feng Yuan. Of course, what Feng Yuan needed the most now was time path. The sovereign Immortal Aperture was huge. Feng Yuan purposely chose an empty area to undergo tribulation. Thus, even if Providence wanted to destroy any resources, it would not have a target. Even though the calamities and tribulations were past, Feng Yuan's body was still here. He activated Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move, only stopping after confirming that the remaining Providence beings here were exterminated. When Feng Yuan's main body underwent tribulation, his Time Path clone was in front of Wisdom Gu, deducing immortal killer moves. Earlier, Feng Yuan had successfully explored the Dream Realm. His Time Path attainment level rose rapidly, all the way to Grandmaster attainment level. With this attainment level, deducing Time Path killer moves became even easier. Actually, Feng Yuan himself had countless Time Path killer moves. Spectral Soul's True Inheritance had the most records, followed by He Fan's True Inheritance. All of Lang Yasek's Time Path Immortal Gu recipes, in theory, could be deduced by Feng Yuan, who was at Quasi-Supreme Refinement Path, into corresponding immortal killer moves. But for Feng Yuan, He Fan's True Inheritance was the most important reference. Because most of the Time Path Immortal Gu he had were from He Fan's True Inheritance. For example, rank 8 years Flow Like Water Immortal Gu, rank 7 Year Gu, and After Gu. The remaining Time Path Immortal Gu were all rank 6. Most of them were left behind after Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was destroyed, as well as Feng Yuan's unexpected harvest of Day Gu. The main task of the Time Path clone was to use He Fan's True Inheritance as the main reference, using other immortal killer moves and Time Path Immortal Gu recipes to deduce and modify Time Path methods that were suitable for Feng Yuan. Even though it had not been long, the Time Path clone's work was very fruitful. Currently, Feng Yuan already had an entire set of Time Path methods, involving offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. He only needed to practice them for a while to grasp them all. But this is not enough. The Time Path clone slowly opened his eyes, sighing. The light of wisdom faded away. Wisdom Gu flew away leisurely. The Time Path clone came to an empty area and started to test the killer move. Immortal killer move, Time Cutting Edge. A flying blade tore through the sky, vanishing in an instant. Its speed was terrifying. The Time Path clone, however, had blood flowing out of his mouth. He shook his head in disappointment. The Time Path methods that I deduced are only rank 7. They are normal methods. And to enter the River of Time to search for Red Lotus True Inheritance and face the obstruction of the Celestial Court, I need rank 8 Time Path methods. In He Fan's True Inheritance, there was a rank 8 defensive killer move that used Years Flow Like Water Immortal Gu as the core. But there was no corresponding offensive killer move. For He Fan, he had obtained rank 8 Immortal Gu Years Flow Like Water in his later years. In this limited time, it was not easy to create a rank 8 defensive killer move. He had rank 8 Dao marks. Rank 7 offensive killer moves were extremely powerful in his hands. Of course, most importantly, there was only 1 Year's Flow Like Water. It could only be used for defense. It could not be used for offense. Defense was often more important than offense, especially for Righteous Path Gu immortals. As for this Time Cutting Edge, it is not ordinary. Even though rank 7 Time Cutting Edge cannot kill rank 8s, it can injure them. Unfortunately, after I modified it, its power is far inferior to the original. There is even a heavy backlash. Feng Yuan was not unfamiliar with this situation. Like the myriad self-immortal Gu recipe that he designed earlier, because of his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level, there was almost no way to modify it. Any small modification would have more disadvantages than advantages, causing the new version to be far inferior to the original. Feng Yuan's modification of Time Cutting Edge was the same. It seems that this complete Time Cutting Edge is likely a rank 9 killer move, like the immortal killer move Orderly Well that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created. It was also rank 9, and could not be modified. What Feng Yuan obtained from the Dream Realm was rank 6 or 7 Time Cutting Edge. It was an incomplete version of rank 9, but it could not be modified. After forcefully modifying it, there were many disadvantages that far surpassed the original. Furthermore, according to Feng Yuan's deductions, this Time Cutting Edge's forgetting flaw was not simple. It was not as superficial as the old man in the Dream Realm said. Forgetting was not just the user, but everything related to it would be forgotten. Any records regarding this move, be it a person's memories, information path goo worms, or carved on stone slabs, as long as this move was used continuously, these records would be gradually erased from the river of time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable should have had time cutting edge back then, but after using it so many times, all the records regarding time cutting edge were erased and gradually forgotten. Thus, Spectral Soul's true inheritance did not record it. Of course, there is also a possibility that Spectral Soul's true inheritance is not complete. Shadow Sect still kept a portion of it, and did not impart it to me. But this possibility is very small. No matter what is said, there is one thing that I can conclude, and that is that the time-piercing edge is truly a marvelous technique. If I can truly grasp it, my chances of entering the river of time will increase by 20%. A day later. This is the place. Lu Wei-yin half knelt on the ground with his palm on the ground, sensing the subtle difference in the earth chi here. Next, several figures descended from the sky, landing behind Lu Wei-yin. The old woman in the lead was a rank 8-time path great expert, Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xia Cha. Fang Yuan is here. He placed his aperture and opened it, absorbing heaven and earth chi. Moreover, he underwent another tribulation. Lu Wei-yin said with certainty. Xia Cha's eyes shined with bright light. Lu Wei-yin was indeed Paradise Earth's inheritor. His earth path methods were so proficient. The Gu immortals behind her started to discuss. With Lord Lu Wei-yin here, we will be able to capture Fang Yuan soon. Fang Yuan has several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The burden on his heaven and earth chi is huge. With such clues, we can definitely find him. But don't you find it strange? He clearly has fixed immortal travel. Why is he staying in our southern border? Why doesn't he go to Eastern Sea or Western Desert? Aren't those places safer? He is already hated by everyone. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate him. No place is safe. This demon has ulterior motives. He is probably staying in southern border to plunder our resources, especially that dream realm of Etian Mountain. We need to guard against him. We need to kill this demon before we can truly be at ease. Chapter 1613. In jewel yellow skies, the higher the value of the goods, the brighter and brighter the treasure light they emitted. In this stall, the treasure light was always in a bright state, compared to the surrounding stalls. It was like a bonfire beside a large number of torches. Southern border Gu immortal Tai Chu Zhong's divine sense was circling around this stall. I want to buy 3,000 copper dragonfish. After hesitating for a moment, Tai Chu Zhong continued. And 200 silver dragonfish. The transaction was quickly completed. Tai Chu Zhong paid a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. When he retracted his divine sense, his main body was still flying in the sky of southern border. His vision was filled with clouds and mist. Tai Chu Zhong's worries were mostly gone. With these dragonfish, my rank 7 edge Gu's feeding problem is temporarily resolved. But dragonfish can only be a temporary replacement. If I really want to be self-sufficient, I need to create a white steel extract resource point in my immortal aperture. White steel was a rank 6 immortal material. It was one of the essence of the earth vein. White steel extract was a rank 7 immortal material. Only a large number of white steel cores could produce a small bowl of white steel extract. Tai Chu Zhong wanted to create a resource point that could produce white steel extract. It was a huge project with a long way to go. But if he did not solve the problem at its root, buying dragonfish to feed rank 7 edge Gu again and again would cost a lot in the long run. It was not worth it. Gu immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing. Logistics were often even more important. Thinking of white steel extract, Tai Chu Zhong looked to his right. A few hundred steps away, there was a Gu immortal traveling with him. Shang Huzhang. Tai Chu Zhong transmitted. Shang Clan's Gu immortal immediately replied with a nervous expression. Tai Clan friend, have you found traces of that old demon Fang Yuan? It turned out that Tai Chu Zhong and Shang Huzhang, these two rank 7 Gu immortals, were sent by Southern Border's Righteous Path forces to capture Fang Yuan. Because of Lu Weiyin's participation, the group chasing after Fang Yuan had been following behind Fang Yuan. They would occasionally obtain the latest traces of Fang Yuan. This time, the immortals rushed to the southeastern part of Southern Border. Under Lu Weiyin's suggestion, Rank 8 Time Path Gu Immortal Xia Cha ordered the Gu Immortals to work together and search for new clues. Shang Huzhang and Tai Chuzhong were one of them. Tai Chuzhong smiled. Shang clan friend, don't be nervous. I just want to ask about the white steel liquid. Shang Huzhang got the gist of it and relaxed slightly, smiling. So you wanted to build a white steel liquid resource point to feed Blade Gu. This was not difficult. Shang clan could indeed do it. But the price? The two of them haggled for a while. The merchant's final offer was not low. But Tai Chuzhong had already made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and accepted the price. Shang Huzhang's smile widened and he praised. Fellow immortal of the district, your decision to build a resource point is a wise one. Although the investment is huge, in the long run, it is much more practical. Yes, just like this time, I purchased the arowana to replace a portion of the white steel juice. In the long run, the expenditure will be huge. Tai Chuzhong sighed. Shang Huzhang's gaze suddenly shone. Arowana? To tell you the truth, my Shang clan also has a stall selling arowana in jewel yellow skies. There are not only ordinary arowana, but also copper arowana. Oh my, why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have given you some benefits. Tai Chuzhong chuckled. So Shang clan also sells arowana? We Shang clan are interested in any business. Friend Tai Chuzhong should know about this arowana business. The biggest arowana business owner is that Fang Yuan. We cannot let this demon benefit from our arowana business. Come. I will introduce this stall to you. It is definitely one of us. If you trade with others, there is a risk of funding the enemy. Shang Huzhang was very enthusiastic. Tai Chuzhong could only thank him, trying his best to brush him off, but he did not care. Even if Shang clan offered discounts, the price of the arowana was still on the high side. And on this stall, there was only copper arowana. There was no silver arowana. Fang Yuan killed Qin by he and Yu Chan, obtaining the position of the biggest arowana business owner. At this point Fairy Myrtle knew. Earlier, she had exposed information about Fang Yuan and Jewel Yellow Skies. Other than Great Thief Ghost Hand and others, she also exposed the arowana business. Thus, all the Gu immortals in the world knew that Fang Yuan was selling arowana in Jewel Yellow Skies. It was extremely popular. It was the biggest business in the world. Thus, naturally, Fang Yuan gained the jealousy of a bunch of other Gu immortals. The impact was unavoidable. But the arowana business suffered a pitiful impact. Copper arowana had already been replicated, but the production cost was much higher than Fang Yuan's. This way, other sources of copper arowana had higher prices than Fang Yuan's. They could not compete with Fang Yuan. Other than that, silver arowana was almost unique to Fang Yuan. Currently, Gu immortals interested in the arowana business could not replicate it. This was Fang Yuan's huge advantage. With these two factors, Fang Yuan's position as the number one in the arowana business was unshakable. Of course, Fang Yuan could not use only one identity to sell arowana. He had many stalls and created the illusion that many Gu immortals were replicating silver arowana, selling them wantonly and earning immortal yuan stone after immortal yuan stone. Even so, the immortal yuan stone that I have is decreasing. Fang Yuan sighed. Repairing Dang Hun Mountain expended a lot of Fang Yuan's immortal essence, and immortal essence was mainly absorbed by immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan expended a lot of immortal essence. His immortal aperture's production could not keep up. However, what made Fang Yuan happy was that with his full effort, Dang Hun Mountain had already been repaired to 60%. The Soul Path Dao marks went through a qualitative change. They could produce Guts Gu now. But the production of Guts Gu was very low. It was terrible. Fang Yuan needed to continue repairing Dang Hun Mountain. The arowana business has too many benefits. Not to mention the increasing number of forces and Gu immortals interfering. Just the Celestial Court alone will definitely attack me. But currently silver arowana is hard to replicate, and their production methods for ordinary arowana, iron arowana, and copper arowana are not as good as mine. As time passed, Feng Yuan's advantage would become weaker. Especially when the celestial court captured spectral soul. If they souls searched him and found the corresponding food path inheritance, Feng Yuan's arowana business would face the greatest challenge. Feng Yuan knew that he needed to find a new source of income. The arowana business could not be looked forward to. Guts Gu had already been exposed. Even if it was unique, because of the Green Ghost Desert project, Feng Yuan lacked a large number of souls. Guts Gu's production would not be high. Even though Feng Yuan had already made preparations, like the snow monsters and the spirit snakes, these projects were not outstanding. Especially when Feng Yuan wanted to refine time path immortal Gu. The killer move time cutting edge needed a specific time path immortal Gu. Feng Yuan thought about it and decided to give it a try. After all, the original time cutting edge had great offensive power. It could be developed further. Feng Yuan was not willing to give up on it. Right at this time, Feng Yuan's expression changed. At the next moment, southern border Gu immortals appeared around him, surrounding him tightly. The old woman at the front was rank 8 time path Gu immortal Xia Cha. She looked at Feng Yuan and smiled coldly. Feng Yuan, you scoundrel! You are finally in my hands. Lord Lu Wei Yin's move is truly extraordinary. We managed to find this demon. Shang Huzhang laughed loudly. Kill this demon. We will be rid of all future threats. Tai Chuzhong's voice was filled with killing intent. The celestial court spy, Lu Hao, had a grim expression. Fixed space immortal Gu in his immortal aperture was ready to attack. This Gu countered fixed immortal travel. It could not be used within a certain range. Lu Wei Yin was silent. He was wearing a conical hat. Nobody could see his current expression. Feng Yuan, however, laughed. You guys are a bit slow, but you are here in the end. My plan was not in vain. The southern border immortals were originally very aggressive, but after hearing this, the atmosphere changed. Xia Cha squinted as a dark light flickered in her eyes. Humph, scoundrel. You are about to die. You still want to trick me? That's right, he is definitely bluffing. We had Lady Xia Cha personally take action to conceal our tracks, someone shouted. Feng Yuan smiled. Of course I did not sense your traces, but I can sense your deductions. Why do you think I purposely stayed in southern border and left behind clues so that you could deduce me? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.